Don't mind me. Just setting things up. Um, and you may notice there's a new element in the stream. There's a thingy over here, just above my head and below the chat. Just let me just check everything. Is the stream working fine? All right. Hopefully everybody here can hear me as well. Okay. But hello everybody, welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you all have been having a good day and continue to have a good time on stream. Hello Ali Max GG, Iris Corbis, Patnan, Cosmic, Roy, GSG, Labris. Where did the sign into chat go? Very simple. So if you look at this, if you want to know where the sign into chat go, it's still here. By the way, I just put a UI element over it. Cause man, yeah, I haven't found anything. Cause here's the thing: if I disable all of the CSS code that is behind interacting with YouTube chat, this would look like your standard YouTube chat on dark mode on stream, and yes. And because YouTube just doing things and sometimes YouTube tests. So basically, the YouTube chat from my side or over on YouTube Studio pops out and gets integrated into OBS. And that's how chat shows up as a UI element on stream, all right? And that is literally how every single streamer's YouTube chat will show up. Now, the fanciness and the decorations aside, it needs the OBS integration to work. Or it can be hosted through, those restreams and stuff like that. You can do that as well. But all I've done is basically picked up the chat from my behind the scenes YouTube thingy and then fed it into Discord and then apply some CSS code that I copied off the internet, and now it looks like this. But since YouTube decided to do a new update and now there's the UI element sign into chat, I can't really find any code related to that or anybody talking about it so far, so I'm stuck with just hiding it. But yeah. Yes. Multi-billion-dollar company, by the way, who screws around a lot. Anyways, welcome to the stream, all of you. and the average streamer complaints aside, I appreciate all of you being here. Hello, Cal Murphy as well, and Thumb Caprio, Bri'ish, dishes, pretzels of fire. Hopefully everybody has been having a good day and continues to have a good time on stream today. It is time for the British man, and if anybody was wondering why is there no game audio, because I had muted it earlier. But yeah, do tell if everything's fine. If the game audio isn't too loud, then we should be able to continue. Oh, don't you worry. Basically, YouTube is like, we shall continue making ourselves worse until some magical until YouTube gets into serious legal trouble, which it's not gonna. Like, to be fair, they have like a team of fucking well-paid lawyers. YouTube's not gonna get into trouble much, and unless their hand is literally forced to change by somebody like a government or the law. YouTube isn't just going to get worse. YouTube is going to get worse until shareholder value improves. That was the line I was looking for. The services will get worse until shareholder value improves. Of course. I just called it Matrix. Simple. And Matt is like, okay, if you want to shorten it down even further, to go ahead. I don't mind, but the name over here, Matrixzry Mutonium, is simply just to get a username. And it was inspired by some things, as you can tell. First of all, the Matrix movie. So Matrix is a pretty fitting username. I mean nickname for me. Me name. Online name, I should say. Just like an older music track. Did you hear what app became the most downloaded app in EU over the last week? Oh, I think that was... Yeah, I saw the headline somewhere. It was Twitter, right? I don't know what's the story beyond that, but... And I generally prefer to not talk about geopolitics and stuff like that. What's going on in the real world. Unless it's crazy enough and relevant enough to the stream. But yeah. It's... Anyways. But yeah, I did hear about that, Labrys. I did hear about that. We will chat about other things as well, but first of all, let's actually go ahead. Where is it? I can upgrade my sinners right now, right? Like I can upgrade them if I wanna. How much does it take? 11 to get to 45. I may not have that much, so I'll just I'll save it. Yeah, I'll save it. Also, I feel a little depressed because I won't be able to play Arknights anymore on stream. But whenever Enfield gets announced, and hopefully, I swear to God, please just don't have any kernel level anti-cheat. I swear to God. If it doesn't, awesome. If it does, or maybe whatever the case, whenever Enfield's release date gets announced, I will be doing a what's it called? Yes, another Arknight stream, and that one is going to be the manga Arknights reading stream, of course. You have Lobotomy Corporum and Faust uptight? No. I mean, yes. 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 No, why did I say no? But, yes, I have her uptight. Pretty much large ass BS from the EU, and yes, because you beat. Nice. But I'm gonna have to be careful in terms of updating people simply because of the fact that I don't have that many tickets. I mean, for the what's it called? This, I only got one track left. I got everything. I got everything. Only one track left, and I don't really want to grind. Hello, Waves, welcome to the stream. We're just chatting and chilling until like we hit the 20-minute mark on the stream, to be fair. Do pad out the stream a bit. Also, I get the chance to talk about what happened, some interesting thing I found. Alright, so, you know what I was doing before? It still didn't get to exercise. Oh, shit. But anyways, I'm trying to move my schedule a bit, because what happened was, for 3 months, you know, I would wake up, do my toiletries, take a bath, wake up, do my toiletries, exercise, take a bath, and then eat. But because I was waking up so late, it ended up being I would eat at usually around lunchtime, like 1 to 2 p.m, mostly 2 p.m. And after 3 months of doing this, I hit my physical limit, because every time I would get up in the morning, it would be, oh shit, I feel lethargic as frick. I need to do something about this, because this is not working, because usually I would eat like twice a day, sometimes thrice a day, but that would also affect some of my digestive cycles in the body. So I was like, okay, something needs to happen. I will take a short break from exercising and then figure out a way where I'd wake up, probably. Wait, hold up. Sorry, let me just mute this. But yeah, as I was saying, so yeah, that extreme lethargicness. I was like, yeah, nah, man, we're never gonna progress at this rate if I wanna make some progress over building a decent body with more weight than with more weight on it than just a flat stick. So yeah, I've taken a bit of a break. I haven't exercised for 3 days, and I'm just trying to adjust my timetable around so I could wake up a little earlier and do some of those things a little earlier, and eat and probably do exercising either in the afternoon. It's just I need to instill that habit in me slowly and surely. But yeah, that's what's been going on here in my life. And it doesn't help the fact that I need to get this under control before the start of January, because oh boy, am I gonna be fucking busy in January. Starting to read philosophy, a bit of psychology, and then also giving Blender a try, starting the 3D software application learning journey, and then like 3 months later start using things I make in Blender in my edited videos. And yes, don't worry guys, the 500 sub special is still being worked on. It's just sometimes I either get distracted by watching YouTube, or it's just, yeah, that's just how it is, unfortunately. It takes quite a bit, and I'll give you a little teaser. It's more than 40 minutes long. Probably will end up being an hour long, but hope you all will enjoy. And yeah, I won't say more, but you'll see. Trying to make an edited video engaging when I normally just cut down my streams and then upload them as it is, maybe a few transitions here and there. Man, it takes a shit ton of time. It takes a lot of time to do that. But yeah, anyways, I'm managing somehow. That's it for what's going on. Let us continue, finally, this time for reals. Canto 6, the heartbreaking, and I don't think I need to do anything else over here. So let's continue. Part 1. What's this? Oh, just main stages, okay. Wuthering Heights. For Heathcliff. Let's see what the British man has in store for us. And if you are enjoying the stream, please be sure to like and subscribe. Like and subscribe, it helps out the channel a ton. Don't mind me, I just ate my words there. I really appreciate you doing so, if you could. Part 1 is up until 6:21. Interesting. Come back.
보랏빛꽃만이 유일한 아름다움으로 남아있는 그 저택으로.
In the violet flowers. Last vestiges of its beauty remain in its violet flowers.
폭풍으로 뚫린 균열 사이로 모든 온기가 빠져나갔던 그 저택으로.
To the manor where its storm-broken breach. Is it beach or is it breach? Has siphoned all that was once warm.
너에게 삶을 내어준 대신 모멸감과 무너짐을 안겨주었던 그 저택으로.
Welcome to Mutonium. To the manor that gave you not only life but also scorn and desolation.
난로불 가운데가 아닌 차가운 모퉁이 어기만이 네 자리였던 그 저택으로.
Couldn't be further from the heart.
황야에서 돌아와. 이제 집으로 올 시간이야.
It's time for you to come home, huh? Right, I like the fact that as we are getting closer and closer to T-Corp Singularity, everything is becoming less and less saturated, I think it's called in the color scheme. Like, the colors are extremely muted now. So this is what T-Corp's nest looks like. Yeah, I've been inside the nest now, because before that we were in the back streets and dealt with the extra mission of getting the obelisk back, I think it was. No, it was the monolith, not the obelisk. Obelisk is something else. But yeah, I remember that. We had surprisingly little trouble making it past the nest's borders. I guess my concerns were unfounded. By the way, this is the most memed Canto of the game. I can tell, considering the fact I was spoiled about the final boss through a meme.
뭐 다행히도 이번 둥지 입국 심사는
Hello,
별일
John
없이
Guabo. Welcome
넘어왔네요.
to the stream. How are you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day and continue to have a good time on stream. We made it through this nest checkpoint without any trouble. Yep, the first for us.
아이, 이 정도야 뭐. 아이, 에이, 칭찬은 굳이 안 해도 괜찮다고 하지 않았어.
It's nothing for such wild compliments are unnecessary. What do you mean, Don? Wild compliments? Ah, shit, the meme infestation has already... We start the fucking Canto, and we are met with the sleeper agent's trigger word wild. Now every sleeper agent will start wilding out in chat on stream.
아무도 하진 않았는데.
But we didn't say anything.
다 컸어 이제.
She's grown so much. Everyone seems awfully relaxed for having just entered a different nest. And maybe it's just some of the experiences we've had, Dante. I guess everyone's gotten used to this by now. Humdrum routine. I guess there would be the words to describe the general sentiment among the sinners. Except for one, that is. You're headed to this place called Wuthering Heights next, right? I could tell from Heathcliff's gloom expression that his mind was weighed down by all kinds of complicated concerns.
그렇지.
Though his eyes were staring at the moving scenery past the windows, his mind was affixed on something that his eyes couldn't see, something that lay beyond the building walls.
워더링 하이츠라.
If there's one thing consistent up here, perhaps it's that we have one-trick pony through and through.
무지하게 강한 바람이 불었던 집이었나 보죠.
Windy hell, huh?
그 저택은 바람이 지랄 맞게 불었어.
Wuthering, like it's the namesake. Come on. PM fans are the JoJo fans of gaming. Damn.
아늑한 구석은 하나도 찾을 수 없는 곳이었지.
Not a single corner of that place gave any comfort. Heathcliff's voice carried an unusually dark tone. The other sinners on the bus noticed this and began chatting him up.
고향에 당도한다니 마음이 참 복잡하겠소.
Quite the tangled mass of emotions.
고향이라 뭐 태어난 곳이 아니라 자라온 곳이긴 한데 하긴 그것도 고향이라면 고향이겠지.
Oh, he was raised here.
근데 보통 고향하면 떠올리는 감정은 아니야.
Their homeland is supposed to. Fair enough.
허면
머릿속에선 수천 번도 넘게 상상했어. 내가 그 빌어먹을 집안에 돌아가서 모든 걸 남김없이 부수고
Until there's nothing left.
모든 걸 부숴서 그 다음엔 뭘 하려고 했는데요?
Then what?
저를 보고도 깨달은 게 없는 거예요?
있어. 일단 내가 획가닥해서 되져버리기 직전까지 가게 되더라도 너희 중 하나가 어떻게든 끄집어내줄 거라는 거.
Look at Heathcliff. Look at him. If I ever lose the plot and push myself to the brink of no return, I trust that one of you lots will put me right out. Alright, man, we got you back. Alright, man, we got you back.
뭐 두들겨 패서라도 꺼내달라는 건가요?
Oh. That's certainly one interpretation, yes.
두들겨 패서라도 그럴 필요가 있으면.
If that's what it takes.
어디까지 허용이 되지?
신체 절단과 신경 조직 손상 중.
Alright, Rishi, calm down. That's not the point here.
머리 같은 데를 세게 쥐어박는 정도는 괜찮지 않을까요?
아니 이 새끼들
Alright, you cheeky bastards.
나한테 쌓인 걸 풀라는 의미가 아니라고. 지금 진지하게.
Emotional punching back.
그래도 지금의 히스클리프 씨라면 잘 해내실 것 같다는 생각이 들어요.
뭔 소리야? 지금이라니.
Yep. Heathcliff has definitely... There's been a lot of character development for Heathcliff even before his Canto started, which I love. Because I definitely remember him. You just set off the wrong fuse, he'll smash your head in. That's what he was. You make too much noise. Sinclair made too much noise. He smashed his head in.
지금의 히스클리프 씨는 가난하고 남은 게 아무것도 없잖아요.
Honglu, that is extremely blunt.
뭐? 가난? 이제는 아예 대놓고 시비 걸기로 작정했냐? 내가
아니 오해가 있으신 것 같아요.
Honglu is far from the most talkative sinner, but when he does speak, he usually has something insightful to say. Though, since he never says it in a way that's immediately obvious, his words are very prone to misunderstandings.
저희는 모두 가난해요. 그러니 예전과는 많은 게 달라졌을 거예요. 어쩌면 가진 게 아무것도 없을 때가 되어서야.
Maybe there are things that we can understand only when we're
깨달을
left
수도
with nothing.
있을까요?
Interesting idea there, Honglu, and some people would definitely agree with you.
가난하여서 이렇게 구릿구릿한 색깔을 계속 가지고 다녀야 하는 거요?
Doth that poverty explain our current unsightly lack of colourfulness? Dawn looked mournfully at everything around her, then at herself. She sounded like she was about to cry. No! Dawn, you'll get pads, don't cry. Everything had been drained of colour since the moment we entered T-Corp through the back streets. It feels like even more of our colours have been taken away since
그
then.
얘기 언제 하나 했어? 대체 언제까지 이런 색깔로 다녀야 하는 거야?
Too colourless, Dawn said.
라는 생각을 한 게 불과 10시간 전인데
Or so I thought, like 10 hours ago.
가도 원상복귀가 되지 않잖아. 이대로 평생 칙칙하게만 살아야 하는 거야? 이러면 식욕도 떨어져. 살아갈 의지가 없어지게 된다고.
I'm starting to lose even my will to live. Ah, that relates to T-Corp, Rodian. Because the food doesn't look tasty. I mean, it may be good to eat, but still. Yeah, I relate to that uptight story of Rodian T-Corp.
고기를 먹어도 고기가 상한 걸로밖에 안 보인다고.
Even meat looks downright rotten in this color.
갑자기 너무 건너뛴 것 같지 않아?
Mm-hmm.
그리고 저 사람들은 옷의 색깔이 보이고 있잖아.
They've got color in the clothes. With an annoyed look, Rodi gestured toward the people outside the boss.
개개인분들께 해드린 답변을 합치면 23번째 답변이긴 합니다만 색깔을 돌려받으려면 그에 준하는 돈.
It must be answered that this question has been repeatedly answered. It must be emphasized that this question has been repeatedly answered on 23 separate occasions. Colors owned by capitalism.
저 정도로 색깔을 돌려받은 거면 코트에 바지에 저 새낀 별로 잘 살지도 못하면서 허세만 있는 놈이야. 진짜 부자들은 안경테나 장신구까지 색깔을 되찾거든.
Even to their trivial trinkets like the rims of their glasses. Wow, okay.
히스클리프 씨도 이곳에 살고 있을 동안은 계속 색을 보지 못한 상태였나요?
아니, 저택은 어느 정도 예외였어. 그래도
Though it was still far from vibrant.
동의 구려 피의 색 정도는 괜찮았으면 싶군.
This is the color shit. Blood should have remained right.
그런데 저 자식 말이야. 저렇게 어설프게 색깔을 가진 채로 쏘다니면 괜히 뒤통수 얻어맞기 딱일 텐데.
And that poor sod's going to get himself jumped wandering around with that look. That's just enough color to invite the bandits, but not enough to keep him away. Hello, Roland. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day and continue to have a good time on stream. And there we go. Heathcliff's predictions came true soon enough. Several thieves surrounded the bloke who's only trying to come off as though he's loaded and bashed him on the back of his head.
저런 극악무도 파렴치한 자들을 보았나? 혼자 다니는 무고한 시민을 단체로 핍박하고 있지 않나?
Like I said, more daylight.
갱단이라고 부르는 분들인가요?
A gang.
머리 흐려졌군. 저런 걸 갱단이라고 부를 수도 없고 시간을 못 채운 하루 인생들인 거지.
Lowlives running out of time. The gangs of T-Corp have certainly seen better days. I wouldn't even call them a gang. That posh bloke got whacked, mate.
내가 떠나올 때만 해도 저런 버러지 같은 것들은 저렇게 버젓이 돌아다니지도 않았어.
Alright, maybe I should try British Heathcliff, because why not? The last time I was here, scum like him couldn't even dare to infest the streets so brazenly. There are gangs that aren't scummy?
당연하지. 내가 있었던 갱단은 저런 식으로 만만한 놈한테 우르르 몰려가지 않았다고.
The gang I was in would never dogpile on some poor unharmed bloke like that.
타론, 쌩쌩 달리고 싶어. 길이 막혀서
Caron wants to vroom vroom.
못해.
뭐 여기서 시간을 지체하는 것도 의미가 없지.
Well, Virgilius finally spoke up after quietly listening in on our discussion for the last few minutes.
돈키호테가 시끄럽게 굴기 전에 내려서 처리하고 오도록.
Hey, we got the approval.
정의 집행이군. 고맙네.
Enactment of justice, I thank you.
길잡이 씨도 익숙해졌나 봐 이제.
Oh, is this what it looked like? Wait, was it tinted even more? What? There's no time. Okay.
자, 판 돌아갑니다.
Guess there really isn't no time.
뭐야? 이놈은 우리가 먼저 찜했어.
It was tinted. Alright. This one's ours. That's what I notice sometimes. Because it's like the original screenshot. What's it called? The original hue of the color without any filters or something. Or modified would be during the loading screens. And when you see it in the story, it would be modified. This one's ours.
너희도 시간이 부족해서 온 놈들인가 본데. 우리는 고작 30분밖에 안 남았다고.
30 minutes.
혹시 데드래비치 같은 갱단 쪽인 거 아닐까?
30분? 시간? 아니, 무슨 소리 하는 거야?
그럴 리가. 옛날에 자경단 활동 같은 걸 했던 데드래비치는 이지 없어.
The old dead rabbits.
그냥 노려보기만 할 뿐이니까.
And their vigilante ways are no more.
뭐? 마스크? 지금 뭐라고?
에이, 가뜩이나 시간 없어 죽겠는데 젠장. 후딱후딱 해치워주마.
They began rushing at us with bloodshot eyes, not giving Heathcliff time to even finish his sentence. Nope. Well, might as well get used to this saturation of color. Wait, aren't these guys...
전장에 집중하는 게 좋겠군.
Ah,
개죽음 당하기
dead rabbits. Wait, the rabbits from... Wait, is it from our corp? I just realized. Because that's the only one I could think of, I think. Anyways,
일기당천.
dead rabbits. No, these guys are the dead rabbits. Oh, alright. From our corp, it was the rabbits team. And then the reindeer team.
총알값 아까운 놈은
Those rabbits look pretty alive. Hello, Mr. Ace. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day and continue to have a good time on stream. These blokes are gonna get fucking...
당신 짝패군요.
그 오물을
좋아.
a 15
이것밖에 못.
over here. Alright, come on. Nice. Yeah, these guys are dead.
당신
Pretty much.
그렇게 서 있으니
That's what usually happens when you fight. I still find it funny that they are as strong as K-Corp and N-Corp staff level-wise. Oh,
투성이군.
interesting.
차라리
다 죽어라.
And another one. Yeah, sure, why not? That would be 2, and then 2.
당신 짝패군요. 헛! 산코.
Hope you recover from your fever, Quabo.
그렇게 서 있으니
Sending you some good wishes.
그렇게 서 있으니 이것밖에 못 하나.
Because if it's a high fever, I'd definitely just take
허술하군.
rest,
Yeah,
drink some warm water, lay down on your bed. You don't need to watch a stream because if you have a high fever, even if I back when I had a high fever, but now this is
이번엔
like
그
I don't know,
경우의 수에 들어맞았군.
8 years ago or something.
잘
If I remember.
놀다 회수하지 않은 탄피는
Man, when I was even trying to occupy myself with like a little smartphone, my parents' smartphone back in the day, like 10 or 8 years ago, I don't remember exactly, but the fucking fever was killing me, and the eyes were also not doing so hot, let's just say.
자,
But I was still, for some damn reason, playing Angry Birds on it,
야, 너
just because I wanted to keep myself occupied. But yeah, it sucks. The most you can really do is rest, and when it calms down a little, then keep yourself occupied as much as it sucks, because you have a better chance of recovery. You'll recover faster, basically, to get as much rest as you can. Oi.
모자 멋진데? 어디서 샀냐?
Hey, good to hear, Kuaba. But still, just to be absolutely sure, if you ever feel like it's getting even slightly worse, just top up the stream. You can watch it at your own time, please. Put your health above everything else, of course.
잘못했습니다. 다 가져가세요. 제 시계에서 원하시는
아이.
만큼 시간을 빼가셔도 됩니다.
Here's my watch.
클리프군. 클리프군.
Yeah, sore throat. That, man. I've had light soreness in my throat and it already sucks. So I can't really, can't imagine how much that would annoy me. Heathcliff is looming over the man and growling threateningly. He certainly fit the look of a villain from this particular angle.
야, 방금 건 그냥 칭찬한 거잖아. 이놈이 유독 오버해서 반응하는 거라고.
This lad's overreacting. I was just complimenting him for his sharp fashion choices.
저는 이것 빼고는 완전 아무것도 없어요. 납치 같은 걸 해봤자 돈 나올 건덕지가 없다고요. 납치는 안 됩니다. 집에 기다리는 가족들이 있어요.
Yeah, fair enough. The man we inadvertently saved from the hands of thieves was shuddering and screaming incoherently, almost to an unnatural degree. And we were still not out of the dark alleyways where other thieves might be waiting to get the jump on us.
아이씨, 무슨 시끄러운 소리가? 어? 이것들 뭐야? 이렇게 시간이 굴러 들어온다고?
Was rolling in right before us. Overdue.
10분 아니 5분이라도 좋으니까 얼른!
도대체가 이놈이고 저놈이고 왜 다들 시간 타령인 거야?
아니면 모조리 해치운 뒤에 저 시계를 뺏어가는 방법밖에 없겠지.
Huh? Clock? Wait, me? Anything resembling a clock in teacup? Okay. I might as well. Well, this sucks, but anyways. Yes. Clock equals money.
빈틈투성이군. 스틸레터.
Maybe. We don't know much about T-Corp now, do we? At the moment.
총알값 아까울 일은 아니군.
Nice.
일기당천.
좋아.
Trying to remember what faction team you used for this Canto. I wonder what the T in the T Corp stands for. Transportation, right? I don't know. Maybe. That's two S2s. Oh my god.
불길 속으로
T Corp.
하나 넘고
As in a literal T.
그렇게 서 있으면 목이 떨어져 있어.
자세가 무너졌니? 자비에.
Oh, have you heard from
지킬 게 많거든.
Colorless District? That lined up pretty well.
불길 속으로
I mean, there is the British districts, T's and Ross.
이것밖에 못하나.
K Corp, T Corp, R Corp, W Corp. Okay, fair enough.
전탄격발.
Yeah, Tremor Corp.
지키기 위해서라도
Get tremors.
지킬 게 많거든.
좋아.
사물.
Wait, what the? Yeah, what does P Corp do? How am I going to tell the difference between the traffic light? It's probably most. It's gonna have a bit of color. I don't know.
닥쳐라. 쓸데없이 네가 비명 지르는 바람에 일이 자꾸 꼬이잖아. 당장 안 닥치면 사람 먹는 버스로 끌고 간 다음에 저 고철 덩어리한테 먹이는 수가 있다. 어?
Me grinder back at a rickety cannibal bus. Is that clear?
그러면 저를 납치하러 온 사람들이 아닌가요?
Nope.
그래. 몇 번이나 말했던 것 같지만.
그럴 리가 없지 않소. 우리 앤 우연히 지나가는 정의로운 림버.
let me just hear this again.
그럴 리가 없지 않소. 우리 앤 우연히 지나가는 정의로운 림버. 그럴 리가 없지 않소. 우리 앤 우연히 지나가는 정의로운 림버.
Right, it sounds out of context. It sounds insane. Oh man, it sounds insane. Oh. Shigewa. Hello, Madness. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day and continue to have a good time on stream. You do the description of Fixer. She's trying so hard not to say it. Oh my god. You lovable creature. Lovable Don.
아니, 나그네들이었어. 여기 있는 히스클리프 군이 말투가 조금 괴팍하여 그렇지.
The passerbys of justice. I had to include that somewhere in there. So Heathcliff here can be rather British in his manner of speech, that is all.
그렇군요. 나그네.
Passerbys of justice.
그런데 왜 돈이 아니라 시간을 달라고 하는 거죠?
시간도
Just another commodity to be sold and brought here.
T사 가이드북 여전히 아직도?
Guys, is it just me again? The T-Corp pamphlet guide? Did no one really... Yes, nobody read it. Ishmael's eyes start to glaze over. Once again, she may have been the only sinner who bothered to read up on our destination.
T사, 즉 타임 트랙사에서는
A time track corporation?
시계를 신분증의 역할로 쓰고 있어. 이들이 지니고 있는 시계를 통하여 화폐 대신에 시간을 거래하기도 하오. 대부분의 근로자는 노동에 대한 보상을 시간으로 지급받지.
Oh, its citizenry uses its timepiece as your ID. Okay. Time is not a physical currency. They're the timepieces they carry. Most laborers in these lands are rewarded for their efforts with time.
이상 씨를 봐서 이번엔 넘어가죠.
I'll let it slide this time. So is this going to be a problem? Aurus is the only one of us who carries a watch.
아, 그 시간이 멈춰 있는 손목시계 말씀이죠? 패션용으로 착용하고 있는.
Where is your timepiece, Matrix? Don Matrix. Ah. I always thought that wearing a stopwatch was a neat fashion statement.
패션용인 적은 없었다. 무례한 말을.
How insolent of you to sue.
아까 말한 납치라는 건 무슨 뜻이었어?
T사 길거리엔 사람들이 마구잡이로 납치당한다는 흉흉한 소문이 돌고 있어서요.
Oh, okay.
이젠 아무도 다니지 않는 거리인데 이렇게 때로 다니시니 소문의 납치 조직인가 해서.
You might be the infamous kidnapping syndicate or something. It's hard to be called a fixer because I don't think the HANA Association has acknowledged us as fixers. So fixers have our fixer ID cards they carry around. The corporation part of time track in Laboratory Corp, the time track was mentioned. It was thanks to T-Corp that you could just rewind the day again and again and again and again. Yeah, I remember that.
구체적으로 말해보도록. 육하 원칙을 활용하면 더 좋고.
I want the who, when, where, what, how, and why. Precede.
실종자들 때문이에요. 최근 들어 이곳에서 사람들이 이유 없이 행방불명된다고 해요. 이젠 다들 안개가 자욱해지기만 해도 무서워서 집에만 박혀.
Ah. Everyone becomes a shut-in during the foggy days because they don't want to get kidnapped.
마침 여기 굴러다니고 있는 디타임즈 신문지 일면에도 쓰여 있네요. 오리무중인 납치 사건, 충격, 경악, 공포, 시체조차 한 군도 발견되지 않아. 더 읽어드릴까요?
Morsolt Rote and Dawn began enthusiastically reading the sensationalized titles and the attached articles on the newspaper as he showed us.
이 근처에 상을 받은 맛집이.
Of course, that's her intention.
시간의 수 해결사들이 이런 인터뷰를.
And of course, time retrieval fixes. Are you guys even reading the same article?
확실히 평소보다 지나다니는 인간들이 훨씬 줄어들었어.
A lot less people here around here than I remember. Why was this civilian walking around this part of town without a weapon?
여기는 원래 공장으로 일하러
I don't know.
곳이잖아. 조잡한 장비를 팔로 나온 발명가들이 붐비던 거리야.
Headed to the factory jobs and investors selling their useless trinkets. It's never been this empty. Okay, so basically a factory worker who was probably going to his job or coming back from his job. The empty street of T Corp was thick with fog, the bustling crowd from Heathcliff's memory is nowhere to be seen. Maybe the lack of colour made the fog appear even thicker.
일전 검계와의 소동에서 들었던 괴담과 흡사한 이야기인 것 같군.
Kidnapping rumor we heard when we were working on the Blade lineage case.
행방불명이라. 역시 사람을 납치해서 팔아넘기는 악질적인 조직이 있는 걸까요?
Syndicate roaming this area.
그런 놈들이 대놓고 활보한다는 이야기는 못 들었는데.
Back
적어도
when I lived here, at least.
인신매매 따위가 목적인 조직이 있다면 흔적 하나들은 남을 수밖에 없다.
To leave zero evidence behind, there's bound to be at least one or two they let slip between their fingers.
거리를 이렇게 만들 정도로 거대한 움직임이라면 더더욱 시체 한 돌 정도는 찾기 마련이다.
A body or two will be invariably be found.
시체도 남지 않는다는 건 단지 죽거나 죽이는 정도의 내용이 아닌.
We're gonna have to see. We're gonna have to see.
깊이 파고들수록 위험한 일일 수 있다는 건가요?
Possibly. Mayhaps. If it's not just another violent tragedy, maybe there's more to this than we think. Maybe there's some powerful organization pulling the strings.
아니, 시체만으로는 그렇게 보기 힘들지 않나?
네?
뒷골목에 밤이 있잖아.
Guys, the nights in the back streets.
그 청소부들이 지나가면 시체를 포함한 쓰레기들은 전부 청소되어 있으니까.
Corpses completely cleaned up.
그렇군.
Even the corpses, yeah. That was one thing I had in the back of my mind while reading this. Glad to see it brought up.
당연히 쓰레기만 청소하는 게 아니라는 건 무서운 일이지만.
Yeah, the idea of supers really freaked Sinclair out for a while.
그건 밤마다 로저 씨가 이상한 흉내를 내면서 저한테만.
Funny noises and sweeper impressions at me every night. Oh, bruh.
나를 들뜨게 만드는 일은 많지 않지만.
Hey, we're about to hit level 32.
그 귀중한
Nice.
경우의 수에 들어맞았군.
The letter.
잘 놀다 간다. 회수하지 않은 탄피는 팁이다.
I don't know if you should be concerned, GSG, but
실종 사건이라.
I see. He's a lost cause. when sweepers pop and lobe boards are, they aren't really that scary because some of your stuff kind of just has outskill. Just learn something while doing MD. You can 3-turn prints before it recovers health by mysterious case of missing peoples in a street surrounded in thick heavy fog.
무슨 괴담 같네요. 무서운 건 아니고요.
It's almost as if we're in the middle of some scary urban legend. Not that I'm scared, not at all.
억지로 웃지 않아도 돼, 싱클레어.
Don't force yourself to laugh.
불길하네. 첫 판부터 주눅드는 기세로 가면 좋지 않은데.
Everyone seems to be on edge thanks to the unsettling story we heard earlier. I know what to do. Hey Heathcliff, not investigation, invitation. Can you read it out loud for us again? It'll be a good idea to remind ourselves of our current mission. Besides, I could use a refresher myself.
그까지 초대장 읽어서 뭐 하라고?
The neatly folded invitation Heathcliff produced from his pockets completely betrayed his attempt at appearing aloof. It was folded with such tender care that it almost resembled a neat paper craft. He cleared his throat. Sometime later.
부디 참석하시어 이 자리를 빛내주시면 감사하겠습니다. 경의를 담아, 넬리.
그리고
아이씨.
Bollocks.
꼭 와야 해, 히스. 기다리고 있을게. 캐시가.
Kishi. This wasn't exactly what I had in mind when I asked him to read that letter.
여기가 무슨 동네 술집이에요?
What are we, a party crowd at some dive bar?
이런 분위기 아니었어?
Oh, wasn't that what we were going for?
내가 이럴 줄 알았지. 화낼 기분도 안
I
나네.
ain't even mad.
애초에 기다린다고 했을 뿐이지 만나고 싶다고 한 것도.
Wanted to see me.
아니, 그래도 말이야. 이 문구를 보면은
어디?
Rodia and Gregor, both of them are very interested in Heathcliff's life. In Heathcliff's love life. Some sinners gather in a circle like they're doing a literary analysis of the invitation letter. Maybe I was worrying too much.
꼭 연애 편지 처음 받아보는 학생들 같네요.
They're like school kids opening their first love letters. The whole group reaction when they heard you got a girl.
뭐야? 싱클레어는 저런 거에 관심 없었어?
저는 열심히 공부만 했어요. 책과 칠판만 보면서 성실히 살았다고요.
The only things I ever cared about were my textbooks and the school lectures. And yes, can't forget the trauma of a crewmate.
싱클레어군, 또다시 얼굴이 붉어지고 있어.
Sinclair, that countenance appeared to be turning rosy again.
체질이라고 지난번에 말했잖아요.
I said it's genetics. Oh.
그럼 단테는?
I have no memory.
아니다.
Exactly. Hey, what's with that oddly sorry look on your face?
안타까울 필요는 없다. 세상엔 많은 취향이 존재하고 있으니.
Tell him we're salt. Tell him we're salt. Thank you for backing me up. The manager has no need for your sympathy. I'm certain there are those who appreciate the unique appearance.
그런데 이상하지 않소?
Is it not odd?
히스클리프 씨가 연애 편지를 받는 게요?
What? Someone actually wrote Heathcliff a love letter.
이상 씨, 그런 말은 좀 너무하네요.
아니, 그런 무례한 말을 한 것이 아니라
Crash sentiments too.
농담이에요, 농담. 저도 이상 씨랑 같은 걸 느꼈으니까요. T사 어딘가에 있을 로보토미 지부가 아니라 다 같이 워더링 하이츠라는 적들을 향한다는 건
Since we're not even looking for a Lobotomy Corp branch of T Corp, since we're headed to this Wuthering Heights manor instead. Tomorrow is Altus's birthday, the 12th of December. Interesting.
그곳으로 도달해야 황금 가지를 얻을 수 있다는 소리일 테니까.
I suppose that's where we'll find the golden bough.
정확하게 짚어주었구려. 이스마일 양.
Miss Ishmael.
찬물 끼얹는 역할을 하는 것도 슬슬 지겨워져서 입을 닫고 있었는데.
I was starting to get tired of being the bringer of unpleasant news.
고마운 지적을 하는군. 우리가 워더링 하이츠로 향하는 이유가 설마 저 편지 한 장 때문이라고 생각한다면 큰 실망을 느꼈을 거다.
You'll be sorely disappointed.
그래서 이 문맥을 보면 결국 하려는 말이
What she's really trying to say here is
아니 그보다는 이 어투를 봐야지.
뭐
Moving on.
LCCB로부터 황금가지의 관측 보고가 있었습니다.
The golden bough has been observed.
위치는 워더링 하이츠 저택 어딘가.
Wuthering Heights Manor.
하지만 특유의 보안 시스템으로 인해 LCCB 틈이 잠입하는 것은 위험 부담이 크므로 정확한 위치는 파악이 되지 못했습니다.
The exact location of the bough is yet to be identified.
특유의 보안 시스템? 그런 게 있었나?
그렇다면 더더욱 네 이상.
Then it's even more odd. No other ways to put it.
동의하오. 비록 황금가지의 값어치와 그 위상에 대해 정확히 알고 있는 것은 아니지만 평범한 저택 안에 그런 것이 놓여 있을 리가 만무할 것 같소.
In a normal private manor, yep.
황금가지가 처음부터 그곳에 위치해 있었던 것은 아니었다. 정도만 말씀드리죠.
T사 로보토미 지부 어딘가에
The known area within the T Corp's lobotomy branch has been transformed.
이유로 저택으로 옮겨졌다는 것이다.
Transferred to the manor for a reason we are yet to be aware of. I love how every time they say odd, Yisang shows up. Is that true? Hey, Halcyon, welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day and continue to have a good time on stream with the rest of us. We'd start in Canto 6, as you see. It's gonna be an interesting one.
캐서린이라는 인물이 이번 작전의 핵심이겠군요.
This Catherine person will be a major part of this operation.
황금 가지를 자기 저택 안에 소유하고 있는 자라니. 그리고 황금 가지가 아니더라도 히스클리프 씨가 자신을 보러 저택에 와줄 거라고 믿어 의심치 않는 아주 자신만만한 사람이고.
Even if it wasn't for the golden bough. None of this conversation seemed to even register to Heathcliff, however.
혹시 주위에 이발소나 양품점이 보이면 말해줘.
Let me know if you see a barber shop or a boutique nearby. A bro is in his own separate world. Oh, Yisang in Korean means both ideal and odd, if I'm right. Gotcha.
무슨 명소마다 멈춰서는 관광버스로
Like the ones you suggest.
그냥 나를 내려주고 먼저 가도 되잖아. 뒤따라갈 수 있어.
Then why don't you just leave me behind and go ahead? I'll catch up.
제가 두 눈 커다랗게 뜨고 계속 보고 있는데 말이죠, 히스클리프 씨. 아까의 그 소문 때문인지는 몰라도 이 시간에 길거리에 열려 있는 가게가 보이지 않아요.
And the fog.
역시 저랑 로저 씨한테 맡겨 보시는 게 제일.
Rodi and I.
아이씨, 야 잠깐.
Once again, bro. To the gates of the manor. Okay. 6'5", colors. The bus emerged from the back streets into a rather quiet-looking village. The fog was still thick and everything was still in that faded hue. Even the occasional sightings of pedestrians had ceased. The very idea of color variation seemed to be an alien concept here. All I see are orange-hued lights coming from the windows of misty grey buildings. It was as though everyone decided to stay indoors for the day. Oh, they used the correct spelling of colors and not the wrong version of color. Of course. Americans and British people would definitely have a conversation over that, won't they? I can't even tell where we are or how close we are from our destination anymore. Though it's a nice touch to be using British English when you're in UK. Have you been here by any chance? He sang. He was the only other sinner who had spent a while in T-Corp, so I decided to ask if he recognized anything, but it was evident that the scenery was unfamiliar to him.
나는 최대한 사람들의 눈을 끌지 않으며 연구와 생업에 몰두하고자 하였지. 하여 T사를 그리 자유로이 오가진 못했소.
왜? Can't imagine doing any research at a place like this. Can't have been easy.
익숙해지면 괜찮소. 오히려 이곳에서 나고 자란 이들에겐 색이 있다는 것이 신기한 것이니.
That is something wild to think about. The presence of variance in color itself. The hues and saturations are an alien concept to those who are born and raised in T-Corp. That is definitely something. Huh.
그리고 나는 잠시나마 기댈 수 있는 자들이 있었네. 이는 낯선 곳에 적응하는데 꽤 많은
Have such
도움이 되지.
support when acclimating to a place as foreign as this. Yeah, true. Isang looks away to a place far beyond from here, memories of his past, most likely.
T사의 특이점이 어떤 것인지에 대해선 아는 게
T-Corp
있나요?
singularity.
그것에 대해선 특이점이 의뢰 그렇듯 나도 무어라 정확히 추론할 수는
something of an
없는
enigma
작동 원리라
yet.
함이 맞겠소.
Isang paused and carefully began to speak.
시간과 관련이 되어 있다는 것만은 알고 있었소. 정확히 어떠한 시간을 어떻게 다루는지는 모르겠지만
It has aught to do with time, though I'm unsure of its use.
이 또한 부질없는 추측이며 답은 파우스트 양만이 알겠소만.
Welcome back to the stream, Alamaxi. All this is but meaningless conjecture, and only Miss Faust amongst us must be aware of the answers.
T사가 거주자들로부터 끊임없이 색을 빼앗아가는 이유 중 하나죠.
Its singularity is one of the reasons T-Corp constantly drains colors from its inhabitants.
그게 색이랑 무슨 상관인데?
시간을 필연적으로 제어해야 하는 곳이라면 빛과 연관이 있는 영역일 것이며
Then they must also control the realm of light.
빛은 또한 색과도 밀접한 관련이 있으니
Yeah.
종종 색과 얽히게 되는 것입니다.
Okay. Oh, right. Yeah, because if you pass a light through a prism, you get the spectrum of colors, right? You're able to say colors. You're able to see colors and recognize them. It's because of light and how it reflects off of things and goes into your eye. And your brain understands that information, which you intuitively process and understand.
제가 알고 있는 시간에 대해서까진 추론이 가능했습니다만 파우스트가 가진 T사의 특이점과 관련된 지식에 접근하기까지는 저에게 아직은 시간이 걸린다는 말도 덧붙여야겠군요.
Huh? it takes time for me to reach Faust's specific knowledge regarding teacup singularity. Wait, what do you mean, Faust? You're talking about another Faust? Or are you talking about yourself? Faust, known among us for her, maybe, perhaps, rarely ever gave us answers this detailed. Then now's the time to ask her all my questions.
시간이라면
네, T사에 관한 이야기는 여기까지 하는 편이 안전하겠군요.
At this time, interesting stuff, isn't it? Definitely. So it has to do something. So it has to do something with light itself. I mean, if you look a bit more at what's it called? If you look on astronomical scales, time. It's funny because light takes so fucking long to travel that, let's say you see an explosion of a star or something like that in space. The time it takes for that light to reach the Earth and for a space telescope for it to notice it, or a space observatory to notice it, it would... The thing you're seeing right now, the imagery of a star exploding, would already be billions and billions of years old. So you are actively taking a look at its past self just because of the fact how far that light had to travel to reach Earth. So I can see some very interesting applications of T-Corp singularity, let's just say, concerning time and light. So the more the people have time, the more they are colorful, so to speak. It just... We'll see how deeply the correlation between these two things are related. Can you bend the light with time? Now, I don't know much about physics. It's just some things I know because I was curious when I was a youngin'. Back in my day, I was a bit curious about things. And so that's why I know this information. But any deeper than that, I have no knowledge on things. Unfortunately. But, Gonna have to say. Aww.
또 말해줄 것처럼 하다가 입을 닫아버렸네.
How does the different wavelengths of each color power singularity that manipulates time? Exactly. Then... There she goes again, teasing us with stuff she's not going to tell us anyway. Well, I guess I should be glad that she decided to tell us this much. I doubt she'll tell us much more, no matter how much we pry.
그런데 좀 씁쓸하네요.
That's kind of sad.
특이점으로 인해서 평생 색을 모른 채로 살아가는 사람들도 있단 거잖아요.
뭐 다 그런 거지. 우리도 어쩌면 지금 다른 사람이 볼 때 뭣도 모르고 사는 불쌍한 사람일 수도 있으니까.
In the eyes of strangers, it would be just another one of those miserable people who have never seen color.
뭐가 되었든 고기 맛을 한번 본 적이 있다는 게 무서운 거야. 평생 모르고 살면 좋을 텐데. 기어코 고기 맛을 보면 알기 전으로 돌아가기는 불가능하니까.
Right, because it becomes a whole psychological social hierarchy. Because in a world where, in a part of the city where color, everybody's basically colorless, with extremely desaturated hues of stuff, it becomes extremely novel for the upper class people. Light moves slow and denser things. Right. Which leads to a changing trajectory. That's how it works in glass. Nice.
햇빛의 색깔까지 보이지 않는 건 아쉽네요.
It's pretty disappointing that even the sun loses its vibrancy here. I'm glad that you have filled your stomach, and now you can wash with a satiated body. Now you can watch the stream with a satiated body. Often did I long to see the colors of the sky, especially the sky that looms over a light shower of rain.
그래, 그런 것들도 각자 알던 하늘의 색이 있었으니까 아쉽고 그리워지게 되는 거지. 처음부터 이곳의 하늘만 보고 살다 죽는다면
Without ever
그건
saying,
불행도 아닐 거야.
then I hardly call that death miserable.
그것까지 불행하다고 말한다면 오히려 오만한 게 되는 거지.
Calling even that miserable is nothing but sheltered arrogance.
그렇게 생각할 수도 있겠네요.
The atmosphere in the bus suddenly became incredibly frosty.
그거 해보자. 가장 좋아하는 색깔이 뭔지에 따라서 각자 성격을 알 수 있다던데.
Apparently, each type of personality has a corresponding color. Hey, Rodia, who was the one to chill the bus in the first place, was also the first one to break the ice. Nice reference to her Canto. Dungeon, I mean. Let me just drink some water and I'll be right back. I think at that point that's just inconsistencies between the English translation. Or I guess the English localization. We'll have to see. But okay, I'll be right back. Hold up. Just give me a bit, chat. Hi, we're back. Let's see. Sorry, it took a little longer. It took longer than 2 minutes, about 4 minutes or something, but yeah. Hello, Excel fan. As we're getting ready for school. Tomorrow is our last day until Christmas break, so it means I get to stay up watching your stream. Alright, hope you enjoy the stream. Welcome. Hopefully your school day goes well and you have a good time on stream. Okay. Right, let's continue. Rodia, who was the one to chill the bus in the first place, was also the first to break the ice.
이상이 하늘색을 좋아하는 거라면 어디 보자. 고요하고 조용한 당신, 생각에 빠져 잠기는 걸 좋아하는군요.
오, 어떻게 하는 것이오? 그거 참 기묘한.
That is quite the remarkable talent you have. I don't know if the information is being complimented by staying with the sinners or not.
나도 해줘. 나는 말이지 붉은색이 좋소. 아니 노란색. 아니 붉은색? 아니.
Yellow, red. She's Don struggling. Can you do a more stereotypical British voice for Heath? Alright, I'll try. Okay. How British are we? I mean, since we already have a British person in our chat here, I kind of want to ask their impressions. Like, how stereotypical are we talking? Did I eat the teas? Do I digest the teas or not? Sure. Okay, let's let Heathcliff's dialogue come up first, and then we'll try. Then you'll try our hardest to Britishify the tea man. You know, I find it funny because most of my influence for how I normally speak actually comes from British English, but there's a bit of American influence over it, and what ends up happening is that normally it would be like a mixture of two, but the majority of the time it would just be British English. But when I get sick, I sound the most British that I ever do. I sound the most British that I ever do. So it's just... At least it's not Australian English. Yeah, I think... I don't know, it's harder for me to detect Australian English, but I can distinguish... Okay, this is a bit different. So I can sometimes distinguish Australian English. But yeah, that's about it. So, but whenever I'm a little sick, or I have my... what's it called? Either one of my nostrils are blocked, I'll just sound British Matrix. Bottle water. Here's a bottle of water, mate. Here's a bottle of water, mate. You just eat the teas. I think oi oi might be like old and British. G'day, mate. How you doing? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how to do Australian accent, of course. Not gonna lie.
자, 차례를 기다려. 그 다음에는 파우스트.
Faust.
저는 잠깐 무슨 말 할지 다 알아. 파우스트는 대체로 그런 걸 믿지 않는답니다. 라고 하겠지?
I think I can. I personally do think that I can speak even faster if I'd really try to put my mind to it. To sound like an incoherent British man who's speaking as fast as he can, normally speaks pretty fast. To make him himself even more incoherent. Care theme is a what? The latest new British wars. What? British Matrix character doesn't exist. He can't hurt you. Oh, mate, come here, come here, you little shit. Come here, come here. You gonna make a meme out of me? Me? Dumb Matrix? The one who goes around and starts sharing his ideas and things like that? Gets angry with video game characters? Me? Yes, go ahead. I love it. Don't worry, guy. Don't worry, lad. Go ahead. Go ahead. Now, the only thing out of my vocabulary that's missing to make me sound even more British is local British slang. I kind of like British, man. But yeah, it's just the only thing I'm missing. If I really want to improve this kind of acquired accent, so to speak, it's just... it really... I hope I don't become more better such. It really is just, I'm missing British fag. The most I know is crisps. And then there's, what was the other thing? Fags for cigarettes. That's all I know. And maybe some other things. And highly rated British insult? What was it? Okay, maybe I shouldn't say it. Crips and chips. But yeah. Have you ever... fucking Christ. You know, I heard this... I heard a British man on YouTube, 8-Bit Ryan, say it. And I was like... Creative insult, but that just puts a disgusting image in my mind. So I shall not say it. Yeah, crisps would be the thin ones and chips would be the very fat potato fry. Yes, that's also what I know. But yes, the British insult I was thinking of. Bits and bobs, Bob's your uncle. Cheesed off, daft cow. Easy peasy. Ah, easy pe- oh. This will reveal how much of a fraud I am. I never knew that easy peasy actually came from Britain. I legitimately never knew that, but yes. The disgusting insult I was thinking of was a bum nugget. I don't know, like it was a 8-Bit Ryan calling... who was it? Was it Dorko? Or one of his other friends? But yeah, a bum nugget. I was like, what the fuck? That puts a disgusting image into my mind. Please go away. And now you're gonna be stuck with that image. Ah. You know, the humor I prefer is that the humor I prefer the most, at least if there's anything British, it's sarcastic. I think sarcasm is quite... Because you have to use your brain there as well. And you have to be a little bit more aware of stuff going on. That's why I do like it. Just know as Brits know our slang isn't half as powerful as the Scottish. Speaking of, this is going to be a significant... it's brass monkeys outside is used, but it's bitterly called brass monkeys outside. But yeah, speaking of, I remembered something I wanted to show you all. Wait, hold up. So... I love this. Let me pull up YouTube. Okay, not here. Let me pull up this. Scotland doesn't exist. There's only Northumberland. Hold up. You're seeing a black screen. Hold, people. No worries. I have reacted to this on stream before, but it's just I need to react to it again. And don't mind me. I'm just excited about Iron Lung. Where was it? Yeah. Bagpipe Arknights Scotland. No. Bro, I said Arknights. What the fuck do you mean? Yeah, this one. Let me mute the game. This one. Oh, man. I love it.
We fucking did it, boys! The forces! We fucking did it, boys! The forces! The forces! We did it, lads! We fucking won! Oh fuck, wait! Hey, wait, they're coming! Lads, they're coming! There's a fucking Lovable! Fucking give them steel, guys! Give them steel! Fucking come and get it in! Oh, do you want it steel, brother?
No, Frederick!
Frederick's gone in here and they're taken!
Frederick's going in next year. Oh, I love this because Bagpipe, that's her name. That's this character's name in Arknights, and she has a Scottish VA. Love her, absolutely love her. She's your farm girl, and this is the mentality that makes us not want to screw with the Scottish. The best. I hope you have a good day at school, Exo fan. See you later. Yeah, but yeah, I love this character, man. I do want it on Arknights, but unfortunately, since my hand has been forced to drop the game, I can't do that, which is sad. But anyways, let us get back to the game. I love that animation, man. I love that animation. C-word is great for tripping up America. Oh. Yeah, some Americans don't realize how much of a, at least for some people, how much of a high-level insult the C-word is. Oh man. Exactly. Faust does not hold such beliefs and such ideations or something like that, right?
그런 사람은 대체로 흰색을 좋아하더라고. 그렇지? 자기 머리색이랑도 똑같네.
그저 말을 아끼겠습니다.
I will not comment further on the subject.
나? 제일 좋아하는 색깔?
Favorite color?
참, 뭘 그딴 걸 물어봐, 남사스럽게.
That's not flash.
나는
Okay. Me? My favorite color? What a stupid question. That's not flash. But I like. I'll say why I will like. Is also a term of endearment. We're acquiring some very British knowledge on point in the British Canto. How the fuck do I sound? Me? My favorite color? What a stupid question. That's not flash. But I like. He pauses. A great manor begins to emerge into our view from a distance. I could immediately tell that this was the Wuthering Heights manor Heathcliff had mentioned.
검은색.
Black.
모든 물감을 다 섞어버리면 나오는 색 아닌가? 그거.
Is this the color you get when you dump an entire set of paint into a bucket, innit?
그래서 제일 볼만한 색깔이지. 덧칠만 계속 해버리면 되는 거니까.
And that's exactly why I tolerate it. Keep throwing paint over and over and over and you get black. Simple. I can clearly hear the Heathcliff is muttering through gritted teeth. I have a feeling that black wasn't always his favorite color. What's your favorite color? I mean, I don't think you'd have to guess for mine. Interesting analogy there. Let's just try to stay away from any topics like that and any stuff like that. Really anything NSFW, to be fair. And you should be fine for the most part. Like, I don't mind swearing, but do try to keep it to a minimum. And if you do, censor it yourself, because, you know, the makeover. Because I think it may just have been a bit of a, what's it called, an influence of the internet and stuff like that. But I just have been conditioned for my brain to think when like at least about 60% of the time when either an offensive term or something like that has been, not offensive term, but like swearing has been censored, it's funnier to me, but that also depends on the context, because undiluted, uncensored swearing, for the most part, which you won't find that much off on YouTube, is definitely also funny for me. I find funny is that when I said the line with all the it's allowed, but when I said it's blocked. Violet blue. Hello, Cosmic, welcome back. Well, how you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day and continue to have a good time on stream. That is very monochromatic. That is extremely monochromatic and quite the manner, huh? With constant thunderbolts. Okay. As well as rain. What's the thunderstorm doing here? It should be. It's showing up on chat. This is a very good short of T-Corp. Just the average house. But yeah, if anybody had to guess, I should say, my favorite color is yellow. And you want to know the story behind that? Actually, let's... Okay, I'll save this rant for later, or else we're never getting anywhere on this Canto. Two things changed the moment the Wuthering Heights manor appeared over the horizon.
거울 있는 사람 없냐? 야, 뭐 아무거나 내놔봐.
Anyone got a mirror?
왜 이러시는가, 히스클리프군. 이 거울은...
One was Heathcliff, who was suddenly overcome with intense anxiety, and the other was the weather that grew dark and tempestuous. Okay, tempestuous. All of a sudden. What a terrifying noise.
원래 이렇게 날씨가 굳은 곳이었나요?
I mean, this is basically commentary on Bri'ish.
바람은 항상 거세게 몰아치긴 했어. 거의 폭풍
Almost like a constant tempest. Okay.
하지만 이런 천둥이랑 번개는
But this thunder and lightning?
뭐 워더링 하이츠의 날씨는 어느 쪽이든 구릿구릿했지만
Was always this awful thunder or not?
멀리서만 봐도 저택이 정말 크네요.
침침한 눈의 카론. 침침하게.
Bust people first London impression. Exactly. But we're here.
번개가 번쩍번쩍. 눈 아파.
He's got owl. This manor looked as though it came straight out of a dark, gothic tale full of mysteries. I was half expecting to hear a haunting cry echoing from its windows. Are you doing it for the meme, Cosmic, or is that... This reminds me of British summer of 2027 when we had the highest amount of rain per hour, like 2 months worth in 5 hours. God dang. Bring him. Birmingham is a shithole video. I see. Expected to hear a haunting cry echoing from its windows. So are we just waiting for Vigilius to go off the bus again? So since you've said you've been to British land, what did you think of the food? I never said anything. I only said that my accent is influenced by Britain, and I've never tried any of the British foods. Why? Because I live here in India. Never in my life so far have gotten an opportunity to travel abroad, so I'm just here. And also, you know, so just sheer, just by the sheer air pollution in district, the T Corp, I can confidently say this is pretty much a practical reflection of Delhi. Because, come on, how the fuck are you telling me that the capital of one of the most populous nations on Earth has the highest level of air pollution you can find in the world, semi-consistently? One of the highest levels of air pollution you can find in the world. And fun fact, here in India, according to a 2022 report, 1.7 million people die every year. Yeah, sorry, 2022 report, not 2027. 2022 report. Just because of air pollution. The best thing you can do here, honestly, is just stay in your house. Stay in your home. Minimize, especially in winter, to be fair, especially in winter, minimize going outside. And only take the hit if it's like really necessary to make your living. So are we just waiting for Vigilius to go off the bus again?
안 그런 적이 없지 않았나?
When hasn't that been the case, Manager Bird?
그래도 지금까지는 지부거나 회사였잖아요. 이번에는 그냥 저택일 뿐인데.
So I don't see what's stopping him from coming with us.
자, 내리지. 나와 카루는
이번에도 밖에서 기다리고 있겠다고?
We'll wait outside until we're done with our mission. None of the sinners were hiding their dissatisfaction with Vigilius. Some of them were even standing with their arms crossed. Oh, I didn't know, GSG. Quite a bit of it. Pollution. I mean, it also depends. It also depends. Same here in Vietnam. But yeah. You know, every issue here, at least the last thing I'll say about my country, as much as I am a bit of a patriot for my country, every issue here gets compounded simply because of the fact of how many people there are. Simply because of the fact of how many people there are. So, this issue, we're going to be dealing with it for quite a while to come. Oh boy. Ain't that awesome. I mean, it's a total contribution, right? There's air pollution from cars, from two-wheelers, from your industries, your industrial complex, your mining operations, your powering facilities, your everything else, really, that has to be quantified into this. Into things, I should say.
다들 표정을 보아하니 단체로 할 말이라도 있는 듯한 모양새군.
Yeah, and then fires. Why are we talking about pollution? Because basically the place where I live, it matches the pollution level in here. Because this is Limbus. Yes. The looks on your faces, clearly you all collectively have something to say. This is where the sound effect comes from.
아무 생각도 하지 않았는데.
Ah. Anyways, I would hardly ever dare to challenge the chicken Don. Don's drowning. Oh, bro. Well, maybe not every sinner. Trying to start a diesel engine at minus 10 degrees. Oh my god. Oh. Well, maybe not every sinner. You've gone through a lot of things to survive various trials and tribulations that could have been easily handled had Virgilus been there with us. Chicken Don. So,
베르길리우스.
need that as my alarm sound. Okay, I think I have that sound extracted though. Like somewhere in there. Looks like Ishmael decided to step as our representative.
처음에 길잡이라고 우리에게 소개하지 않았나요? 그런데 길잡이는커녕 매번 작전마다 우리를 출발선에 내려두고 카론 씨랑 무엇을 하러 다니는 건데요?
Where are you guys even going? He's tired.
쓸데없이 짜증 부리는 게 아니라고요. 이 점은 확실히 하죠. 저는 당신을 신뢰하고 싶으니까 물어보는 거예요. 같은 부서의 동료라면 적어도 업무 간 행선지 정도는 공유하자고요.
The least you could do is tell us where we headed. Julius held his silence for a moment as bros were not as furrowed as they usually are, which was the only indicator to me that he wasn't as offended to hear this as I thought he'd be.
너희가 특정 계약을 통해 이곳에 입사를 한 것처럼
Yeah, your individual contracts.
나 역시도 어떤 조건이 적혀 있는 계약서를 통해 이곳에 입사했지.
왜? 특생나리께서도 계약서를 썼다는 말인 겐가?
Sign the contract as well.
당연하지 않나. 내가 아무 손익 계산 없이 이 버스에서 철부지들을 통솔하고 있겠나.
Why would I be babysitting your children on this bus otherwise?
자세한 계약의 내용까지 너희에게 말해줄 생각도 없고
Nor should I.
언급해서도 안 되겠지만.
Yeah, probably the most open Vigilus has been. He sees some of the growth that we've been through, so he's like, alright, this is one thing you can have.
이스마엘, 네가 말한 신뢰라는 단어는 제법 마음에 들었다. 그러니
I quite like you use the word trust in your speech. Oh, definitely after her own Canto, so I believe that you deserve at least a brief explanation.
나는 황금가지를 직접 회수해서도 직접적인 도움을 제공해서도 안 된다. 오로지 여기 있는 관리자 그리고 너희
The contract stipulates that I must leave everything to the manager and the sinners. Alrighty then. Okay, that's interesting. Contractually required to not interfere.
왜 그런 계약을?
언제나 왜냐고 묻는 것은 의미가 없다.
It's meaningless to ask me why. Company order.
계약이란 건 당사자가 아닌 자들이 완전하게 이해할 수 없는 형태로
But those that are not a part of it.
다만 목적지에 도착해서 너희들을 버스에서 내리라고 말을 할 때
When I ask you sinners to leave this bus for a mission,
그래도 마음을 어느 정도 놓고 보낼 수는 있게 되었다고는 말할 수 있겠군.
I suppose in a way I say it with a lighter heart than I used to.
모든 것을 얻어내겠다는 욕심으로 무리하게 계약을 지키려다 관리자가 돌이킬 수 없는 지경으로 가게 되어 다 잃지는 않을까 하는 고민은
I'm no longer concerned that in my desire to fulfill the conditions for every clause in my contract, the manager might be irreversibly hurt. I would be left with nothing if such a thing were to happen. Did he just admit to trusting us more than he used to?
단테, 그런 말은 굳이 한 번 더 물어보지 않는 편이 좋아. 특히 누군가 속마음을 어렵게 겨우 표현했을 때는.
Expressing their true hidden feelings.
그리고
잠깐만. 이대로 내릴 수는 없어.
I'm not going in there like this.
다시 돌아가자. 유턴하면 되잖아.
내 피에는 유턴 없어.
Mephi doesn't do U-turns.
이런 꼴로 어떻게 다시 저택에 돌아가라는 거야?
Oh yeah, right. Every single one of our elaborate plans to dress him up in fancy clothes fell through. Hey, you don't look that bad.
이런 꼬라지로 가면 또다시 그 새끼들이.
그 새끼들이 누군데요?
Well, there.
있어. 옛날부터 나만 보면 하나라도 흠잡을 구석 없는지 누나를 굴려대는.
눈깔 파내버려.
Gouge out their eyes.
재치 있는 발상이군.
That would be quite the clever solution. V for Vendetta.
뭔?
Why even? Looks like Heathcliff is the only one who's taking this seriously. Alda shows her true side.
뭔데? 니들은 왜 그렇게 음흉하게 웃어?
Even I started giggling.
그럴 줄 알고 우리가 준비를 미리 해왔죠. 아무리 생각해도 우리 히스가 혼자서 멀끔하게 꾸미긴
On
힘들
his
것
own.
같아서.
꽤 전에 로자님과 함께 둥지로 돌아오기 전 뒷골목에서 잠깐 쇼핑을 하다 왔답니다.
Oh, in the back streets before we entered the nest.
둥지 안에는 뒷골목보다 대단한 게 있을지도 모르니 기다려봤는데 뭐 살만한 곳이 없으니까 아쉬운 대로 사둔 걸 써야지.
They just make do with what we picked up earlier. Honglu and Rodion.
뭐 설마 전에 둘이 어디 갔다 온다 했을 때 아니 근데 그때 과자만 한 바구니 사왔길래
A whole basket of cookies, wasn't it?
과자들은 눈속임이었어, 히스. 물론 그중 몇 개는 내 일용할 양식으로 잘 써먹었지만.
The cookies were decoy. Though some of them did end up as a part of my daily sustenance, of course.
비록 제가 집에서 썼던 브랜드들까지 찾지는 못했지만 이만해도 어느 정도의 멋부림은 낼 수 있을 거예요.
For a proper fashion makeover, alright? Let's see. Let's see. Alright, Bri'ish, that time to make you posh. Time to make you posh.
베르, 훈훈한 분위기 이어가게 이번만 눈 좀 감아줘. 응? 유니폼 말이야.
Let him wear something other than his uniform just for today.
회사 유니폼을 입고 오랜만에 애인을 제외하고 싶은 사람이 어디 있겠어. 그치?
Rodion calling Rodion calling Kathy the old flame, Heathcliff's old flame, while wearing their work clothes, right?
그래도 저 길잡이가 용케도 허락을 해주게.
그러지.
Virgilus in that exact moment was calculating how much trouble would be worth instead of accepting this proposal. How worth it would be the trouble denying this proposal, so he decided it's not that worth it, so let's accept it. That was his thought process.
또 멋대로 작당해서 뒷문을 들락거리는 건 피하고 싶으니.
I would have preferred if we didn't have to encourage another rogue incident with the back door.
정말이야? 길잡이!
Ah, right. Heathcliff trembled like he was about to give Virgilus a big...
자, 히스클리프 씨. 이제 눈을 감고
Close your eyes.
무릉도원이라 생각하면서 편안하게 몸과 마음을 맡기세요.
Yeah, the proverbial peach blossom spring.
잠깐, 머리 함부로 그렇게...
Ooh.
솜씨가 보통이 아닌데.
Hey, Honglu's doing the... Yeah, Honglu's... Wait, how good is he at doing a makeover for somebody and massaging them? What the fuck? Why was there hammer and nail sounds there? What are we doing here, huh?
히스클리프 씨는 지금 단장 중이랍니다.
They're now in the chibi forms. Sometime later. Why were they? Why were they? Why were they in the chibi forms?
그 머리에 너무 그 바른 거
Overdone
아니야?
it with the hair.
안 돼. 홍루가 얼마나
Oh,
공들여서
I did. Oh, I hit auto. Okay. Bro, come on, stop.
어디 갔죠?
Stylishly posh Heathcliff. Anyway, so hello, Victor, the best. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day and continue to have a good time on stream. Wish we could have got these tributes and colorized. He did say he did his younger sister's hair in the past. Oh, let's go. Bro, is actually looking like one of the... What's the lowest ranking noble called? I forgot, but yeah. 2 orders for stories. So wait, what does... Yeah, I just realized there's 2 orders for stories. Now I need to go back and... Baron, yes. Bro's looking like a baron now? No, I think you might have overdone it with the hair. Do you have any idea how hard Honglu worked on that? Where did his bad go? Fun. Right, Cat and Boris. I saw that video. Oh man, I saw that video and I was like, wow, okay. Man, the VA has experienced it. Okay, the VA is literally fit for the job. VA has the prior experience needed to voice act the character. Where does Bat go?
몇 년 만에 재회인데 몽둥이를 들고 만날 순 없잖아.
Someone's playing with a big British club in his hand.
히스클리프 군이 왠지 친절해 보이는 것 같소. 이를테면 아이스크림을 사달라고 하면
Ice cream or a tad more merciful than usual. May I have seasonal request. Accept my request. Should I implore him to purchase me a pint of ice cream? Take a look. Auto is based on dialogue, and text auto is based on, well, text. Interesting. A pin. A fucking pin. How? That's like 500 ml of ice cream? Yeah, that's about 5... measured in half a liter of ice cream?
pint.
Oh, pint, not a pint. Pint. Pint of ice cream. Ice cream with every taste. Pint is very British. Okay. A pint of ice cream.
그리고 시끄럽게 해도 때리지 않으실 것 같아요.
He no longer looks. Still, that's so much ice cream. I mean, a pint is like both. It's also used. I mean, I did a Google search and it was also used in the American as well, like some specific gallons or something. What was it? 0.5, 0.4 gallons? Yes, that is definitely a lot of ice cream. She likes her ice cream, okay? And he looks like he's not on the verge of punching me when I make the smallest noises. Yippee! The bat is in. The bat is behind him. Okay, the bat is no longer with him, okay. You know, I almost thought he was like carrying a bat at his back. No, that's Don Spear.
야, 부탁하건대. 캐서린 앞에서 그런 말을 꺼내기라도 하면.
Lad, please don't bring up anything even remotely like that in front of Catherine.
옷이 날개군. 제외의 후기를 기대하고 있겠어.
Well, I'll be. Clothes really do make the man. Even when you're just like, okay, that's an improvement. I'll be looking forward to hearing that tale.
그래.
Oh yes, Heathcliff has been treating the sitters very well. So, Heathcliff? I've been meaning to ask this question for a while. I wanted to know the answer, but I couldn't bring myself to ask him. Why'd you leave Wuthering Heights? It's where the love of your life lives, isn't it? Heathcliff, who'd been busily moving about and preparing to leave the bus, suddenly comes to a halt. I think we touched...
뭐든 괜찮았어. 때리는 것도 굽는 것도 하찮은 취급을 받으며 부려먹어지는 것도.
The thrashings, the starvings, the abuse. Oh. Them treating me like a servant, like I'm something beneath them.
들러리 불순물 취급을 받으면서 사는 것도 참을 수 있었지.
Like I'm some impure trash to be discarded.
하지만 캐서린 입에서 그 내가 저택에 있어야 할 이유는 그 순간 사라졌어.
There are no longer any reason to remain in that manner. Heathcliff did not elaborate further. Perhaps it wasn't that he didn't, but that he couldn't bring himself to. I didn't dare ask him what he was about to say, so I simply nodded in response. I see.
카론이 히스 바뀐 모습을 보고 할 말이 있나 본데?
있어. 중대 발표할 거야.
Something big.
좋아. 자, 한마디 소감 부탁드립니다.
카론은 버터 싫어. 느끼하단 말이야.
Looks oily and greasy. Caron doesn't like greasy.
이게 아닌데.
Caron's words must have hit him hard. It took quite a bit of convincing for Heathcliff, who was severely discouraged by Caron's remark, to exit the bar. He got that wax on. Caron, don't diss the trip. Hello, Yamrez. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day. Good to have a good time on stream. Oh boy. This is going to take quite a while to get through, huh? The front gate. It's a lot of story down.
이거 불편하네.
Funnily enough, from the original book, Wuthering Heights, the story up to now is actually quite close to one-to-one. Oh, that's nice. This is uncomfortable.
걸을 때마다 옷이 꽉 죄어오는 느낌이야.
Oi, is it normal for these clothes to squeeze harder with every step I take?
기품이라는 건 원래 그런 것이랍니다. 익숙해진다면 오히려 다른 옷을 입을 때 허전해지곤 하죠.
Whenever you're dressed casually. Oh, wouldn't you know, Hongdu?
히스클리프군. 이게 자네가 살던
Place of
곳의
abode.
대문인가?
The massive gate alone feels downright intimidating. Being that Heathcliff returns to the manor just to look successful to impress. Yeah, that's the plot, I remember. That's one big front door.
몇 지역에서는 대문의 크기로 신분을 드러내곤 한다. 이 정도 크기라면 상당한 재력가라고 볼 수 있다.
Oh, in certain areas of the city, the size of the front door is an indicator of one's social standing. Fair enough.
이런 곳에 살았으면서 홍루 씨를 부자라고 그렇게 못 살게 굴었던 건가요? 히스클리프?
저는 아무렇지도 않답니다.
나는 갑자기 배신감까지 느껴지는데.
I'm feeling a bit betrayed, actually.
히스클리프군. 그대가 굉장히
That
낯설어
appeared quite
보이지만
different today.
헛소리 집어치워.
Some were teasing him, and some were genuinely surprised, but it didn't matter to Heathcliff. Every word he spat out was dripping with venomous spite.
부자는 내가 아니야. 난 이 저택에 있었던 단 한순간도 풍요로웠던 적이 없었어.
Not even for a moment.
그리고 이 저택도 단 한순간조차 날 받아들이지.
Not even for a... Oh! Thunder.
뭐야 이건?
낙뢰다. 후방에 있는 숲 근방에 떨어진 것으로 보인다.
That was so loud.
괜찮아요. 사람이 번개를 맞을 확률은 굉장히 희박하다고 했어요.
가만 보면 번개는
Strike of Levin.
불꽃놀이와도 닮아 있는 것 같소.
That is not unlike the joy of
텅
fireworks.
비어 있던 밤하늘을 순간의 섬광으로 가득 채워주고 사라지지 않는가?
Before fading away into oblivion. Isang, are you grasping a new insight?
그 대신 자기가 가진 모든 걸 내보내서 모든 걸 불태워버리지.
Burning and leaving nothing but ash behind.
놀이가 아니야.
I could hear some forest critters fleeing, spooked by the thunder strike.
저것 보시게. 조그마한 다람쥐가 있네.
Ah! Squirrel! He's just common. Behold, tiny squirrel over yonder.
와, 집 근처의 숲이라니 자연 친화적인 곳에 살고 계셨군요. 동물원을
Eco-friendly
따로 만들
place.
필요가 없겠어요.
Private zoo?
도시에서 정원이나 숲을 가진다는 것은 이러니 저러니 해도 엄청난 재력가라는 것은 틀림없지.
As someone of unimaginable affluence.
그렇네. 싱클레어네 집도 그러긴 했지.
다람쥐도 있고 뭐 몇몇 짐승들도 심심찮게 볼 수 있었지. 아주 가끔 가다가 기분이 걷잡을 수 없이 안 좋아져서 숲에 계속 처박혀 있을 때도 있었는데.
Long time.
그럴 때마다 이 다람쥐군이 적잖은 친구가 되어주었겠어.
Must be quite the little Sir Squirrel. Must be quite the jolly companion for thee. Oh. I'm shocked by this scene. I wasn't expecting it to be so electric. It was so thunderous that I don't have many words to describe it with. Anyways. Yes, I used all 3 words. But not as shocked as the squirrel. True. So this is where this voice line comes from. That hurts. It sounds like it would hurt. Clearly, it's not high voltage enough for the situation. The little squirrel that may once have been Heathcliff's tiny forest friend was immediately scorched down to a pile of ash the moment it crossed over into the manor's front gate.
번개가 보통 저런 식으로 치나? 휘어지기도 하고?
Curve midair
일반적인 상황에서 벌어지기에는 지극히 낮은 확률이군요.
is extraordinarily low.
내 과민 반응일 수도 있겠지만 아무리 봐도
Exactly where that squirrel was standing.
다람쥐를 향해 치는 것 같았거든.
이런 위험천만한 곳에서 용케 살아남으셨네요, 히스클리프 씨.
Impress you even managed to survive.
아니야, 미친. 나도 이런 벼락은
I've not seen anything like it. Right, Heathcliff, ready to knock on the front gate? Oh, don't tell me he's gonna get shocked as well. Stared blankly at the front gate of the manor.
문을 두들기는 건 오랜만이네.
Okay, yeah, this. So anybody who enters the premises is just gonna be shocked. Good many years.
한 번은 아무도 열어주지 않길래 몰래 저택에서 빠져나온 캐서린이 문을 열어줬어. 피를 맞아가면서.
How do you really knock on a gate?
그럼 지금도 마찬가지겠죠.
I don't know. I'm sure it won't be different this time. You shake it?
캐서린이 올 거라고?
Maybe. We don't know. Heathcliff takes a deep breath before knocking on the front door.
정말로 이렇게 될 줄은 몰랐는데요.
That's not what I meant when I said it won't be different this time.
담을 넘어갈까요? 높이를 보아하니까 발목 접질러질 각오만 되어 있다면.
As long as we are as long as we are okay with breaking our ankles.
아니.
There was a whole bundle of anxiety before he knocked on the front gate, but perhaps this perceived slight reverted Heathcliff into his usual angry self.
여기는 내가 초대받은 저택이야. 담을 넘어간다면 아무 의미가 없어지는 거라고. 캐서린! 내가 왔어!
한 번 무시당했는데 다시 소리친다고.
캐서린!
Despite his efforts, not even a soul stirred beyond the front gate. None of us really believed that anyone would come out to greet him. But the front gate began to creak open as though someone was answering his pleas. That was knocking sounds.
꾸민 보람이 있었죠?
The makeover was worth him. I don't think so, but also Rip Squirrel. This is British style knocking. Oh. Well, won't that be something if that was the case? But yeah, I'll be right back again. Hold up. Hey, be right back, guys. Just give me 2 minutes. I'm back finally. Yeah, we're probably gonna have to like do some be right back screens. Nelly. Hello, Monochrome. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day and continue to have a good time on stream. Okay. Let's see. Where is it? Right. In about half an hour, I should be eating me food, so that's gonna be good. 6-8. Nelly. Well, who is it then? Ooh, some color, but it's violet. The heavy rain and the tempest only grew harsher the closer we got to the manor.
대문을 넘었는데도 사람은 코빼기도 보이지 않는군.
Not a soul doth appear. The bubbling excitement of the sinners when they disembarked the bus had all but disappeared. Silent air of apprehension surrounded them as they gingerly took the hesitant steps towards the manor.
캐시, 잘 지냈어? 아니야. 캐서린, 오랜만이야. 아니야 이거.
He's preparing himself. In the midst of this aura of uneasiness, only Heathcliff seemed to be preoccupied by something else. The rest of the sinners were...
봤어?
새였다. 정확히는
A bird?
일종이었다.
What? A subspecies of sparrows, to be exact.
창문을 지났는데도 이 공격적인 낙뢰는 계속되는군.
조금만 가까이 있었으면 저희도 같은 신세였을 거예요.
I feel like some of that lightning is intentional. Lightning continued to blast the earth as though it wouldn't be satisfied until it's reduced every living thing in the manor grounds to a pile of ashes.
빨리 걷자니 벼락 맞을 것 같고 천천히 걷자니 또 벼락을 맞을 것 같고.
You should speed up, I don't know.
이동 속도와는 관련이 없는 것 같다. 마치 벼락 자체가 의지를 가지고 목표를 맞추려는 것처럼 보이니.
This brings back some unpleasant memories. Oh, wouldn't you know, since you're based on the Odyssey and it's Greek inspired.
아, 어쩌면 이 집의 방어 시스템은 아닐까요?
How's the defense system?
보안 장치를 말하는 것이요.
허가받지 않고 이 저택 안에 들어오는 것한테만 번개가 내리치는 걸 수도요.
And that's exactly what I was thinking.
이것보다 더 정교하고 확실한 장치도 많았거든요.
That are more precise and more conclusive than this.
크기가 커다란 저택일수록 더 효과적인 보안 장치들을 설치하곤 하니까요.
Larger manors often do install more effective security systems after all.
저희 집에서도 보안 장치에 대한 이야기가 저녁 식사 이야기거리로 올라오곤 했던 것 같아요.
And that kept coming up during dinner.
말이 안 되는 건 아니네요. 그렇다고 이런 사고 방식이 이해된다는 건 아니지만.
Well, you see, woman. Of course you won't.
LCCB 팀이 접근하지 못했다던 보안 체계란 것이 혹여.
Maybe.
네. 하지만 저희는 초대장이 있잖아요.
I think
안심하고
we'll be
걸어도 될
just
것 같다는
fine.
소리예요.
Also, Dante has been even more, what's it called, saturated, at least his head. Is that really all this is? Is it just one of those normal security measures that every rich family supposedly has?
하지만 조금 신기하긴 하네요. 날씨를 조정하는 시스템은 비효율적일 정도로 어마어마한 금액이 들어간다고 해서 직접 본 적은 없었거든요.
So expensive that I've not seen it myself. I remained silent because I didn't want to concern the sinners with something I wasn't sure about. Alright, good night, Waves. We'll see you in the next one. Hope to catch you later. And the closer we got to the manor, the more confident I began that something was off. That this extremely abnormal weather isn't the work of some security system. Oh, is it the work of the bows? This absolutely has something to do with the golden bow. Fair. but this golden bower feels different from the ones we've encountered before. It's a bit more chaotic.
이 꽃은 색깔이 있네요.
Sinclair was right. The manor's garden was lightly littered with flowers. They were the only things of color in this dreary sight. Rich guy says it's expensive. Oh boy. Oh boy.
이 꽃 이름이 뭘까요?
혹시 말이야. 돈을 지불한다면 꽃에도 색을
If
되찾게
you
할 수
cough
있는
up enough
건가?
cash.
그렇습니다.
그렇다는 것은 이 집안의 인물은 꽃을 무척이나 사랑했던 것이겠구려.
Particular love for these flowers.
곧 시들어버릴 꽃에도 색을 넣을 정도라니. 혹은 어마어마한 갑부이거나.
Or it'd simply be they're preposterously affluent. Heathcliff quietly gazed at the patches of violet flowers as he sang mused out loud.
틀렸어. 꽃을 무척이나 사랑했던 것은 아니었을 거야.
There's no particular love for these flowers.
그 마음이 꽃까지 들어갈 정도로 넓고 따뜻하진 않았으니까.
And that hard despair for mere flowers. Heathcliff appeared so doleful that I felt as though he had built a tall, opaque wall between himself and the world. I could not bring myself to ask further. He did not tell us the name of those flowers.
아이고, 어서 오세요.
Huh? Someone hurriedly runs this way from the manor's front door holding a lantern.
날씨가 참 말썽이죠. 하긴 T사는 워더링 하이츠는 화창한 적이 드물지만요.
But this is quite the storm.
오랜만이야, 넬리.
Nelly?
세상에 히스클리프? 정말 너구나.
Nelly? Huh, Chief Butler.
네가 그렇게 떠난 후에 어떻게 살았는지 정말. 아휴, 밥은 제대로 먹고 다니는지 어디서 맞고 다니진 않는지.
Huh? You haven't bullied by a rough crowd, have you? Bullied by a what?
우리가 그동안 소식을 얼마나 궁금해했는데. 자, 들어와.
This Nelly regarded us with a curious look as though she didn't quite understand what we were supposed to be.
설마 여러분은 우리 히스클리프의 친구분들인가요?
Heathcliff's friends.
네, 뭐
친구
Are we?
해도 되는 건가요?
친구의 범위를 어디까지로 인식하고 있을지에 따라 답변이 다르다.
The answer to that question hinges on the reign of affinity one would define as delineation that separates friends from acquaintances.
그럼 죽을 뻔한 모험을 몇 번이나 겪은 소중한 친구들이지.
Multiple fires, actually.
히스클리프의 소중한 친구들이 곧 있으면 비에 쫄딱 맞아서 얼어 죽을지도 모르겠군.
You do, woman.
귀한 분들이 오셨네요. 아이고, 내 정신 좀 봐. 얼른 들어오세요, 얼른. 저택은 따뜻할 거예요.
It's a tad warmer in here than it is outside. The interiors of the Wuthering Heights was rather dark, yet
정말 저택 안에는 색이
the manor has color. The manor has color. What a surprise! Its hue appeared a tad faded from its original vibrancy, but there was color in this manor.
말했잖아. 저택에서는 색이 보였다고.
I could see color inside this manor.
이것도 뭐 돈을 내서 가져온 거지만.
Oh, it's all about my money anyway.
저택에 걸린 이 랜턴들이 있으면 색을 돌려받을 수 있다던가.
Oh, these lanterns. Oh, okay. They have a clock on them, maybe. Yeah, we can finally see how dapper our boy is.
본래의 색을 밝혀주는 랜턴이구려. 꽤 값진 기구일 텐데.
These are quite the expensive luxuries, are they not?
그래도 완전한 색을 돌려받지 못해. 어딘가 칙칙하지.
Tad gloomy.
그런데 캐시는 어디?
히스클리프, 지금까지 어떻게 지낸 거야? 응? 잠은 어디서 자고? 밥은 잘 먹고 다닌 거 맞아? 좀 야윈 것 같은데.
Have you lost weight?
나는
그래도 너무 늦지 않아서 다행이야. 다들 널 기다리고 있었거든.
Huh? What?
다들?
그러고 보니 옷차림이 못 본 사이에 달라지고 아주 멀끔한 신사가 되었네. 친구들도 많이 생겼고.
Quite the popular lad you are with the posse of friends and all.
뭐
Did I?
그래?
그럼 멀리서 보면 하나도 못 알아보겠다.
Uh-huh. About that. Nellie was talking so fast that Heathcliff wasn't spared even a second to get in a single word.
넬리라고 했나? 정확히 어떤 사이지? 우린 그의 소중한 친구이자 동료이며 전우들이라. 어떤 사이인지
As his precious friend, colleague, and comrade in arms, I cannot help but be curious as to how you two know each other. Aurus, who was conspicuously scanning the interiors of the manor, suddenly asked Nellie the most transparently suspicious question that I had ever heard.
아, 나는 말이지. 히스클리프의 이를테면 보모라고 해야 했나?
What?
보모요? 코 흘리고 있으면 닦아주고 옷 갈아입혀주고 하는 보모요? 히스클리프 씨?
Changed his baby clothes by thinking of the right nanny.
밥을 먹기 거부할 때는 밥을 떠먹여주기도 하고요.
Spoon feed it to
아이
them.
넬리 그런 식으로 소개하지 마. 보모라고 하기에는 조금 달랐잖아. 우린 어렸을 때부터 서로를 알고 지냈어. 그리고 난 넬리를 하인처럼 부리거나 보모처럼 따르진 않았거든.
And no, like she was my nanny.
그리고 지금은 엄연히 치프 버틀러라고. 내 말 한마디에 군기가 바짝 드는 버틀러들이 얼마나 많은데.
You must see the other butlers moving about like soldiers when I give a order.
뭐 네가 제일 일을 빠릿하게 잘했으니까. 그런데 나 슬슬 인내심이 금방이라도 끊어질 것 같아서 말이야.
Heathcliff must have wanted so badly to ask how Kathy was.
연애는 언제 시작이야?
Banquet starting. Instead, he hid his true question behind a mask of aloofness. But Nellie's expression became somewhat odd upon hearing Heathcliff's query.
연회는
어이, 그 막내네 새끼 오긴 하는 거야 뭐야? 사람을 불러 모아놓고 사라지면 어쩌자는 거지? 언제까지 이 꼴보기 싫은 얼굴들을 마주보고 있어야 하냐고?
There was a furious voice echoing from down the halls.
잠깐, 방금 그 목소리.
아이 참, 안 그래도 막 왔어요. 히스클리프 들어가자. 모두가 널 기다리고 있다고 했잖아.
Oh, actually waiting for their arrival. Heathcliff bit his lips anxiously and followed Nellie.
파티를 하는 듯한 분위기는 확실히 아닌 것 같은데.
네. 그때 크루즈 파티는
Yeah.
이곳에서
There's tension in the air.
아무리 감추려고 해도 말이죠. 공간에서부터 나오는 음침한 분위기는
It doesn't matter how hard you try.
숨길 수가 없더라고요.
평소에도 활기찼던 저택은 아닌 듯하다.
But liveliness is an expected element.
청소를 급하게 했지만 오로지 손님 맞이를 위한 용도일 뿐. 곳곳에 균열이 있고 보수가 필요한 부분이 보인다.
Oh.
또한
즐거운 파티를 기대했던 건
Gracious party.
마음이 제법 슬프네.
Yeah, this is quite the depressing presentation. I followed Dawn to the halls. She appeared terribly disappointed. Of course. Observant. A warm reception. It has a fucking battle node. It's 6'9". I'll leave the chat to make the joke and not make it myself, but
판 돌아갑니다.
what more could you ask, you know? What more could you ask? Alright, Cosmic, let's not spam it. I warned you about this earlier. You don't need to spam messages. Alright? What is this? Two people sat by a dying hearth, surrounded by their respective posse. It was quite I got me food. I got me food. What is happening? I left for 5 minutes. We're about to meet so many factions here. Okay, let me just put my mic out of the way to eat some food. But hello, Irish Corvus. I mean, welcome back. I think you were probably watching the stream since the beginning, right? I remember now. I saw you came back to this exact time. Not many are chatting. Doesn't mean that you have to spam chat. That's like one of the rules you have to follow. Don't spam chat. Simply, it becomes annoying. It was quite apparent from the way they sat opposite of one another that their relationship was far from amicable. Huh? Wait, who are these guys? Dying Hearth? Dying Hearth? Wait, who? On one end was a group of people dressed in mysterious masks surrounding a jumpy-looking man who looked like he was one edge away from hollering foul insults at everyone. On the other end was a group of people dressed in identical uniforms. Sinclair told me that they were wearing the outfit that most Manor employees wear to each other. One of them stood out as he was the only one among them in a black suit. He appeared somewhat uncomfortable. It seemed as though he was in a great deal of pain merely by being here. And between the two groups were...
해결사들이요! 저 복장은 분명 외우피 협회에서 온 자들!
Oh, Orpheus Association, the association that honors contracts. Interesting.
외우피 협회는 보통 중요한 일이 아니면 뺏기도 힘든 분들인데 어찌 이런 곳에!
They required quite the momentous occasion to even grace us with their presence, and she screamed into the room. Shh, we'll have time to ask for photographs later, alright? I mean, Alpha Association, I read about him in Dante's notes, if I remember. I think, yeah. We'll have a time to ask for autograph later, alright? I had to coax Don, who was practically quivering from immediately running to them for signatures, because we had unintentionally become the center of attention from the entire room. The center of a very negative attention. Yeah, everything's good. Welcome, Vergon, Z-Mod, welcome to the stream.
맙소사, 기어코 그가 돌아오고 말았어요. 워더링 하이츠의 수치인 그 망할 자식이.
Josephine? By gum, that vagabond has returned. The bloody shame of her. The bloody shame at Wuthering Heights.
여전하네, 조세핀.
뻔뻔하게 들어오는 꼬락선이 좀 보라지. 우리 마님이 보신다면 얼마나 기겁하실까.
If our mistress were to witness this travesty.
어우, 조세핀 그만 좀 해. 신경 쓰지 마, 히스클리프. 이 광경을 보시면 뒤집어지실 거야. 이 신성한 워더링 하이츠를 불황자들이 점령하고 있다니 기가 찰 노릇이지. 아무렴.
Mistress had been here to witness this tragic, deplorable state of affairs. Who the fuck is this mistress? What? Hold up. What? Oh, is it? Oh, okay. I just had an idea. Is it a fucking, what's it called? What's it called? Hereditary A hereditary issue? God dang it. So the story is gonna tell me it's a flipping what's it called? Is Heathcliff this man's bastard child? As in this man's social hierarchy, he was born to one of the people in power, but something that he's not in the direct lineage of succession. So that's why. Well, that's just YouTube being YouTube, to be fair. The mistress has been here to witness this tragic, deplorable state of affairs. There was an old woman in the room who was muttering some choice words at us while staring with eyes full of hatred. Violent herself.
역시 망나니 자식답게 제일 늦게 기어 들어오시는구만. 무슨 자신감으로
Witless
이곳을...
Brigade.
조용히 하십시오, 힌들리.
Hindley? Linton? Linton? Who the fuck?
히스클리프. 정말 돌아올 줄은 몰랐는데.
Edgar family? Wait, hold up. Where was he? Hindley and Linton. I didn't read what his thing was. Neither with Josephine.
캐서린을 잊지 못한 건가? 아직도?
From the original book. You have yet to let Catherine go still. It was clear that the two had been acquainted with Heathcliff for a while, but the nature of that acquaintance was more of a long-standing hatred stemming from the deep history of contention they shared. One of the two was hardly hiding his hatred, allowing it to fully seize control of his words and actions, but the other one's hatred was sunk deep into his heart, boiling and writhing underneath.
내가 뭐 성대한 환영 같은 걸 기대하고 이 저택에 돌아온 건 아니지만 적어도 너희들 면상이나 보려고 온 건 아니야. 그 말대로 난 알맹이는 변하지
My base
않았거든.
nature is just incapable of change. I like the piano in the background. Heathcliff shoots back with just as much vitriol, as though he was always used to this kind of scorn and humiliation. The man in a black suit turns away as though it would degrade him to even entertain him with an answer, but this man they called Hindley.
이 빌어먹을 자식이! 짐승만도
Earnshaw
못할
family.
새끼가!
Less a thing than a savage beast. Jumped up from his seat, his face turning bright red from anger.
또 어디서 이놈이랑 똑같은 것들을 데리고 왔어? 뭐라도 쑤셔볼 심산인가 본데?
Pilfering from this place.
어이 너네! 이 자식 정신 좀 차리게 두들겨 패라.
No orders from boss.
잔말 말고 해! 그 보스라는 놈과 너희들을 고용한 건 나야!
Oh, the Dead Rabbit Syndicate boss.
그래봤자 어디서 굴러 들어온 개 뼈다구보다 못한 놈들일 거다.
뼈? 저자가 무엇 하는 것이오?
No, this
그냥
speck of
신나게
thing.
두들겨 맞고 싶다는 소리죠. 뭐 그렇게 원하신다면요.
Well, since he asked for it. Well. A target has rupture, increase rupture, paralyze, defense rupture, rupture. Okay. So these are the dead rabbits. If this unit has remaining shield HP, gain 1 defense. Okay. Paralyze, bleed, rupture, defense, and passive. Deal plus 10 damage to targets with the least HP. It's you. Damage up and fragile. Pretty standard. Alright, if that's the case, then don't mind me. How many? That's 9 enemies, right? Yeah. Anyways.
빠르게 처리하지.
좋아. 총알값 아까울 모는 아니군.
Agitated. Yeah, I mean the effects are no different. It's just named differently. Agitated. A few fights in Canto 6 was like double jumps 37. I'll notice stuff myself, Cosmic, don't worry. If it's important enough, I'll look at stuff myself. And even if I miss small details, it's not the end of the world. Yes, basically do what Matrixzry said, and that's also the thing I have pinned. No spoilers until I notice stuff myself. Don't be like, oh Matrix, look at this. Oh Matrix, look at that. No, nothing. Just I'll notice stuff myself, and you all will react to it. That's it. No upfront thing like, oh, this fight is gonna be bad, or oh, this fight is gonna be hard, or oh, this is where the funny thing is gonna happen. Try to keep these hints as you know, to yourselves as much as you can.
받아볼 텐가.
하나 넘고, 둘 넘고.
Hello Carmen, welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day and continue to have a good time on stream. Welcome. I don't know what your role is going to be on this Canto, but we'll see. We'll see.
이것밖에 못하는.
Oh why the fuck did I? Oh no. Oh no. Bro, playing. Hey, awesome. I'm eating a scrumptious meal myself. Awesome. Hello, Symphonic Cyphon, welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day. Continue to have a good time on stream. There's the PM way. Alright. You know why I was making some odd noises a little earlier? It's simply because of the fact that I remember, you know, you may remember Catherine mentioned a specific line that Heathcliff says towards the end of the Arc Knight and Limbus collab story. When, you know, when the other person was distorting. What was her name? Freya, I think. Something like that. So I remembered something at this exact time as soon as I saw Carmen in chat, and I was like, oh shit, did I remember the spoiler? Like a mayor's, thank you. Did I remember a big spoiler about this now? It's not your fault. It's just I saw somebody in chat named Carmen, and my memory got triggered in the context of this Canto. I'll try to hold off the memory, but hello, Mittens. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day and continue to have a good time on stream. But yeah, as it turns out, this is not going to be good. Oh boy.
정확하게. 올인이었나요?
빈틈투성이군.
Oh wow, okay. Hi bro. Yep, now's the perfect time. Good stuff.
당신 짝패군요.
전력으로 상대하마. 전탄격발.
No imposter, I swear.
전탄격발.
차라리
빈틈투성이군.
Hindley's lackey.
좋아. 이제 살을 발라 뼈다구 로 만들어주지.
Personally introduce you to your own skull. Lads. The casual yet powerful voice booms across the hall, immediately breaking the tension in the room.
잠깐 물 좀 마시려고 갔다 온 동안 무슨 난장판이 벌어진 거야?
What the hell happened here?
저택은 또 빌어먹게도 넓어서 차라리 우물에서 물을 길어오는 게 나을 뻔했네.
From the well myself.
보스, 손님이 옵니다.
Yes. So that's the boss.
예. 걸음걸이나 한눈에 느껴지는 기색으로 보아 전투에 꽤나 능숙한 경험이 있는 자 같습니다.
And there's someone quite experienced in combat.
마침 잘 왔다. 네 잡졸들은 영 시원찮아. 이런 시정잡배 같은 놈들한테나 얻어맞아서 주저앉고 있었다니까. 자, 본때를 보여줘.
Interesting.
내가 아무래도 부하들 교육을 잘못 시켰나 보네.
Some proper demonstration. The boss confidently strode toward Heathcliff, then gave him a playful smack on the back of his head.
마! 오랜만에 고향에 왔으면 말이야. 제일 먼저 형님한테 째깍째깍 인사를 박았어야지.
Hey! Oh, I forgot. Wait, so he was part of Dead Rabbits? Okay. Okay, now that's a twist. Heathcliff was part of Dead Rabbits? And that's his previous boss? Okay. Huh?
너희 뭐냐? 얼른 예의 갖춰서 인사 박아라.
Show some bloody respect.
뭐야? 설마
The man warded past both the aftermath of the brawl and the heavy tension that filled the manor like he was out on a stroll. He just walked into the middle of it all and put his arm around Heathcliff's shoulder. It was the kind of who's known Heathcliff for a long, long time could do. Masterclass voice acting in this whole thing. Hello, my Ascarada. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day and continue to have a good time on the stream. I know it's very early for you, but yeah, welcome regardless. I mean, I guess not so early anymore, but still. Okay, that's quite a good twist.
나를 들뜨게 만드는 일은 많지 않지만 이번엔 그 귀중한 경우의 수에 들어맞았고.
Ah, gotcha.
잘 놀다 간다. 회수하지 않은.
Alright, 192.
팁이다.
Catherine, 910, huh? Hope it gets better, buddy.
매튜 형님?
Matthew?
그래 임마. 네가 조직을 얼마나 오랫동안 떠나 있었으면 그 악명 높은 미친 토끼 새끼를 알아보는 놈들이 하나도 없냐?
Yeah, people don't even recognize the infamous Mad Coney.
미친 토끼 새끼?
Mad Coney?
저놈이랑 옛날부터 아는 사이였냐? 왜 미리 얘기를 안 했지?
그거야 뭐. 옛날에 끈끈하고 땀내 나는 이야기까지 듣고 싶어 하실 줄은 몰랐어서.
Back when we were just another gang rolling in the sweaty, muddy streets. You bloody muppet. Hello, Quabo. Welcome back. Ah, I just realized that's where your profile picture comes from.
형님은 왜 이놈이랑 아니 그것보다 그럼
Why are you waking this by a window?
이
But
가면 모양 토끼기?
that's very English, right?
데드래비츠?
Wait, you're still with the dead rabbits?
올해가 좀 많이 변했지?
Dead rabbits, boss. Well, change it that, eh?
한쪽 어깨에 대충 두른 스카프와 외상으로 마신 맥주 한 병만 있었으면 그 망할 아담스 패밀리들 따윈 아무것도 아니었지.
Back in the way, all we needed to crack some Adams family's heads was some tattered scar around one arm and bottles of beer on tap.
네 별명으로 이름이 붙은 맥주도 있었잖아. 아, 그지만
I used to sell that beer at closed shop a few weeks ago.
흉흉한 소문 때문에 길거리에 나다니는
Well, that's a
사람이
bit sad.
있어야 말이지. 나 참, 말이 돼?
뭐? 늑대 몰락 펍이 망했다고?
Bloody hell.
나만 아는 이야기를 해버렸네. 뭐 소개를 해주자면
Allow me to introduce you to the grapher.
이쪽은
Gaffer.
옛날에 내가 몸담았던 조직의 보스.
I used to run with.
동료들인가? 호련히 사라지더니만 멀끔한 회사에 취직이라도 했냐?
Did you?
뭐 어쩌다 보니.
Hey! He's actually smiling for once.
그 아들도 많이 생겼네. 걸어다니는 시계도 생기고. 아하하, 자식. 출세했는데?
You certainly moved up in the world, eh?
우와?
Ishmael glared at Heathcliff with a look that could kill, but she decided to hold her silence and merely shook her head in disbelief. She probably decided that it was not worth the trouble.
그런데 왜 이런 가면을 쓰고 다니게 된 거야, 형님?
왜? 이상하냐? 유행이라는 거는 매일 바뀌는 거야. 어깨에 토끼가 그래도
Scars with the rabbit embroidery is long past.
지났단 거지.
Ah. Say, wait, so Heathcliff has a rabbit tattoo somewhere?
그런 거야?
당연히 아니지. 우리 데드래비츠가 어디 샌님들처럼 유행 따라갔던 허접한 조직은 아니잖아.
Ain't a bookish ramble that follows the coattails of some naftron.
너 정말 한 번도 돌아온 적이 없구나.
이 저택을 그리고 데드래비츠까지 떠나고 나서 적어도 성공해서 내 발로 돌아오기 전까진
That are not return. Ah, the keychain.
다시는 어설픈 발걸음조차 하지 않겠다고 결심했거든.
Can return as a successful man.
하긴 너는 우리랑 어울리고 있었을 때에도 이것을 혐오스러워했지.
Well, you've always hated this place. You know how nice he gets a reunion with someone he's actually spent some good time with. Meanwhile, everybody else is just watching.
괜찮냐, 히스클리프? 우린 이제 뒷골목에서나 쏘다니던 갱단들이랑은 급이 달라졌어. 드디어 우리도 출세라는 걸 한 것이랄까? 약지 출신이었던 자가 우릴 눈여겨봤거든. 덕분에 이젠 몸집도 더 불어났고 꽤 잘 나가는 조직이 되었지.
One of the up-and-coming syndicate. Oh, somebody from the ring picked them up. Okay, that now describes their appearance.
약지 손가락 중 하나?
약지 중에서도 야수파 출신인가? 이런 시시껄렁한 동물 가면을 씌우는 건 그놈들 뿐이겠지.
Must be the Faoists of the ring then. They're the only ones who outfit. So Faoist. I mean, we got introduced to the ring in Leviathan. So there's that family. Then there's another family that this dispute is going on towards. There's Orphe Association to honor a contract. There's the Dead Rabbits, which were a local T-Corp gang which moved up to become a part of the ring as an up-and-coming syndicate. Then there's definitely quite a few factions here, huh?
그럼 형님이
그래 임마. 데드래비츠 최고 보스가 되셨다.
Top boss of the Dead Rabbits now.
형님, 우리가 마시던 맥주가 3병이 넘어갈 때마다 중얼거리던 말이 있었어. 기억나?
썩어가는 밀로 만든 싸구려 맥주였어, 히스클리프. 기억나는 건 다음 날에 깨질 것 같은 두통과 텅 빈 주머니였지.
Definitely, I'm realizing that's quite a few factions.
형님 밑에 있는 놈들은 그 누가 됐던 간에 아무리 갓들어온 신참내기였다 하더라도
Even the recruits.
어디서 얻어맞고 오면 자신이 맞은 것처럼 아프고 화가 난다고 했었지. 난 형님이 언젠간 정말 잘 될 거라고 생각했어.
I knew you would make a big boss.
뭐? 내가 출만 들어가면 폼 있는 말을 곧잘 짓거리곤 했지.
Wax poetic.
역시 매추 형님이 맞구나. 가면을 쓰고 있어서 그런지 다른 사람이 된 줄 알았어.
보고 있으니까 기가 차 죽겠군. 감동적인 재회에 찬물을 끼얹게 되어서 무척이나 송구스럽습니다만 결국 니놈이 길거리를 돌아다니면서 거렁뱅이 짓거리나 하면서 몇 년을 보내는 동안 매트 이자는 출세했다는 거지. 동시에 지금은 내 경호인이기도 하고 말이야. 알아들어? 니놈같이 이름도 알려지지 않은 싸구려 양아치들이 모인 집단이 아니라
Preemptive judgment at its finest. Sorry, prejudice at its finest, I should say. I could think of more than a few sinners who have gotten angry enough to brandish their weapons at such an insult. But they all seem to remember that responding to such insults of violence only begot pointless turmoil, so instead they all began sighing heavily in an attempt to vent some of their pent-up anger.
신들리, 아직도 나를 마구 짓밟고 조롱하고 개처럼 부려먹어도 되는 그 시절 겨울인 줄로 아는 것 같은데. 물론 옛날엔 힌들리, 네 놈의 그 더러운 말에 내뱉는 혓바닥을 잘라버리는 상상을 수도 없이 했었지. 하지만
Gone briefly in our direction.
나 같은 놈도 어딘가에 속해서 여기저기 돌아다니고 다른 놈들
You couldn't even imagine.
있어서 말이야. 지금은 그냥 불쌍하네.
So I just feel bad for you, mate.
뭐?
네 놈은 하나도 안 변한 것 같아서.
Because you really haven't changed one bit.
그리고 너 꼬라지가 그게 뭐냐? 길거리를 떠돌다가 기어들어온 건 내가 아니라 너 같은데?
Even more of a drifting vagabond than I do.
뭐? 이 건방진 놈이!
아까부터 욕지거리만 퍼붓고 있긴 하지만 저자 뭐라고 하고 싶은 마음조차도 들지 않는 건
야, 너 일주일 동안 거울 한 번이라도 보긴 한
Did
거냐?
you even check yourself in the mirror last
차마
week?
눈 뜨고는 못 봐줄 정도인데 힘들리.
But you could pretty easily tell that he was far from the most stable person in the room.
이 새끼가!
핸들리 씨, 진정하고 소파에 앉지 그래? 우리 애들은 자리가 모자라는 바람에 그 푹신해 보이는 가죽 소파에도 못 앉고 있는데 말이야.
They don't even get these comfy looking little sofas. And he grumbled for a moment before slumping down on the sofa. And even that simple action was stumbling and pathetic.
뻔하네. 술에 먹힌 거야. 그것도 어마어마하게 크고 독한 술통에.
Ah! Fell into a big nasty battle with no way out.
배에서 몇 번 본 적 있어요. 그러다가
Failing to
헤어나오지
pull
못하면
themselves out of that
그냥
habit.
호수에 빠지는 거죠. 흔적도 없이.
Not even a trace of them would be left. And he wanted to look good for his haters. He totally nailed it. Definitely.
뭐 일단은 내 고용주니까. 사정이 있어서 핸들리 씨와 같이 일하는 중이야. 저자의 부탁으로 저택까지 오게 됐지.
부탁? 애초에 이 자리는 캐서린이 주최한 연회잖아. 그런데 무슨 부탁을 할 게 있다는 건데?
뭐? 연회? 시간이 지나도 변하지 않는 게 여기 하나 있네. 그 아둔하고 쓸모없는 이놈의 대가리 말이야.
힌들리 제발 그만하게 부탁이니 내 저택에서 그런 지저분한 말이나 듣고 싶지 않아.
My manor. Oh?
네 저택이 아니라 내 저택이다 린튼. 내 저택! 네가 가짜는 농락으로 훔쳐간 내 저택. 우리 아버지가 내게 물려주신 고귀하고 명망 높은 이 워더링 하이츠를. 네놈의 그 에드가라는 잘난 가문에서 내어주신 저택만으로는 모자랐던 거냐?
Edgar family. An Earnshaw family. Alright, so it's a dispute. Yeah, I mean, about is what I guessed. A succession dispute. Pretty much, okay. Yeah, that was right on the money there.
에드가 가문?
소리 지르고 때를 써서 물건을 뺏어갈 나이는 이제 지났네.
금방이라도 숨이 넘어갈 것 같은 새끼 주제에 어딨어?
힌들리 씨, 물러나십시오.
개만도 못한 충성심을 가진 놈들. 몇 년 전까지 너희들이 받들던 주인은 나였다. 기억은 나냐?
그만하세요, 힌들리님. 힌들리 언쇼 쪽에 남아있는 버틀러들은 이제 없다는 거 아시잖아요.
The butlers have all left Hindley Earnshaw behind, as you are very well aware of yourself.
자, 너희들도 이 자리에서 더 이상 소란을 일으키고 싶은 건 아니겠지?
알겠습니다, 넬리님.
캐서린은 어디 있는 거야, 넬리? 알잖아, 캐서린은. 시끄러운 걸 못 견뎌 했어. 이렇게 많은 손님이 자기 집 한복판에서 소리라도
Somebody gets
지른다면
making so much noise in her home. She wouldn't be pleased.
그랬지.
나 아까부터 캐서린의 기분을 상하게 하고 싶지 않아서 계속 목소리를 낮추고 있단 말이야. 슬슬 참기 어렵다고.
I have a theory, but I'm not going to mention it yet. I have a theory, but I'm not going to mention it yet. There was a look of unfathomable, immeasurable grief on both Linton and Nellie. Hindley was absentmindedly mumbling some foul language at the ceiling, and Heathcliff probably sensed from this ineffably dark and ominous silence that something was terribly wrong. It was setting in for us as well. After all we've been through in this journey, this kind of silence was all too familiar.
캐서린은 대체 왜 안 나오고 있는 건데? 표정은 왜들 다 그따위고?
미안 히스클리프. 나는
미안하다는 말을 왜 하냐고?
히스클리프, 나는 이 분위기의 배경이 되는 사실을 유추할 수 있다. 그러므로 통상적인 표현으로서 너에게 지금 매우 유감이라는 말을 전할 수밖에 없다.
That I'm very sorry to hear that. As it is common courtesy that I'm very sorry to hear that.
아니, 알아듣게 얘기해봐 좀.
이걸 너에게 어떻게 전해야 할지. 캐서린 아가씨는 여기 없어.
여기 없다는 게 어떤?
캐서린은 죽었다.
Knew it! Knew it! Knew it! Yes, I said that 3 times. We're turning a 4-word sentence into an essay. Yep, and more assault shenanigans. Butlers. Well then. Linton looked up at Heathcliff. His eyes were bloodshot.
자네 말대로 얼굴 보는 것도 불쾌하기만 했던 우리가 이곳에 왜 다 모여 있다고 생각하는 건가?
So it's... Was Catherine the owner of this mansion then? God, we were losing our mind at this cutscene at launch. Insane twist for the Canto expectations. Okay, that makes sense now. Because why would there be a succession dispute when the owner of the manor is dead? But yeah, I was starting to suspect some things. Okay.
무슨 미친 소리를.
자.
Oh, these are the Office Association. What? Office Association director? The director themselves are here? Fixers of the Office Association who have remained silent throughout the entire commotion suddenly spoke up.
약속한 시간이 다 되었습니다. 고인 캐서린님의 혈연인 힌들리 언쇼 씨.
A blood relative of the deceased, Mr. Hindley Earnshaw. I think we're about to find out.
고인 캐서린의 남편이었던 린튼 에드가 씨.
The spouse of the deceased.
마지막으로 유언에서 언급되었던 히스클리프 씨.
And an individual mentioned by name in the will.
이렇게 모두가 한 자리에 모였으니 집행을 시작할 조건이 충족되었습니다.
Executors of the deceased will may begin the ceremony. Yeah, they have a director per section. That's also what I remember.
이제 의뢰자 캐서린님의 유언 집행을 시작하도록 하겠습니다.
the execution of Miss Catherine's will.
우리는 캐서린님의 엄숙한 장례식에서 고인의 바람대로 캐서린님이 소유한 저택에서 유언장을 낭독 후
Oh, okay. Interesting.
잠깐만. 너 나불거리지 말고 잠깐 멈춰봐. 누구의 장례식이라고? 그리고 누구의 남편이라는 거야?
See it for the first time since we arrived here.
내가 말도 없이 이곳에서 사라진 뒤
He abandoned this place with nary a word to her.
캐서린은 곧바로 내게 왔다. 우리는 부부였어. 매일매일 행복하고 수많은 날들을 보냈지. 그녀가 숨을 거두는 마지막 날까지.
Okay. That must be like salt to the fucking wound.
소리 하지 마. 난 이 저택에 발걸음을 한 순간부터 캐서린이 날 부르는 소리를 들었어. 그녀가 이 저택에 있다는 거 느낄 수 있었단 말이야. 그런데 무슨 말도 안 되는 소리 하는 거야? 이 개자식들이 작정하고 꾸민 일이 분명해. 그렇지 않고서 이렇게.
Heathcliff paused for a moment, struggling to find the words.
끝날 리가 없어. 내 눈앞에 그녀의 시체라도 갖다 놔. 그래야 좀 믿어볼 신용이라도 할 테니까.
못 봐주겠군. 장례식에서 고인에 대한 최소한의 예의를 갖추고 애도는 못할 망정.
Too much to expect from someone like.
히스클리프, 네 기분은 알겠으니까 진정하고 자리에.
놔! 누구 마음대로 죽었다는 거야? 캐시를 보기 전까지는.
경고합니다. 지속적인 유언 집행 방해가 이어질 시 무력을 사용해서라도 유언
execution
집행을
of the
진행할
will.
수밖에 없습니다.
닥쳐! 아무것도 모르는 새끼가 멋대로 짓거리지 말라고!
A complete mess, huh? Heathcliff was gasping. The sheer momentousness of the emotion overwhelmed him. It looked as though he was about to lunge at anyone who even dared to get close. He could hardly tell whether it was sorrow or wrath that came over him. The worst kind of person to try and reason with, yep.
히스클리프, 너야말로 거울을 좀 보지 그래. 꼴이 말이 아니군. 역시 태생부터 글러먹은 새끼는 아무리 그럴듯한 옷을 주워 입어도 결국 티가 나긴 마련이거든. 그리고 장례식 절차상 좋든 싫든 곧 캐서린의 시체를 볼 수 있을 테니 너무 재촉하지 말라고. 날 이런 꼴로 만들어 놓고 얼마나 편안하게 눈을 감고 있는지 나도 직접
Can't wait to
봐야
see how well
하겠으니까.
she's resting after what she's done to me.
킨들리님, 히스클리프님, 두 분 다 지금 당장 자리에 앉아 주실 것을
Final
명령합니다.
warning.
관리자 나리, 우리가 어쩌면 좋겠는가? 웨어피 협회 나리들은 계약 불이행에 관해선 필요에 따라 처형까지 할 수 있는 사람들이란 말이오. 본인은 히스클리프 군이 처형당하는 것도 싫고 웨어피 협회 나리들이랑 싸우는 것도 싫소.
Yeah, I agree with John. Me as well. There's no need for us to get involved in unnecessary conflict, but I don't think Heathcliff's going to listen to us. I don't even know if there's anyone who could talk Heathcliff down when he's that agitated.
여기까지입니다.
He had no choice but to watch as fixers of the Alfie Association struck Heathcliff with their weapons. He fell to his knees with a painful cry.
이상.
말씀하시오.
He sang. Okay. Do you speak?
그 이상 아니다.
Not you?
그럼에도 말씀하시오.
Still speak your intentions notwithstanding.
이상하군. 너희 그대로 멈춰.
Something's off about this whole thing.
이자를 대신에 할 말이 있으십니까?
라고 말할 뻔했지만 그냥 가만히 있는 게 좋을 거라고 마음을 바꿨습니다. 그렇지?
어? 뭘 하는 거지?
What are you doing,
멀량?
BG bug guy?
류슈, 같은 수감자가 눈앞에서 그렇게 얻어맞은 것에 대해서 충분히 분노할 만하다고 생각해. 당신까지 나서버리면 걷잡을 수 없이 커져버릴 거라고. 일이.
Didn't know you cared so much about Heathcliff, Roshu.
말더
Roshu flickered her cigarette indifferently as though she was no longer interested. No comment.
개자식들이 뭐 한꺼번에 덤비든가.
And his clothes are dirtied. Sullen, I mean. Heathcliff stumbled to his feet with a club in his hand, glaring at everyone that stood before him. Interesting how he said very interesting, by the way, how he said, I trust you if I lose my shit and I lose the plot, that you beat some sense back into me.
최초 대응만으로 협조하지 않으시는 겁니까? 1분 내로 무기를 내려놓지 않을 경우 그 다음 절차를 이행하겠습니다.
절차고 나발이고 그녀를 보여주지 않으면 여기서 너희도 나랑 같이 뒤지는 거야.
We're all going down 6 feet under. Heathcliff!
뭐라 시계 대가리! 지금 회사가 규칙이고 알 바냐? 빨리 생각하지 마.
전 아무 말도 못 하겠어요. 눈앞에서 소중한 사람이 죽었다는 걸 알게 되면 아무것도 안 보여요. 들리지도 않고요.
I'd be blinded and defeated to all reason too.
있지, 히스. 지금 엄청 화나고 답답한 건 알겠어. 하지만 이대로 가면
닥쳐! 다 입 다물고 건들지 마. 집박살 나고 싶은 게 아니라면.
히스클리프, 한숨 자고 일어나자.
It's nap time, Heathcliff.
방금 맨손으로 히스클리프를 눕힌 거야? 게다가 꿀밤 한 방으로?
호흡은 정상적이다.
It
뒤통수에
appears she gave him the nerve on the back of his head, a precise focused strike which led to his loss of consciousness.
전혀 군더더기 없는 동작이었어요. 익숙한 움직임이라고 해야겠죠? 마치 저희 집안의
What a flawless execution of that move. I can certainly say that I've seen something like that before. Reminds me of my family's butlers.
히스클리프 군이 한 번에 불썩하였네만.
I mean, isn't that exactly what happened? Okay.
이 정도의 기술은 가지고 있어야 진정한 버틀러라고 할 수 있죠.
Equipped with
아이가 안 잔다고 20시간 동안 고집 부리면 누군가는 재워야 하지 않겠어요?
what am I in? Well, I was eating rice and split lentil soup mixed porridge with a side of with a bit of mango pickles and some clarified butter on top. I finished my food. It was very scrumptious. You had me up until you said porridge. Oh, fun fact. This is basically would be called your Indian porridge. And it's a food I absolutely love. It's my favorite dish. You had me until you said porridge. Hey, you never know how much scrumptious porridge can be. Because there are so many variations of porridge. Because it depends on which porridge you're talking about, right? Because there's rice porridge, then there's this one, which would be called the Indian porridge if you really want to say it like that. But the proper term would be rice with a split lentil soup. And then some, some things on top. Kind of like how there's many different kinds of teas and coffee. Exactly. I'll be right back. I need to throw this in the sink. Just give me a minute. Okay, we're back. Hello. Man, I almost hit my funny bone while trying to throw my bowl in the sink. It should be fine. Should be fine. I don't know what you all were talking about for a bit. Well, Mittens was just simply goofing around, from what I can tell. Anyways, let's continue, shall we? Every self-respecting butler has to be equipped with one such move. What other choice have we got when the child fusses and fusses for 20 hours instead of going to sleep? Food talk, I think.
난 바로 눕자마자 꿈나라로 갈 수 있네. 정말로.
I can say with quite the confidence that I can immediately slumber to the dreamlands upon tucking myself in bed for truth. Right, Alex, you're using your brother's account. Wait, does Delalex? Of course, I sometimes confuse your Discord names with your chat, with the YouTube names, but yes, does Mittens know you're using his account?
자인은 아니더라도 무기를 놓았고
He's no longer in possession of a weapon and has been
것을
subdued.
확인하였으니 잠시 진정 시간을 10분 정도 가진 뒤 이후 계속
Proceed as
진행하겠습니다.
planned. Okay. Mittens don't mind? Gotcha.
저 넬리님?
넬리님이라니 편하게 넬리라고 불러주세요.
Nelly.
린튼이라는 분이 데려오신 저 고용인 분들은 한때 이 저택에서 일하셨던 분들인 거죠?
They once worked at this manor, right?
맞아요. 캐서린 아가씨를 따라서 저랑
Like
같이
myself,
따라온
followed Miss
어쇼가
Catherine to
버틀러들이
Master
몇몇 있죠.
Linton's, of course.
물론 린턴님이 부리는 버틀러들은 원래 있던
Most of
예쁘다고 하는
Master
버틀러들이
Linton's
대다수긴
butlers are from
하지만요.
his own educated family. Okay. Alright.
그럼 린튼 씨가 명령만 내린다면 넬리님도
Would you?
그게 무슨 말도 안 되는. 저는 캐서린님의 직속 버틀러였어요. 린튼 도련님이 아무리 제 바지가랑이를 붙잡고 애걸복걸해도 제가 린튼
But I
도련님의
won't
편만
always
들
be
수는
taking his
없다는 거죠.
side. And that's also why you're chief butler, huh?
저희 근데 버틀러가 정확히 어떤 집단이야?
버틀러? 말하자면 말이요. 그들은
This matter, they are.
집 구석에나 처박혀 주인에게 목줄 잡힌 개들.
누구보다 믿음직스럽고 충직한 분들이랄까요?
The most trustworthy and loyal people I've ever known, I'd say.
가문의 해결사들이요.
Fixes bound to families.
정말 잘
Some great fellas you.
다들 훌륭한 정리 고맙다. 어?
Some great help you fellas are. Well, I'm glad that I'm not the only one out of the loop for once.
그래도 버틀러에 대해 곧바로 아시는 분도 있네요. 조금은 생소한 개념이라 버틀러 조직 자체를 모르는 분들도 많거든요.
돈 좀 있는 집에서 났을 테니 보통은 알기 힘들겠지.
Must know anything
아니면
about them.
돈 좀 있는 집에 고용되어야만 하는 입장이거나.
뭐 우리 중에 해결사를 좀 많이 좋아하는.
Well, one of
사람이
us is quite a passionate fan of fixers.
그렇군요. 우리 히스클리프가 참 총명한 친구들을 도왔네요.
Some very intelligent friends. Interesting thing brought up in the context of the city, the butlers.
넬리군, 내 버스로 다시 돌아간다면 꼭 구하려다 포기해버렸었던 버틀러 피규어를 구해 책장 제일 앞에 세워두리다.
It still stands tall and proud on the front row of my display shelf. Yes, emphasis on the very intelligent part. Dawn's eyes were practically exploding with joy at having her fixer obsession positively acknowledged and accepted for once.
버틀러들은 말이요, 일반 해결사들과는 조금 다른 해결사들이요.
Butlers are fixers indeed, yet they are rather distinct from most fixers thou hast encountered thus far.
보통 해결사라 하면 협회나 사무소에 소속되어 그때마다 다른 의뢰를 받고 있다만 이들은 다르지.
So when it comes to butlers, of course, she launches it into an explanation.
바로 가문이나 저택에 소속이 되어 일관되고 장기적인 해결사 활동을 한다는 점, 물론 다른 해결사들처럼 한 사람만을 위해 고용되기도 한다오.
To serve them and only them as well. Okay.
가사와 전투, 돌봄까지 다양한 분야를 도맡는 점도요.
Household management and care as well.
갖가지 소양을 필요로 하는 아주 힘들고 드문 해결사 직종이랍니다.
This is no easy occupation, mind you.
그런데 버틀러를 고용하는 건 대단히 어마어마하게
Inordinate amount of salary.
맞아요. 고생은 많이 하지만 고용 기간 갱신 때마다 어마어마한 보수와 함께 연금과 같은 안정적인
With
보수까지
stable bonuses
보장받으니까요.
such as pensions.
명망 높은 해결사분 중엔 협회에서 은퇴를 하고
Oh,
버틀러로 전향하시는
many
분들도 종종
famous
있죠.
association fixers also retired to serve as butlers as well. Interesting.
저는 캐서린 아가씨 가문의 버틀러였고 린튼 도련님과 결혼하시면서
Most
에드가
of
가문의
Linton's had good
버틀러들과
family to
섞이게
join the
되었지만
ranks when she married him.
아주 평화로운
I
합의를
meant
통해
have a
제가
scrumptious meal.
버틀러들의 대장격인 치프 버틀러가 되었답니다.
So after rather peaceful mutual debate, we came to the conclusion that I'll be assuming the position. Mutual debate? As chief butler, leader of the butlers in that household.
그렇구만. 말만 들어도 정말 평화로워 보여.
I'm sure it really was one peaceful transfer of power.
그러고 보니 이 히스클리프 군도 조그마할 때가
Tiny
있었다니 상상이 가지
Byron.
않는군. 어렸을 때는 어떤 아이였는가?
How was he as his youth?
제가 치프 버틀러까지 될 수 있었던데 큰 이유를 차지하던
I do not believe I would have become a chief butler had it not been for him.
참 사랑스러운 아이였어요. 사랑스러운.
Lovely, quite. Yes, other sinners are struggling to imagine it. Ghost. The Ghost? 612. I feel like this stream is going to go on for quite a bit longer, isn't it? But hey, if you're enjoying the stream, please be sure to like and subscribe to help out the channel a ton. I really appreciate all the support I can get. And if you'd like to financially support me, there's the option to donate or just become a part of the members, as I'm actively going to be selling my membership. But yeah, that's about it. Okay, Heathcliff.
넬리가 옛날에 말했던 꿈나라로 보내버리는 비장의 방법.
Hurling into the dreamland's been a while.
오랜만이네.
The Butlers, the Debt Rabbits, the Orphe Association, and these two Sherwin families, and the Edgar family, Catherine in the middle.
정말 미안해 히스클리프. 오랜만에 만난 너에게 꿈밤만큼은 쓰고 싶지 않았는데.
A sleepy smack on you, and not after a reunion like this. Now Heathcliff jacket is in tatters.
정말 인거냐? 캐서린이 정말 죽었어?
Yep. Now he's sufficiently calmed down.
그리고 캐서린 아가씨의 유언장엔 네 이름이 적혀 있었어, 히스클리프.
Wrote your name into the will.
유언 들어봐야 하지 않을까요? 뭐라고 적혀 있었는지 정도는.
Heathcliff sat down wordlessly.
그런데 이 저택이 캐서린님의 소유였나요?
So was this manor Catherine's? Right? Some important questions.
원래는 힌들리 도련님 것이었죠. 그런데
Well, it used to be young Master Hindley's once then.
캐서린, 그것이 뒤통수를 쳐버렸어. 린튼, 네 놈이 더 자세한 이야기를 들려주지 그래. 네 놈 부부가 어떻게 작등을 해서 날 구렁텅이로 빠뜨렸는지.
정당한 방식이었네. 법적으로 아무 문제도 없지. 당장 T사 법원으로 뛰어들어가도
It'll change absolutely nothing. An Alfie Association fixer carrying a piece of paper stepped in between Hindley and Linton as two men continued to growl at each other.
진정 시간이 끝남에 따라 재산 상속 유언장 집행을
Proceed to the
계속하겠습니다.
inheritance and bequeathment will reading. Bequeathment will reading.
이것은 고인 캐서린 씨의 유언장입니다. 위조가 없다는 것은 여러 번의 절차를 통해
Counterfeiting or
검증이
tampering of
되었습니다.
similar nature has occurred.
저 사람들이 위조를 검증한다면 저 사람들은 누가 검증하는 거야?
Not just straight up lying about it. Good question.
관행이라는 것일까요?
Maybe it's just a standard industry practice. Alfie is Swiss German for 11. Ah, interesting.
그리고 캐서린 씨께서는 재산 분배에 대해 선포되기 전 이 편지를
Of the three attendees,
모두의 앞에서 낭독하라 하셨습니다.
personal property commences.
지금부터 그 유언장의 낭독을 시작.
드디어 모두가 한 자리에 모였구나.
You're all gathered here.
부디 이번만큼은 다툼 없이 나의 말을 존중해주길.
Without hostility among you. Well, that ain't gonna happen. Well, that ain't gonna happen.
화를 내는 사람은 없었으면 좋겠어. 이건 한 번뿐인 내 장례식이잖아. 그리고 지금의 나는 전혀 고통스럽거나 괴롭지도 않아.
There's no pain, no suffering where I am.
그러니 내 죽음을 안타깝게 생각하는 일도 없었으면 해. 나는 나만의 천국에 이르렀을 거니까.
I must have reached my own heaven.
하지만 그렇다고 해서 슬퍼하지 말라는 건 아니야.
That you mustn't let sorrow into your
눈물은
hearts.
마음껏 흘려.
Weep if you
그래야
will,
날 진심으로 사랑한다는 마음이 느껴질 테니까.
so that you have all truly loved me.
워더링 하이츠. 낡고 황량한 저택.
Old and desolate name.
난 이곳을 많이 무서워.
Manor, not name.
매일같이 악몽을 꾸고 겁에 질려 했지만
Fear and nightmares would consume me every night.
이제야 죽음에 이르러서야 이 저택을 있는 그대로 받아들이기로 했어.
I have come to accept this manor for what it is.
이제 이 저택을 나의 남편 린튼 에드가에게 남길게.
To my husband Linton Edgar,
나를 계속 기억하며 이 저택을 소유해줘.
and remember me by its presence.
빌어먹을.
그리고 하나뿐인 내 오빠.
Oh, she was a sister. Okay, Hindley. My one and only brother.
그래. 나도 언급할 거라고 생각했다고.
Hindley's like began to shake nervously, so did his voice.
빚이 매우 많은 상황이라고 들었어. 매일같이 술과 도박을 일삼고 있다는 것도.
Drinking and gambling. Ah.
그래서 나는
제발 뭐라도 내놔라 캐서린.
Well, you brought this upon yourself, man. So I don't think you're getting anything.
M사에 있는 어비스 트라우마 교정실에 오빠를 등록해 놓았어.
Abyss Trauma Correctional Facility at MCorp? The fuck is that?
이 말을 듣고 일주일 내에 방문을 해서 서류를 접수하지 않으면
If you don't visit the facility within 1 week after reading this will,
그쪽에서 오빠를 찾으러 직접 방문할 거야.
they'll come to take you in?
뭐?
오빠의 마음이 건강해질 수 있기를 진심으로 빌게.
Wait, MCorp has a rehab center? That's a thing? I signed your ass up for fancy rehab. Not gonna lie, that is awesome. Wow, okay.
말도 안 돼. 희망을. 애초에 지금 상황에서 일주일 안에 M사를 어떻게 가라는.
물론 오빠를 위해 M사로 가는 워프 열차 이용권도
Warp train
준비해두었으니
ticket to MCorp for
걱정은 마.
you, so please don't worry about the travel fees.
내 손에 집어쳐!
Disturbance to the execution of this
또다시
will
소란이
occur
일어나서 이번에는 경고 없이
without
武력을
warning.
행사하겠습니다.
이것들이 감히...
Incomprehensible. I can just look at Mooresold for results. Hey, Jerry saying, Mac, welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day. Continue to have a good time on stream. This idea that the city has a concept of rehab is insane, but it makes sense that it's there for the rich. Yeah.
그리고
Heathcliff.
히스클리프. 집으로 온 걸 환영해.
Welcome home.
캐시, 너는
이 저택에 7번의 벼락이 치고 난 후
Huh? Wait, what? Why does it feel like it has changed? Once the 7th strike of lightning falls upon this
그
manor.
후엔 황금가지가 네 것이 될 거야.
Huh? Once the 7th strike of lightning falls upon this... What? Once the 7th strike of lightning falls upon this manor, my golden bow shall be yours? The mere mention of the golden bow suddenly intensified the sensation I felt earlier. I definitely sensed that the golden bow was located somewhere within this manor. Wait, why does it feel like from this point onwards, see, after the welcome home, something changed? But I already figured that the golden bow was somewhere in here. I've known that ever since I stepped foot into this manor. Yet I couldn't quite pinpoint its exact location because...
내가 소유한 그 황금가지를 너에게 줄게, 히스클리프.
황금가지를 저택이나 가문도 아닌 개인이 소유하고 있었다고요?
Personal property?
벼락? 7번? 무슨
7,
말을 하는
we got the
것일까요?
first strike on somewhere near. We got the second strike on the squirrel. Did we get a third strike so far? If I'm counting this. Moonstones to help him manipulate the brainwaves of their patients. So we know very little about MCOP. Alright, gotcha. I appreciate this extra detail then. If you know jack shit about MCOP, then sure. It's not a golden bow.
뭐라는 거야? 대체 무슨?
There's more than one he... What? What? Huh? Was that... I mean, can they have added like a S? Here, golden bows? Because this seems like it... Once you'd only assume it's a single one. It's just the A's missing. My golden bow shall be yours. It's singular, bro. What do you mean that the translation failed? Was that supposed to be... Wait, or was that supposed to be fucking intentional to pull the wool over my eyes? Huh?
단테, 괜찮으신 건가요?
Are you alright? There's a second golden bow in this manor.
아니야. 그딴 말 말고 돌아와 캐시. 제발 내 말에 한 번만 들어줘 캐시.
There are two golden bows here?
정말이야, 내일이 정말 유령을 봤다니까.
This room is haunted. I saw a ghost.
또 그런다. 유령이 나오면 제가 두들겨 패서 빨래대에 널어놓을 거라고 했잖아요, 캐시 아가씨.
Thrash that evil ghost and hang him to drown the rack.
유령 같은 건 없어. 맨날 거짓말만 한다니까 쟤는.
Oh, Hindley. In the Ayrshire family, sure. Small catchy. Cashew. You know, for Kathy, even though it's a nickname for Catherine. Calling her Cashew sounds cuter. At least for her, for current small Cashew.
거짓말 아니라고.
미안하다 얘들아. 많이 기다렸지?
Mr. Earnshaw.
아빠, 내 바이올린은요?
내 엑스사 만능 렌치도.
X-Corp all-purpose wrench. I always interpret it as Dante feeling more than one bow. Aye, that's also fair. Cashy baby.
바이올린도 렌치도 못 사왔어. 남은 손이 없었거든.
I do not have the room for the violin or the wrench.
남은 손? 아우 뭐야?
안고 있는 그 더러운 자루 같은 건 뭐야? 더러워.
이 날씨에서 길거리에서 죽어가고 있었단다. 부모도 집도 없던 모양이야.
Oh! I found this child dying alone in the streets. He was without parents or a home. The boy would have surely died in a weather like this.
그래서 나는 우리 집에 이런 거지 같은 애랑 같이 있기 싫어.
맞아. 바이올린 사오란 말이야. 이런 거 내다 버리고.
Throw that thing out.
바이올린 내놔. 바이올린 가지고 싶단 말이야.
근데 아빠, 이 애는 왜 길거리에 있었어요?
이 아이에게는 아무도 없기 때문이거든. 불쌍하게도.
Because there wasn't anyone to take care of him, poor child. This is not kidnapping, just surprise adoption. I see.
뒷골목에는 그런 아이들이 간혹 보이지. 부모도 없고 친척도 없고 집도 없는 아이들 말이야.
그럼 얘한테는 이제 뭐가 있는 거예요?
And what does he have now?
이제부턴 우리와 그리고 이 집이 있는 거지, 캐시.
And his place as his home.
싫어. 난 저런 거 안 가져.
그럼 오빠는 버리는 거구나?
So you're saying that you don't want to have him, right?
바람이 불고 있나 봐. 저택에
Whoa, that
또
is
울음소리가
a
들려.
transition and a half. Right on the lightning strike, okay. It's howling, I can hear it. Something wailing, its cries echoing through the manor halls.
그렇네요. 창문은 닫으세요, 아가씨. 춥겠어요. 기억나세요? 아가씨가 어렸을 때 이 바람 소리만 들으면 계속 무섭다고
Howling
칭얼거리셨는데
winds.
유령이 보인다 그러지 않나?
You're seeing ghosts.
지금도 난 보이는 걸.
I see them still.
아가씨, 히스클리프가 저택을 떠난 후로 아가씨는 너무 허약해지셨어요. 그러니까
Far too
어른이
weak ever
되어서도
since
헛것이나
Heathcliff
보는
departed the
거라고요.
manor. That is why you are seeing things.
괜찮아, 넬리. 이젠 유령이 무섭지 않아.
I no longer fear the ghosts.
모든 두려움은 무지에서부터 나오는 것이니까.
Ignorance of its origin. What the fuck is she talking about? What ghosts? What do you mean? Seeing ghosts. Ah, huh.
히스클리프는 어디에 있는 걸까?
아가씨,
이제 그에게 남은 것이라군. 내가 전부일 텐데.
Surprise lightning strike jump scare. Riddles. Oh boy. 6:13. Let's see how long we're gonna go with the reading, because part one seems very front heavy, front loaded for story. I guess I could say. Everything went dark for a second.
벼락의 영향으로 잠깐 정전이 된 것 같아요.
The
이제
lightning caused a
돌아왔네요.
brief power outage.
그리고 방금 보였던 그 장면 역시
What we just saw were
캐서린 씨의 기억이죠?
Catherine's memories.
그런 것 같아.
That was Catherine's memories. The golden bow's affecting something? I think so.
이전과 같은 황금가지의 영향으로 볼 수 있습니다.
Yeah, golden bow. Yeah, we remember that the same thing happened with the teary-eyed. The teary thing. The tearful thing. In Canto 4, I remember that.
그리고 잠깐만. 여긴 아까 걸어왔던 복도죠? 저희가 방금까지 있던 장소가 아니라
This isn't where we were before the power went out. I don't see Hindley or Linton anywhere either. Oh! So it was an exact transition. Transition into her memories. Then we saw her memories. Then the lightning strike in the middle, which caused a power outage. Now power came back on. And it's on the 7th lightning strike you can have Golden Bow. That's 3 lightning strikes so far, if I'm not wrong in counting it. And since we came up before the manor.
이럴 수가. 이게 어떻게 된 거죠?
하지만 우리는 한 발짝도 움직이지 않았잖아. 그치?
Step or anything, did we?
발걸음을 뗀 자는 없었어.
아, 그렇다면 움직인 건 우리가 아니라 이 집이라는 이야기군요.
I suppose that it's the house that moved.
뭐 아는 거 없어, 넬리 씨?
저도 어떻게 된 영문인지 전혀
So
모르겠어요.
Nellie's still with us.
이 저택에 온 것도 정말 오랜만이거든요. 캐서린 아가씨가 린트님과 결혼해서 여길 떠난 후부터는 저도 올 일이 거의 없었으니까요.
그 고인이 된 캐서린이라는 분이 워더링 하이츠 저택을 샀다고 하지 않았나?
Purchase this manor, Wuthering Heights.
네. 하지만 사기만 하고 워더링 하이츠로 바로 이사를 하지
Oh,
않으셨어요.
after the purchase.
지금 보니 이곳을 떠나올 때와 다르게 저택
Since I
곳곳에
was
뭔가
gone.
달라진 점이 보이네요.
Nellie was probably referring to the numerous exposed cables, holes, and cracks that seemed to have been painted over.
제가 치프 버틀러였을 때 이런 꼴을 봤다면 분명 길길이 날뛰면서 집 관리를 어떻게 하냐고 외쳤을 거예요.
I would not have let such slovenliness slide.
하지만
저택을 개조하려고 한 걸까요?
Catherine herself making modifications to the manor.
보통 부자들은 저택을 사서 입맛에 맞게 개조하는 경우가 흔해?
머리 스타일을 바꾸는 정도의 느낌일까요?
I'd say it's kind of like changing your hairstyle once in a while.
계속 같은 머리로만 있으면 지겨워지니까요.
It's boring, you know.
아하. 돈 많은 사람들에게는 그 정도의 느낌이구나, 이게.
So that's how casual. So that's how casual a full-on house remodeling is like for rich folks. I see.
히스클리프, 너한테 뭐라고 위로해야 할지도 모르겠지만
Comfort you now.
캐서린 아가씨의 죽음을 믿지 않는다고 했던 네 말 말이야.
She was truly dead.
그 말을 듣고 나도 다시 생각을 해봤는데
I gave that idea some thought.
어느 정도는 동의해.
Okay, what the fuck are we doing? Quick question before anybody says anything in chat and before I even bring my theory up. We haven't seen memories of the dead, have we, through Golden Bows? We have only seen memories of the living, right? So far in Limbus. Just a simple question I have, and chat, you can answer this, because I'm asking you this pretty explicitly now. If the answer contains something interesting, or like not worth knowing yet, I'm actually trying to think back. Because here's the thing. For Canto 1, it was Bug Guy, Gregor. Canto 2, it was Rodia, right? Canto 3, it was Krume. Canto 4, it was... no, not Rodia. Rodian. Yeah, Rodia. Sure. Canto 3, it was... Who was it? Yeah, Krume, like I said. Canto 4 would be Yisang and Dongrang, yes. And Canto 5 was literally just... yeah, there's a stream delay. But Canto 5 was literally just... if it was just the whale. It was just the whale, to be fair. Ishmael. Ahab and Ishmael. Oh, right, because we were in the whale's insides. True. And the whale. It was all three. Ahab, Ishmael, and whale. Fishmael. For the memories that we did see. We have not seen a dead person's memory. Let that fact be stated until now. Until Canto 6, at this point, we have not seen a golden bow resonating with the dead person's memory, because even then, technically in Canto 4, the tearful thing was still alive.
뭐?
Huh? Heathcliff's pupil suddenly dilated.
나도 아직 캐서린 아가씨의 시신을 본 적 없어.
Even I haven't seen Miss Catherine's body?
아가씨가 돌아가셨다는 린튼 주인님의 말을 듣고 너무 경황이 없는 나머지 제대로 확인해 볼 생각도 못했으니까.
Oh!
네가 하려는 말은 그러니까 그런 거야? 캐시가 죽은 게 아닐 수도 있다는.
Might still be alive? Yeah, it's a mirror dungeon thing.
혹시나 하는 거야. 그리고 캐서린 아가씨 성격 알잖아.
You know how Miss Catherine can be.
고집이라면 누구에게도 지지 않고 가끔은 섬뜩할 정도로
Sometimes doing things so unexpected that they're almost frightening. What do you mean?
난 사실 이 장례식도 어쩌면 아가씨의 끔찍한 장난일 수도 있겠다는 생각까지 했다니까.
Awful or average
그래도
gesture.
확실한 건 유언장은 틀림없이 아가씨의 필체였다는 거야.
Own
그리고
handwriting.
린튼 주인님은 캐서린 아가씨가 돌아가신 이후에도
He never once stopped making modifications to the
이
manor,
저택의 개조를 멈추지 않았어.
even after Miss Catherine passed.
그 새끼가 이 짓거리들을 했다고?
가까이에서 본 적도 의도를 물어본
Nor
적도
did I
없지만
personally ask him of his motives, but
적어도 이곳에서 무슨 일이 일어나거나 혹은 일어났다는 건
oh, that
분명하지
something has already happened. Something is to transpire here, or that something already has happened. What the fuck?
뭐가 어떻게 돌아가는 거야?
유언장에 적힌 벼락이
In
의미하는
who
건
Will is talking about.
말
True.
그대로 벼락이 여러 번 치는 걸 의미하는 건 아닐까요?
7 lightning strikes.
언제 어떤 날씨에 우리가 찾아올 줄 알고.
Precisely, and this is better, on the day of a
그런 걸
funeral.
조건으로 적을 수는 없을 거다.
Unless you moonlighted as a renowned prophet, I don't see that happening.
아무도 모르지.
I don't even
캐서린 씨가
understand
대체 뭘 하고 싶었던 건지조차 모르겠군.
what that will.
맞아. 어떻게 죽은 사람의 의도를 알 수 있겠어?
We can't ever know the will of the dead.
아니면 캐서린 아가씨의 방을 찾는 게 어떨까요?
Miss Catherine's room?
아가씨는 결혼하신 후에도 종종 워더링 하이츠를 방문했으니까요. 방에 뭔가를 두셨을지도 모르잖아요.
Linton?
너도 기억나지, 히스클리프? 캐서린 아가씨는
응. 수수께끼 내는 걸 좋아했지.
She always liked riddles.
반면에 너는 머리 쓰는 걸 싫어해서 일단은 다 부숴보려고 했고.
Like you, who performed a more direct approach, which involves smashing everything to pieces.
나중엔 무지 혼났어. 의도도 생각 안 하고 몸으로 해결하라고 한다.
Without even trying to think about the intent. A faint smile appeared on Heathcliff's face as he seemed to recall a fond memory.
그렇다고 지금은 잘 풀 수 있을까?
I don't know if I've gotten any better at it since. But the heavy somber expression soon returned. I guess our next order of things is to find where that room is. Well, we'll see. We shall see. The corridor. It's a battle. Gonna be interesting. Definitely going to be interesting with the corridor and a
바닥
battle.
곳곳에 피가 낭자하군.
I spy blood everywhere on the floor.
좋은 일이 벌어졌던 건 아니겠네. 분명히.
I doubt anything nice went down here, that's for sure.
좋은 사람만 있는 것도 아닐 테지. 저 상황을 보면.
I doubt there's anyone nice down here either, Luck.
물러나라고 이 개 같은 놈들아!
순순히 털어놓으시죠. 이 저택에 무슨 짓을
Wuthering
한
Heights?
것입니까, 힌들리?
What have you done to this man?
진짜 나도 뭐가 어떻게 된 건지 모르겠단 말이다. 넬리, 어서 이놈들을 떼어라!
너희들 이곳에서 뭘 하고 있는 거야? 아, 이거 넬리 아닌가? 그리고 저택의 망나니 자식과
우리한테 하는 얘기야?
조세핀, 저택이 이상해지고 있는 것 같아. 뭐 아는 거 없어? 워더링 하이츠는 언제나 그래왔지. 그리고 감히 저런 몹쓸 것들을 이곳에 데려오다니. 마님이 아신다면 분명 호되게 채찍질을 했을 거다.
Mistress would have you whipped. Had she been here to witness this? What the fuck is she talking about? Is that Catherine? Or is that her own mental image of Catherine? What are we?
우린 아무것도 몰라. 불이 나갔다가 들어오니까 이미 사람들이 눈앞에서 사라졌단 말이야. 그리고 근처에서 들리는 이 소리는 대체 뭐야? 모르나? 지금 저택 곳곳에서 버틀러들과 데드레비치 놈들이 교전 중이지. 물고 뜯고 핥히고 그러다가 서로가 서로를 전부 죽인다면 정말이지 좋으련만.
Catherine's mother? Maybe. Oh no, yeah, that would make sense because what the fuck with the original, you know? Catherine's mother. I mean, because the dad seemed nice. We didn't see Catherine's mother here, did we? Is she like an old butler or something?
교전? 하지만 왜? 벼락이 치고 잠깐 어두워졌다가 데드레비츠 놈들이 갑자기 달려들었지. 힌들리, 저놈이 우리 저택을 노리는 게 틀림없는 거야. 그게 무슨... 이 워더링 하이츠가 마님이 말씀하시는 게 틀리지 않냔 말이야.
데들레비츠 놈들이 그러는 거랑 나랑 무슨 상관이야? 나는 아무 명령도 안 했어.
넬리, 당신이 말릴 수는 없는 거야?
I'd rather not get involved in something like this.
조세핀이랑 저 버틀러들은 한때 힌들리를 따랐던 자들 아니야?
저들은 워더링 하이츠 직속 버틀러예요.
What? Their services to Wuthering Heights and Wuthering Heights only?
이들은 엄연히 말하면 저와는 다른 계약으로 이루어진 버틀러들이죠.
A bound to a contract different from mine.
가문의 특정 사람과 계약한 저와는 다르게 이들은 저택과 토지 자체에 귀속된 버틀러여서.
I am contracted with a specific person within the family, and they are contracted with the manor and the estate itself. Oh.
아니 뭐 부잣집 해결사로 일해서 돈 벌겠다는 건 알겠는데 그렇게 복잡하게 묶여 있으면 집이나 땅에 묶인 해결사들은 무슨 득이 있는 건데?
그것은 계약 조건에 따라 다릅니다.
Terms of the contract, yeah.
특정 기간이나 조건이 만족될 때까지 버틀러로서의 근무를 마치면
Whatever specific conditions stipulated in the contract.
해결사의 급수를 올릴 수 있거나 토지와 관련된 가치 있는 것을 양도받을
Oh, they may be able to raise the fixed grades or gain the rights to certain valuable assets tied to the land itself. Butlers are the will of the manor.
그게 참 아이러니한 게 저들처럼 저택과 땅에 묶인 버틀러는 집안 대대로 버틀러 일을 물려받기도 해요. 그건 마치 관성적이기도 해서.
Butlers bound to manors and estates often inherit their parents' careers and contracts. Sometimes it continues with generations upon generations.
최초엔 어떤 계약으로 시작했는지조차 모를 정도죠.
Until the initial contract is eventually forgotten.
에? 그쯤이면 계약은 다 까먹었겠다.
그래도 계약은 계속 유효하니까요. 이걸 어기면 영문도 모를 둥지에서 금기 사냥꾼을 보내거나 아까 본 외우피 협회에서 찾아올지도 모르는 거고요.
As we had the pleasure of... And breaking it may invite the taboo hunters from an unexpected nest of fixers from the Orphe Association we had the pleasure of meeting earlier.
그리고 조세핀 저자는 옛날부터 돌아가신 마님 말고는 누구도 따르지 않으려고 하죠.
Long dead mistress's orders and won't listen to anyone else.
잘 아는군. 그러니 이렇게 웃으면서 말할 때 이만 떠나지, 넬리. 우리 워더링 하이츠를 가로치려는 가짜는 수작질을 하는 쥐새끼분께 본때를 보여줘야겠으니까.
그래, 우린 그냥 아무 일 없던 것처럼 지나가자.
문을 잠가버릴 거다, 히스클리프. 너는 이 안으로 들어올 자격이
You don't deserve to
없으니까.
come indoors.
너 같은 게 우리 가족들이랑 같은 식탁에 앉을 자격이 있다고 생각하니?
Going all the way over there for this, huh?
헛건이 얌전히 있어. 만약 거실에 허락 없이 내려왔다가 나한테 걸리면
I hear Hindler's voice echoing from Heathcliff's memories. The revenge may not be so difficult after all. We just had to pretend we didn't see anything, leave Hindley behind, and have Josephine and her butlers take care of him over us. Even if he does put up a fight, there is no telling how long he could hold out against all of them without backup. I can feel Heathcliff's turning slightly to look in my direction. I'm sure he's thinking the same thing as I am.
시계대가리, 네 생각처럼 하진 않을 거야.
You won't?
그래. 캐시는 내가 힌들리 저 자식을 버리고 가는 걸 원하진 않았을 테니까.
Not like this. Oh. I guess fair. Also, hostile Wuthering Heights butler. Sinking, bind. This is on hit. Housekeeping strat. Plus coin boost. Okay. And sinking. I mean, the minus IDs are gonna love it. Base power +1 for every sinking potency on target, and it's on use. Max 2. So that can make it a 20 power skill. Okay. Bind, defense down, sinking, defense down, and fragile. Sinking heavy enemies. The unit has remained Ning's shield HP at turn end, lower stagger threshold by 10. The shield HP is depleted, the last attacker heals 10 SP. And they're fatal to blunt. And have endurance towards pierce. Alright.
빠르게
sure.
처리하지.
That's a lot of skills being procced. Alright, Gregor was just given 2 paralyzed, because why not? Alright, Gregor, let's see how you doing. Doesn't look like you're doing good. But they're struggling because of paralyzed, yeah, fair enough.
일기당천. 하나 넘고 둘 넘고.
This is going to be very interesting to go through.
좋아. 좋아. 코이.
총알값 아까울 몸은 아니군.
Right. Let's go.
날카롭고
자세가 무너졌나?
지킬 게
자비에
많거든.
감사도. 빈틈 투성이군. 스틸레터.
Make your SP take a dump and lower your speeds with paralysis. They're not bad, but they can be annoying by how many. Fair enough. Right, Kozan activated. 2-hit shotted.
다 죽어라.
Another 5. Another 5er. That's 2. That's also 2, but that's not what I want. 2 and 1. Yep. The next turn right after that should be good. Next turn after that should be good. And that should lead to another Kozan, actually.
여기가 네 약점인가?
Yep.
사물. 앵화.
Let's go. Another 2 Kozan. Nice.
빠르게 처리하지.
전력으로 상대하마.
Let's go. More salt.
전탄격발. 그렇게 서 있으면 목이 떨어질 수밖에.
자세가 무너졌니? 자비에 감사도.
지키기 위해서라도 지킬 게
Nice.
많거든.
And the battle's over. The battle's over. Hello, Lex and Cannon. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day and continue to have a good time on stream. With the rest of
도박장째로
us.
의뢰를 냈다 싶더니 이렇게나 밑장 빼는 놈들이 한가득일 줄이야.
This is packed, bro. This is only part 1.
한 달은 의뢰 없이 놀아도
And it
되겠는데.
continues until 26. That's
사무소
probably
넘었네.
Catherine's room that we're gonna slowly be making our way towards. Alright, before we go to go towards this fight, also levels have started to increase, as one might guess. But right. I'll be right back. I need to warm up some water. Okay, not back with water yet. Water has been put to be warmed up. Alright, let's switch back. I should be able to take some water in about 2 minutes. Alright, so this is the team. I don't think I'm gonna be changing the team, so we'll just go with this. Alright. I have no clue how much. I don't think I'm gonna be able to upgrade too many people. Yeah. I might as well. Hello, Cool Dog. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day and continue to have a good time on the stream. I'll try to upgrade 2 levels for everybody here. That should be a little bit more doable. Okay. How's the Canto so far? I'm enjoying it. Very unexpected twists in the plot, let's just say. I called 1 out. Or like 1 or 2, but that was about it. And how do you like your colors? I like my colors, thank you very much. T-Corp is depressing as frick to live in, to be fair. Like, not gonna lie. Huh? What happened? Guys, I'm clicking on stuff. Why is it not working? Okay, it's working again. Why is this so weird? Anyways, I'll be right back with me water. Hello, we're back. Just a quick UI buff. Bug. I'd say hold off for now. Until it's extremely relevant. If the mistake costing too much. If it isn't a significant mistake, I feel like leave it aside as like a part of the experience.
사냥감인가 몸이 끌어.
Okay, that one, all 3. Yeah, I'll continue with all 3. That's... At least this gets delayed. For the best.
빠르게 처리하지.
Plus coins. Defense level down. Fragile.
총알값 아까울 일은 아니군.
Okay. Yeah, I'll do with this. Come on. Who? Gregor got staggered. Well then, Gregor. Butlers everywhere, but not a single drink served.
좋아. 너도 누군가에겐 아껴졌겠지만
마음 놓고 열어젖히고.
Staggered, eh? Okay. I mean, if it's staggered, then yeah, don't mind me. Alright, brother. Save that one. Let everybody else, on the, for that matter, have at thee.
빈틈 투성이군. 스틸레터.
Nice.
지키기. 너도 누군가에겐 아껴졌겠지만
Yay, let's go. One. And we finally... Ah, I misjudged the bullet count. Ah, I misjudged the bullet count, bro. It's fine. It's fine. Ah. Yeah, it's fine.
날카롭고 정확하게.
올인이었나요?
Okay. One, huh? Alright, Sinclair. Push him to the other side of the fucking battlefield. I don't know why Sinclair is the only one who does that. From like most of my experience, Sinclair is like the only sinner in my team who's responsible for whatever reason with his skill 3 pushing the pushing people to the other side of the fucking battlefield. Anyways, let's say, I mean, if it's a battle specific thing, why not? Yes.
일기당천 하나 넘고 둘 넘고.
Blunt tends to do that. Interesting. That's the fun thing about a clash power of 30. That has to do with his high numbers in clashes. Okay.
내가 찾은
Fair then.
나만의 항해 방식.
Oh, since Ishamel's voice line changed, right? So I'm kind of curious, what's gonna be the next one? As in, you'll get shoved in this body bag too, right? That was, you'll get shoved in this bag too. That was Heathcliff's Canto line. It's gonna be interesting to see what it would be changed to, I should say. Overheat, let's go. Not being useless for once. Oh wait, let me read her. Sinking, office level 1, sinking, bind, sinking, paralyze, on hit, knocking. Time to clean. That's the last one. If the target is at 10 or less SP, inflict 2 offense level down. Offense level down. Plus coin drop, sinking, as mistress commands. Base power +1 for every 3 sinking on the target. So that would be 6. 18. Allow others heal 5 SP, that's a lot of sinking. Not even a speck of dust. Apply 3 offense level up and heal 15 SP to all allies, including this unit. Inflict 1 fragile to other allies. Okay. 1 fragile to all other allies. Inflict gloom affinity bonus damage equal to sinking potency on target. Gloom affinity bonus damage. How much damage is that? Slippery Rat. If this unit has remaining shield HP at turn end, lowers staggers threshold by 50. If this unit's shield HP is depleted, all enemies heal 10 SP. If target has sinking count more than +3, reuse this coin twice. Wait, so that's gonna be skill 3. That's effectively a 5 coin one? Above the Spectre Dawn. Echoes of the Manor. 50% chance to gain 1 more sinking count when gaining sinking potency or count from skills or coin effects. Units with SP. Change panic type to Echoes of the Manor. When this unit panics, inflicts 2 Echoes of the Manor to 2 random other allies of this turn next turn. Units without SP, 10% chance. Minus 10% chance to flip heads. I mean, that's good for negative IDs. Reduced by 1 turn at end. This effect is not cumulative. Okay. Gotcha. As a mistress commands. Huh. Alright, hope for the best, I guess. Because then, legitimately here, nothing else left. Also, I kind of wanted to do this, but I'll do it later. I just hope we get to do something. Anyways, Hi, Rodion. Yeah, he can't focus it down. Fair enough. Didge? Didge?
지키기 위해서 너도 누군가에게 맡겨졌겠지만
Very much staggered.
자세가 무너졌니?
Didge?
자비에 감사하도록.
Alright, Sinclair, come on.
그 오물을 떼어내주지.
Of course. Why not? Plus coin drop. Oh, and it inflicts plus coin drop. Interesting. And she has a 600 health, huh? Tremor Burst. Echoes of the Manor. A shit ton of bleed right now. Bruh. Come on. But also, why not? If this is how it's gonna be, I don't see why not. Let's go.
자세가 무너졌니?
Didge.
자비에 감사하도록.
Some tremor, some good tremor, I should say. I might add as well.
하나 넘고 둘 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
자, 하, 헥, 사물, 앵화.
Yeah, my team is basically gonna cook her,
내가 찾은
of course.
나만의 항해 방식.
The effects of power creep in this game, basically.
지키기 위해서
빈틈투성이군.
And we're good to go.
예전보다 많이 나아진 것 같다. 나도. 그러고 보니까 그 환상체 이제 가호를 내려준 아이가 없어졌지.
On the
다시
corridor 1, 2, and
관리를
then now
맡겨주실까?
3. 39. Clear intent to
알고 침식도.
Alright, why not?
야호. 아마도.
네, 그러죠, 마님. 분부대로 하겠습니다.
Hmm?
우린 여기서 시간을 더 끌지 않고 데드 레비츠 그놈들을 청소한다.
Dead Rabbit's Rabble.
다음에 다시 만나게 되면 너희도 같이 청소해주지.
I'll put the rest of you in the bin should I pass across again. And they didn't show even a hint of gratitude.
뭐 사실 나 혼자여도 무리 없이 상대할 수 있었어. 제정신이 아닌 조세핀과 그 똘마니들 따위.
Maybe we should have just left him behind.
그리고 네가 형님이라고 꼴사납게 따르는 놈. 이름도 잘못 기억하고 있는 주제에 우애 좋은 척은 다 하더군.
Now that's a man who's positively only can fucking see the weaknesses and the worst out of the things he dislikes or hates, whatever we call it, whatever it's called. But yeah. Every single thing must be, you know, I'm getting flashbacks to something. Every single thing, I must see the worst part of it every single time and misconstrued it so it fits my worldview the best.
무슨 개만도 못한 헛소리야.
그놈 이름은 매트야. 매튜가 아니라.
뭐? 무슨 정신 나갔냐? 내가 몇 년 동안 알고 지낸 형님 이름을 헷갈렸을 것 같아?
그리고 정신 나간 조세핀. 눈치 하나 빠르더군. 내가 무슨 수를 써서라도 이 저택을 뺏어갈 생각이란 걸 알고 있어.
No matter what.
거의 다 따라온 판이었는데 그때 그 카드만
Confounded
나오지 않았어도
card in this round.
아니지. 분명 조작된 판이었어. 그렇고 말고 그게 아니고선 경매로 넘어간 이 워더링 하이츠를 개선인이 곧바로 샀을 리가 없으니까.
We had the funds so ready to purchase Wuthering Heights the moment it was put up for sale at the auction.
네가 도박으로 잃은 이 저택을 캐서린이 다시 샀다고?
Oh wow. Oh wow. Oh. That's how he fucking lost the manor?
그래. 걔도 조세핀처럼 언제나 제정신이었던 적이 없었지. 하지만 곧 워더링 하이츠는 내게 돌아올 거다. 매트 그놈이 나와 계약을 했거든. 자신과 데드 레비츠를 함께 워더링 하이츠에 데려가 준다면 이
As long as I let him and his dead rabbits into Wuthering Heights.
잠깐 어디로 가는 거예요, 힌들리님?
내가 니놈들과 사이좋게 동행이나 할 거라고 생각한 건 아니지. 매트, 그놈을 다시 만난 뒤에 내가 할 수 있는 모든 방법을 동원할 거다. 그리고 시건방지게 이전과는 다른 사람이 되었다고 착각하지 마라, 히스클리프.
That really has the pathetic tone down to a T.
난 변하지 않았어.
He's simply
변하지도 못하지.
he's one of those people. You haven't changed. Why? Because I have decided thus. Of course.
넉마처럼 어울리는 놈. 그걸 똑똑히 기억하라고.
And So, if I am to interpret his character right, since he was a child, or whatever, kid, instead of his dad bringing him violin, he brought Heathcliff, and then that's where the spoiledness of his opulence took over for any rhyme and reason. So he has to insert his authority of literally everything and every single part of Heathcliff's life for that. Right. And you haven't changed. You can't change because I've decided so. Alright.
성질머리하고는.
Oh, he definitely is.
히스클리프군, 이런 말이 화가 난 자네에게 도움이 될지는 모르겠지만.
Some sinners attempted to cheer Heathcliff up, who would normally be seething with anger upon hearing abuse like that, but this was different. It wasn't anger.
예전에는 매일 나를 짓밟는데 안달이 나 있는 저놈을 볼 때마다 마치 저놈 말대로 나는 밑바닥 인생에 쓸모없는 인간이 되는 것 같았어. 매일 저놈에게 안갚음할 방법만 궁리했지. 그런데 이제는
But now it's...
이 기분은 뭐냐? 뭔질 모르겠네.
변하지 못한 건 저놈이에요. 구질구질하게 과거에만 매여 있잖아요.
Like, is it the only thing he's got?
그냥 자라지 못한 10살짜리 어린애 같아요.
Past 10.
캐서린이라는 자의 방은 어느 정도의 위치에 있지? 교전 중인 저택을 마음 놓고 지나다니기는 힘들겠군.
여기서 오른쪽으로 꺾으면 될 거예요. 이상하네. 복도가
Corridor being this long.
어머나, 저기.
복도 끝.
I don't know
아까랑은
corridor.
조금 달라 보이는데 기분 탓이라고
Bit different
누가
from
말해줄
earlier.
사람?
그러고 보니 거리에서 종종 저런 식으로 돌아다니는 데드레비츠들에 대한 소문을 들은 적이 있어요.
Strange wandering dead rabbits.
혹시라도 저런 붉은 안광과는 마주치지 않는 편이 여러모로 좋을 거라고요.
Just like the ones they have. Strange dead rabbit.
너희들 무엇을 아니면 누구를 찾고 있는 거야?
아 참고로 우리 중에 그 린튼이라는 사람은 없어? 워더링 하이츠의 버틀러. 그놈들도 아까 저 복도 뒤로 가버렸거든. 그래서 뭐 우리랑은 볼 일이 없지 않나 싶은데.
You've got no beef with us, right?
볼 일 있어 보이는군. 우리의 말이 들리긴 하는 건가? 원하는 게 있다면 명확하게 응답을.
They all look a bit... No, they all look completely out of it, don't they?
조금 아쉽기도 하군요. 이 오티스의 협상술을
Straight, my excellent negotiation
관리자님께 보여드릴
skills.
기회가 매번 이렇게 흩어지니.
Excellent negotiation skills to the executive manager. Of course. Always putting the bells. No, this is sharp. They've become sharp. For some reason. Rupture, offense level down. Paralyze, bleed. Rupture. Take 3 SP damage if this unit loses the clash. Splitting. Lose 2 HP on self with every clash. Gain 1 offense level up at start. Lose 3 HP on self on every clash. Gain 2 offense level up at start. Okay. Yeah, fair. Time for the third round. Oh no, it's just these guys. It's one wave. Right, sure. Why not? Nice.
일기당천.
Nice, he sang.
하나 넘고 둘 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
Hey, Jamal got ruptured.
스틸레터.
총알값 아까울 놈은 아니군.
Nice. Yeah, that should be enough actually. For some of this.
일기당천.
이것밖에 못하나.
I should probably drink some more water. now.
이것밖에 못하나.
네 약점인가?
Okay. This is gonna be struggling. Don't mind me.
받아볼 텐가.
그 오물을
다 죽어라.
자세가 무너졌네.
나도
전력으로 상대하마. 전탄격발.
Nice. Both gone. Okay. Wait, hold up. That's how much?
이미 배 중입니다.
How many buffs do you
제게
have,
말을 거는
Ishmael?
건 룰 위반이죠.
Wait, huh? One? Wait, huh? How?
불길 속으로.
Oh, right, because, okay. Yeah, no, fair enough. The turn passed, and bro killed.
전탄격발.
자세가 무너졌네.
지키기 위해서.
Well, fights like this are samey. Personally, I think they are divided by story pretty well. Fair enough.
나가리판이네. 다음.
Let's go, Sinclair! Alright. The last ones. The last vestiges that are left here. Of course. Can you tell I like using this Ishmael's ego quite a bit?
바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
허술하군.
Not gonna lie, I would really prefer that 2 times battle speed increase. It'd be so good right about now. I hope that is a feature that they do implement in the future.
나를 들뜨게 만드는 일은 많지 않지만
Nice.
이번엔 그 귀중한 경우의 수에
Hey, the dead rabbits.
잘 놀다 간다.
Level
필수하지
40.
않은 탄피는
만곡된 직선을 직선으로 질주하겠소.
다들 들었죠?
You heard that too, right?
목숨이 끊어질 때마다 들렸던 소리가 있었어요. 가면 너머로.
Noise from beyond their masts.
소리.
The sound of mirrors?
그건 거울이 깨지는 소리 같았어.
잠시만요.
Shattering mirror. Ishmael approached the dead rabbit's henchman's corpse and unmasked him.
뭔가 이상한데요? 다른 자들의 복면도 다 벗겨보는 편이 더 정확하게.
What is happening here? Things became even more puzzling once they were all unmasked.
생긴 것만으로 사람을 판단하는 건
이 자들 뒷골목의 폭력 조직원들이라고
Hardly do
생각되지는
they appear to
않네만.
be members of a violent backstreet syndicate.
근육 상태만 봐도 조직 생활을 해온 자들보다는 민간인들 같아 보이는군.
They look more like civilians.
분명 공격은 저들이 먼저 한 거였어요. 저희는 그저
The kidnappings for the syndicates, for a changed backstreets gang that has now come under the Ring Syndicate. What could go wrong? What could go wrong?
맞은편. 또다시
Red eyes, all of them.
이보시오, 정신들 차리시오. 어떻게 된 일?
앞뒤 상황을 따질 때는 아닌 듯하네요.
They attempt the diplomatic approach. Well.
받아볼 텐가. 총알값 아까울 모는 아니군.
Nice. Should it clash? Yeah, sure,
빠르게
clash.
처리하지.
Just a bunch of effects on screen.
이것밖에 못하나.
I am curious though. What's yeah, that should spend 2 straight into the 3rd. I'm not miscalculating here.
빠르게
Definitely not.
처리하지.
하나 넘고 그 오물을 떼어내주지.
Let's go, Sinclair.
다 죽어라.
전력으로 상대.
Wait, why was this triggered first?
전탄 격발.
Bruh.
상코.
Okay.
그렇게 서 있으면
자세가 무너지면
떨어질 수밖에.
자비에 감사하도록.
Bullet? What do you mean? Oh, we're out of bullets.
불길 속으로.
지키기 위해서.
전탄 격발.
사물. 앵화.
빈틈 투성이군. 스틸레터.
Wait, how did Gregor lost and got staggered? Overheat, unrelenting spirit. Interesting.
그렇게 서 있으면 다 죽어라. 뭐 이것밖에 못하나. 그렇게 서 있으면 목이 떨어질 수밖에.
Also, how did wait? What determines that the in normal
나를
ones
들뜨게 만드는 일은 많지
form were
않지만
sold?
이번엔 그 귀중한 경우의 수에 들어맞았군.
And just a question in general.
잘 놀다 간다.
In chain battles, what determines that sinners use their second skill? The dead rabbits too.
불로 정화하고 깨끗한 세계를 세우라.
Because I feel like I've seen that happen multiple times in this game, but I've just never gotten an explanation on it. Like, a sinner has 2 skill slots. Why is it that sometimes that sinner would use their second skill slot skill first and then their first skill slot skill? Priorities as follows. Clashes first, then skill 3s. If all skills are clashing, then they'll use their skill 3 first. Is that how I... Okay. Because yeah, I've never... Game doesn't tell you this mechanic, does it? What's the priority system for attacks for sinners? So... I was like, wait, why does that happen? But that makes sense. Well, to be fair, game doesn't tell you about attack weight manipulation and also retargeting. So the clashes will activate first, and if all skills clashes, then they will activate their skill 3 first. Personally, I think it's opponent speed difference. It does, but it's pretty weak. Hello, Ferois. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day and continue to have a good time on stream. Not quite, but it changes retroactively as enemies get stagger mid-turn. Changes retroactively as enemies get staggered mid-turn. Oh, do you mean to say, like, if an enemy is being attacked by 2 sinners, so if the first sinner was using both his skills, and the second one is, what's it called? How do I put this? Oh, wait, what was the example I was trying to give? I feel like my brain just decided to shut down for some reason. At least for Arknights, I just by playing a shit ton, I had an idea. That's a different kind of strategy with not really that much mental maths. I'll have to say, man. I'll have to say. Enemy gets staggered mid-turn. So what you're saying, Linux Canon, is, for example, if one sinner it's useless to try to predict turn order in unfocused. Okay. But still. I'm just trying to see how the fuck does the game function? At least with that knowledge I'll have some advantage. As in trying to use that knowledge when the time's right? What are you looking for, Heathcliff? I'll just keep that aside. Apparently my brain is just not able to think it. But I think Luxin means to say that the combat itself will do checks mid-turn if an enemy gets staggered, and then check for the priority yet again. Sinner 1 staggers target, as Sinner 2 is using both the S2 and S3. That's the example I was thinking of. Thank you, Luxin Cannon. I just didn't know how to put it into words for some damn reason. So skill 3 gets the priority. Staggers target as Sinner 2 is using both skill 2 and skill 3. And previously, before the stagger, skill 2 and skill 2 would have had the priority because both of them were clashing. But now skill 3 gets the priority because it's no longer clashing. Okay.
안 보여.
They don't have him. The timepieces that Isang mentioned
그래.
earlier?
T사에서 태어나고 자란 자들은 무조건 시계를 가지고 있어야 해.
Everyone born and raised in T-Corp carries a watch. They have to. I think I'm getting it, but that took 3 years, and I will never be able to explain it. Right, the Kurokuma clan officer we fought in Yongjin building was looking for a timepiece too.
그건 내가 어떤 사람인지에 대한 신원을 알려주는 도구이니까.
To show others that you are who you are.
나는 T사를 떠나면서 시계도 같이 버렸지만.
그러게. 이자들 시계끈조차 보이지 않아.
Forget what changed with them.
시계만 있다면 적어도 어디서부터 온 자들인지까지는 알아낼 수 있을 텐데.
Learn at least where they were coming from.
의도적으로 이 사람들의 신분을 지웠거나 여기 출신이 아니라든가.
Or they're simply not from around here, right?
복장은 T사에서 자주 보던 양식이요. 분명
Worn about within the T-Corp territory. I have no doubts that they must be locals.
의문점이 한두 개가 아니지만 일단 지나가지.
But let us save that discussion for later. Yeah, now's not exactly the time. You can also use that delay to your advantage, most commonly with charge IDs.
여기군.
오늘처럼 밤까지 오는 길이 험난한 적이 없었네.
Shall we enter?
그럼 이제 들어갈까?
말해줘, 넬리. 내가 이곳을 말도 없이 떠나고 나서 물론 결국 린튼 놈과 결혼해서 행복하게 살았다는 것 정도는 알겠어.
말해줄까?
Are you sure you want to know?
젠장. 듣고 싶은데 듣고 싶지 않아. 분명 지금 내 표정 꼴사납겠지. 캐시가 지금 나를 보면 한마디 날려줬을 거야.
거울이라도 있으면 보여주고 싶을 표정이긴 해.
I would have brought you a mirror so you can see that priceless look on your
내가
eyes.
전부 치워버려서 지금은 남아있지 않지만.
If I hadn't removed them all from the premises.
실없는 농담은 갖다 치워. 애초에 내가 나간 후에 캐서린이 한 번이라도 내 이야기를 꺼낸 적이 있어?
없었어.
Has Catherine ever even once talked about me at all since I left? No.
뭐 그랬겠지. 나 같은 망나니 새끼는 떠나든 말든 캐서린에게.
글쎄, 히스클리프.
I wouldn't be so sure.
내 말은 그런 뜻이 아니었어.
That is not what I meant.
네가 떠난 후 캐서린 아가씨는 아주 천천히 죽어가기 시작했어. 방에 처박혀서 며칠 안 나오고 밥도 먹지 않고 말도 하지 않았지. 그러다가 소리 지르고 울고 혼잣말을 하고 린튼 주인님이 와서 달래줘도 똑같았어.
But it hardly helped matters. Wait, what? Latrimouse? Huh? Latrimouse? Wait, what does this mean?
Lachrymose.
Oh, it's lachrymose. Weeping or inclined to weep, tearful. Okay. Scream, cry, whisper things to herself.
정말 장의사를 미리 불러야 하는 건가 싶을 정도로 아가씨는.
Mortician in advance.
정말이야? 캐서린이 그렇게 고통스러워했다고?
Heathcliff asked incredulously.
보고 있는 모두가 고통스러워질 정도로. 그러다가 어느 날
Being making you learn new words, of course. It pained us to even watch her suffer, and one day she...
이것 봐. 린튼이 베개 위에 꽃을 놓아두고 갔어.
Linton's left a flower on my pillow.
황금빛이네. 몰랐는데 워더링 하이츠에 이제 봄이 왔구나.
Snow is all but thought it too.
녹았어.
Golden? Golden flower?
와, 정말 낭만적인데요.
그렇게 보일 수도. 또 엄청난 값을 치렀으려나. 하지만 린튼이 정말 날 위해 꽃에 색을 주고 싶었다면 이 꽃은 보랏빛을 띠는 꽃이었어야 했겠지.
Then it should have brought me a violet flower.
그러니까 이건 나를 위한 게 아니야.
This was only for his own
링튼 그 스스로를
satisfaction.
위한 거지.
Actually, I'm probably the biggest fan of unfocused fights, and there's not that many good fights to be a fan of. Yeah, fair. This is only for his own satisfaction.
아가씨, 괜찮은 거예요?
무슨 말을 하는 거야? 오늘만큼 상태가 좋은 날도 드문 것
I have
같아.
never felt better than I do today.
나와 함께 바깥에 산책을 가주지 않을래? 어떤 꽃들이 겨울을 이겨내고 피어났는지
Wintry, cold, and bloomed.
하나하나씩 봐야겠어.
아가씨는 그 후로 정말 기운을 차리셨어.
Appeared convalescent.
캐서린 아가씨가 다시 활기를 되찾게 되어서 모두가 기뻐했지만 지금 생각해보면 뭔가 이상했던 것 같긴 해. 몇 달을
Once upon
괴로워하던
in from
사람이
fever, how could anyone
하루아침에
so suddenly
열정을
recover
떨쳐낼 수
from all
있을까?
that after a single night's repose? Did that guy give her a golden bow? It's an entertaining mystery to follow.
힌들리 씨로부터 이 워더링 하이츠를 사버리고
Mr. Hindleyish or
이곳에서 본격적으로 집을 개조하기 시작한 것도
sweeping modifications to this place?
나는 두 분이서 다시 워더링 하이츠로 돌아가서 사시려나 보다 싶었어. 궁금해서 계속 물어봤지만 저택을
But they
어떻게
never gave me a
바꾸는지는
straight answer.
결코 말씀해 주시지 않았거든. 나도 알고 싶다, 히스클리프. 아가씨가 대체 어떤 생각이었는지.
As to what she was thinking.
편지를 보낸 적이 있었어. 이곳에 입사하고부터는 못 보냈지만 갱단에 있을 때부터.
But when I was a part of that gang,
봉투에 내 이름을 써놓진 않았지만
though I didn't sign my name on him,
그냥 잘 지낸다는 것 정도는 알려주고 싶었다고.
글쎄, 편지 같은 건 뜯어보지 않으셨어.
I don't recall her ever opening
그
in her.
꿀집은 아무도 꺾을 수가 없을 거야. 아무도.
No one could convince her otherwise. No one. Okay.
날카롭고 정확하게.
하나 넘고 둘 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
I'm only 5 hours late, but this is great. Hey, please, welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day, and continue to have a good time on stream.
총알자밖에 올려는 아니군.
Okay, let's see. Sure. Nope. 3 and then another 3. Been working, right? Another one. Should be fine.
짝패군요.
Struggling. Don't mind me. If we decide to struggle. That should be 2 more. A defense skill. Come on, that should actually be 2. Trigger mark around spend. Yep. Yeah.
받아볼 텐가.
산코.
Let's go.
너도 누군가에겐 하고 싶겠지만
자세가 무너졌니? 자비에 감사도.
Now we should be good to go. For the most part. Yep, skill 3.
불길 속으로.
Let's go.
전력으로 상대.
More salt. Come on.
전탄격발.
Tremor burst on everybody.
사물. 앵화.
그렇게 서 있어.
허술하고 있어. 자비에 감사도.
바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
차라리
250 damage. Only 3 left. Only 3 left. Yep. Choose this one.
빠르게 처리하지.
Man, this singing team is looking really weird. What do you mean? This is a Tremor team. Going against the horse first time. Boss got some lucky clash and off me and this team.
산코.
Tremor, is that on you with the sinking?
그 오물을 떼어내주지.
다 죽어라. 이것밖에 못하나. 그렇게 서 있어.
Nice.
목이 떨어질 수밖에.
도박장죄로 의뢰를 냈다 싶더니 이렇게나 밑장 빼는.
Tremor is definitely very satisfying to use, not gonna lie.
한 달은 의뢰 없이
Shrinking is not an archetype yet.
사무소 놓았네.
The diary. I mean, okay, question. What would be the most absurd archetype in Limbus? As in, what combination of status effects that are still here, that have not been, what's it called? Combined to make an absurd team. Of course, it would be heavily kit dependent. Hoist charge. Bloiche. Blood and rupture. Burn sinking. I've gotten 3 different answers on that. Poise charge. Blood rupture. Oh, it's bloiche. Oh, bleed, poise, and rupture. Burn and sinking. So you so you sink the enemies and then you also burn them. Okay. But bleed, okay, it's every clash. Then poise, you crit harder, and then rupture for the sweet true damage. That definitely sounds interesting as an archetype. Bloiche. 2 double corp people, 2 from Canto 6, 2 Heishus, and an incorp reissue.
자, 판 돌아갑니다.
너희 뭐 하고 있는 거야?
The room now without its master was completely turned upside down, and in the center of all that mess were butlers awkwardly standing frozen mid-movement as though they'd all been caught red-handed.
린튼 주인님의 요청으로 방을 청소 중이었습니다.
Master Linton's orders.
누가 봐도 뒤지고 있는 중이었잖아.
혹시 데드레비치 놈들이나 워더링 하이츠 버틀러들을 보지 못하셨습니까, 넬리님?
On your way here?
아무래도 힌들리 그놈과 작당해서 린튼 주인님을 해치려는 것 같습니다.
Will and Henry to harm Master Linton. poison, but just like the
데드레비츠는 아무 이유 없이 누굴 죽이라고 덤벼드는 집단이 아니야.
하지만 그 친구들이
Did they try to kill us for no reason?
나도 알아. 분명히 형님께서 뭔가 이유가 있었을 거야. 캐서린의 방에서 무슨 작당을 꾸미고 있었던 건지나 말해.
방을 청소 중이었다고 말했을 텐데, 히스클리프.
BJ Brothers is wild.
아니면 데드레비츠, 그 저급한 놈들과 역시 한패가 된 건가?
누가 곱게 자란 샌님 린튼 밑에 있는 놈들 아니랄까봐 말귀 못 알아먹는 건 똑같네.
말이 지나치군.
That was uncalled for.
아니, 지나치다 못해 건방지게 선을 넘은 건 네 놈들이지.
Team consists of entering sang Babo as a commission of
이 방을 맘대로 해도 된다고 허락할 수 있는 놈은 나야. 그 새끼가 아니라.
Funny fact, before I even did 3.5, sorry, 4, was it 4? Huh? Yeah, Intervallo 3, I encountered this exact fight in Mirror Dungeon when I was doing it, and it was interesting to fight, let's just say. Definitely.
빠르게 처리하지. 빈틈 투성이군. 스틸레터.
Swift Edgar family butler, so that's defense level down. Bind, heal SP on self. Okay, fragile, defense level down, fragile. Inflict 1 slash resist down. Ah, fragile and then defense and fragile. Gotcha. And using a skill of target HP is below 50%, skill power +1.
이것밖에 못하네.
여기가 네 약점인가?
총알값 아까울 놈은 아니군.
Right, staggered. This is of course going to be another 11 enemy round. Apparently these guys just really love 11 enemy rounds for whatever reason. Limbus right now. Yeah, do that.
날카롭고 정확하게.
여기가 네 약점인가?
Wasn't eliminated.
자세가 무너졌니? 자비에 감사하도록.
이것밖에 못하나.
Okay. It's bleed, bind. If the target HP is at 100%, deal 30% more damage. Bleed, paralyze, slash power up. Bleed, bind, bleed. Just a shit ton of bleed, huh? Eh. Okay. That's unopposed. That's clashing. So he's gonna use that first. Bro. Okay. I mean, if that's the case, I'm just gonna... Yeah, I'm just gonna... Goodbye. Come on. I'm not misclicking game. You didn't see anything.
일기당천 하나 넘고 둘 넘고
내가 찾은 나만의 항해 방식. 비가 오네.
Let's go. Dead end.
그 오물을 떼어내주지.
Nice. Okay, he's getting bleeded. Gregor. Right. He's gonna stagger himself after this turn, huh? His bleed activates every clash.
전장에 집중하는 게
Huh?
좋겠군. 개죽음 당하기 싫다면 말이지. 전장에 집중하는 게 좋겠군.
What?
개죽음 당하기 싫다면 말이지.
Bleed damage can stagger. I never knew this. Huh. Okay, I guess that would have been absurd. I don't know. Maybe? Sure, why not? Huh. Anyways.
받아볼 텐가.
Bleed staggering is bad. In the case of stagger balls like that, the next hit taken will be a stagger. Okay.
전력으로 상대하마.
It's the only status that does that. Alright, fair enough.
전탄격발.
Let's go, more assault.
전탄격발.
If they stagger the target, they stop taking bleed damage. Oh, interesting. Go to the 3. Hello, Shabu. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good time, and hopefully you've been having a good day and continue to have a good time on stream. Okay, that was some bind. Because they aren't acting anymore in stagger. Right, fair. Organizational compulsion. Yes. Come on. Nice.
자세가 무너졌나?
하나 넘고
Defense skills don't trigger bleed. Gotcha.
그만해, 히스클리프.
That's enough, Heathcliff.
살려는 놔야 해요. 그래야 왜 무엇을 찾고 있었는지 정도는 알 수 있을 테니까.
Otherwise, he won't know what they were working for. Why?
말해. 납득이 되지 않으면 니놈들의 그 식기로 손가락을 하나씩 잘라줄 거니까. 얼마나 잘 썰릴진 본인들이 더 잘 알겠지.
말해줄래? 너희까지 내 손으로 꼼밤을 먹이고 싶진 않거든.
Sleepy smack on my own subordinates.
일기장. 캐서린 주인님의 방에서 일기장을 찾아야만 한다고 하셨습니다.
Miss Catherine's room.
저택이 개조되면서 캐서린님이 일기장을 어딘가에 숨겨놓으셨을 거라.
As they were making modifications to the manor.
그래. 그 일기장을 왜 찾으려고 하시는 걸까? 린튼 도련님이.
방법을 찾아야 한다고 하셨습니다.
Find a way.
너희 계속 그렇게 두루뭉술하게만 말할래? 내가 어떤 방법으로 치프 버틀러 자리를 꿰찼는지 재현해 줄까?
How I managed to become this chief butler, right?
정말입니다. 어떤 것과 관련된 방법인진 말씀해 주시지 않았습니다.
모른다고만 할 거면
됐어, 히스클리프. 모른다는 말은 진심인 것 같아. 너희.
Oh, white gossipium. Yeah, I have heard of so. Not being able to stagger the enemy, the worst gift. In MD, the reason that they bought the they implemented the reject gift function. Fun fact, I've gotten that gift multiple times in MD.
그리고 더 이상 눈에 띄지 마. 부탁인데.
Do stay out of my sight.
넬리님, 저희 내부 정보에 의하면 도시 질병급 조직에 해당하던 데드 레비츠는 이미 한참 전에 T사 뒷골목에서 괴멸이 된 상태였습니다.
Syndicate of an urban plague classification had long been obliterated from the T-Corp back streets. Now they buffed it and rules now. On launch though, it would just end your run. It's actually pretty good now, unless you go past floor 10. We're dropping low, but okay, twist after twist. The Dead Rabbit Syndicate of an urban plague classification had long been obliterated from the T-Corp back streets. Then who the fuck is it right now?
오랫동안 활동하지 않은 이른바 토벌된 조직이라는 것입니다. 다른 갱단들도 뒷골목에서 데드 레비츠들을 보지 못한 지 한참
Dead
되었다고
rabbits in the
합니다.
back streets in a while either.
신원을 알 수 없는 자들입니다. 부디 조심하십시오.
Please do be careful.
킹글리시가 대체 누구를 이 집안에 들인 거지? 그리고 일기장이라는 건
And that diary. A diary, huh? I'm not sure what to expect from it, but
잡기만 한다면 이 상황을 타개할 단서 정도는 되어주겠죠.
right. We did talk a bit about ranking. So yeah, plague of the something something. Dead rabbits got all the way up to plague. Good for them. It'll at least clue us in as to what kind of situation we've run into.
일기장 따위에 조그만 물건을 숨길 만한 곳이라면 이 책꽂이와 서랍들 정도겠지만
Space to hide such a small thing as a diary would be these bookshelves or
이미
drawers.
저들이 최선을 다해서 뒤지고 간 모양이군.
But it appears that the butlers have come home this room clean already.
나 이런 거 본 적 있어.
I have once beheld such a sight.
보통 어딘가에 숨겨진 버튼이 있거나 그레고르 군이 쓴 것보다 훨씬 커다란 돋보기로 이런 데를 유심히 쳐다보면
It's often the case that a hidden button exists somewhere. We got to scour this room from corner to corner with magnifying glass much larger than even Gregor's.
아, 이건 근시안경이라고.
These guys have full myopia. Which one was the one? Myopia. Was it near-sightedness or was it farsightedness? Okay, I guess the name makes sense. What's the other one? Yeah, I also have myopia. Because myopia is short-sightedness where distant objects appear blurry. And farsightedness is the opposite one. I don't know the medical term for it, but... Wait, myopia... Okay. Results in clear distance a bit blurry. Yeah, it's hyperopia. Okay, it's myopia and hyperopia. I myself actually have myopia. Fun fact. That's why I wear glasses. Counter nobody on with myth might be a small threat. I've been legend, a known threat. A threat to be dealt with fixes. I've been plague and nightmare. Large threat to nest. Major threat to the city, and finally, goes for the head itself. Yeah, I'll remember some of the classifications. We've given the roundup. I've gotten the roundup. It's just I'll forget until it becomes quite relevant. To be fair, but yes, random low drop by myopic. That's why I have glasses. So I have trouble seeing things far away from my eyes, distant objects. Actually, I became a... I had glasses on me since in 3rd grade, because what ended up happening was... Story time with Matrix, just a random one, because why not? Because what was happening was... what was the subject? I forgot. It was some subject. I was sitting at the end of the classroom on the last bench. So what I was doing when the teacher there was writing on the chalkboard, on the blackboard with the chalk, was I would get up from my seat, go near the board, try to see what was written, come back, note it down on my notebook, and then repeat this process like about 6 times until the teacher noticed and said, actively warned me. Like, you should get your eyesight checked, and for it to stop from getting worse, you should probably get yourself some goggles. So I did just that, and in about like a week or 2, I got myself goggles, and I've been this way since then. And unfortunately, from that time, my eyesight hasn't gotten significantly worse. Maybe only a little bit. So it isn't as high of a power on these glasses as some other people have, if I remember. But honestly, I've forgotten the power on these glasses. I've been wearing these same glasses for about like 4 or 5 years now. Anyways, probably should continue with the story. These glasses are for my myopia.
베개 속은 온갖 새들의 깃털로 가득하지. 아마 1000개쯤 있을걸?
Catherine? There are 1,000 feathers of so many birds in this
다른
pillow.
부자들은 희귀한 새 깃털을 수집해서 넣어 놓는다곤 하지만 난 싫어.
The people means like to collect rare bird feathers and stuff their pillows with them, but I don't like that.
왜인지 너는 알겠어?
Why? Do you know why?
날아가는 새들은 죽이지 말아야 하니까?
Not to be killed like that.
맞아. 새들은 세상을 벗어나서 하늘을 날도록 태어난
Born to
존재니까.
soar the skies.
그래서 나는 이 깃털들을 전부 빼낼 거야.
Canto. So I'm going to empty this pillow of their feathers.
대신 그 빈 속엔 내 비밀을 채우는 거지.
Instead, I'll fill it with my secret. Have I ever played HSR? I think I've answered that question multiple times on stream. And you were here, if I remember. Like, my main big gotcha, so to speak, was HSR until the start of 3.0. And then... yeah, I dropped the game. I just could not be bothered anymore. I deleted my Hoyo account and that was it. Then I went on to just play Arknights exclusively, and now I'm kind of exclusively playing what's it called? Yeah, Limbus. Even though it's right in front of me, I sometimes forget the name. I will fill it with my secret,
언제든지 내 머리맡에서 펴볼 수 있도록.
so that I will always have it at an arm's reach. I would disagree, Cleves. I thought that the best story... You know what the best story so far was in Honkai Star Rail? In terms of the themes and the storytelling, the combination of both? Bellabog. Straight up. But the same level of consistency in storytelling method, good cutscenes with good pacing. Like, in my opinion, yeah, Bellabog. I genuinely do believe that. Like, that was the best arc of HSR. Nothing really touched it, as in terms of getting consistent, good quality storytelling, cutscenes, and lore all in one arc. Because some other arcs were like, okay, a lot of it is dragging out, a lot of it is just going back and forth. And then some other endings and boss fights were like, okay, this is pretty peak, but yeah, nah, man. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. I'm just taking for me, from what I remember and experiencing, I love Bellabog more in terms of the consistency for storytelling and stuff like that. Considering, like, if I put to put everything story-wise, it was honestly Bellabog. Even though some other arcs will have higher highs but also higher lows, I'd prefer the consistency of a good story. But yeah. And then I saw in which direction was the game was going with. I am a One Piece fan, Bat. Pacing cannot break me. Fair enough. To be honest, you're also like taking this from somebody who's read Tuaru, so maybe take that with a grain of salt, but you only have so much time in life, do you? So instead of reading a story that is badly placed, it has maybe high highs, but also really lows and just a bunch of dragging things out, I may as well read a story, in my opinion, now this is just my personal opinion, which is more consistently better in all aspects, but maybe it doesn't hit the high notes quite as the previous story. But yeah, that's my opinion, because there's so much time to read a lot of bad paced stories. I'd rather take a good paced story with some good things and stuff like that.
히스클리프 씨, 왜 갑자기 베개를...
Why are you tearing that pillow open?
캐시라면 분명
일기장에 나왔군. 베개 속에서.
커다란 얼룩이 번져
Even the
있네요.
cover too.
표지...
왜 이런 얼룩들이 배어 있는 거지?
아주 오랫동안 무슨 글을 써야 할지 몰라서 펜을 든 상태로 종이를
Not sure
계속
what to
누르다
write.
보면 잉크에 생긴 웅덩이가 번지고 번져서 이런
Pull and
커다란
spread,
얼룩들이
leaving big
남기도
stains like
하더라고요.
these. Ah.
일반적인 잉크의 성질과는 다르게 보입니다.
Made from non-standard
한
special
페이지에
ink.
번져 있는 잉크가 다른 페이지에는
Oh, interesting.
무엇보다
Perhaps.
의도적으로 글자를 가리기 위한 장치라는 생각도 드는군요.
These stains were made on purpose to hide the words under them.
린튼이라는 자가 길을 쓰고 찾으려는 게 이 일기장이 맞다면 중요한 정보가 담겨 있는 물건은 확실하겠네요.
That it's something important.
대부분의 페이지에 다
Most of the
얼룩이 묻어
pages are
있어.
stained. Yeah, fair enough. For characters and ideas, I've experienced a mix of both. For example, when I wasn't that much into reading or consuming media, if the characters were interesting enough, I could have pacing be taken a back seat. Now, just because of watching a lot of, I guess you could say, animes, maybe reading some mangas, and also just reading a bunch of light novels where pacing wasn't treated as well, but there was only a few instances of great pacing. I would say for this perspective, because there's only so much you can think about the characters. Like, for example, it's... Okay, let me get my thoughts straight. I'll give you the example. So, there's a candy cart there, somewhere, right? And on a candy cart, you have tried most of the flavors of candies and stuff like that. So, if I already know I've tried I've mostly tried everything, right? I've mostly tried everything. Now, for the a little bit more expensive candies that are made with care, put more flavor into them, taste better, they have better flavor profiles mixed into them. Now, for that candy cart, I would put more worth into consuming it because I've already consumed all of the other candies, right? So, for this, it's simply... So, by this extremely... by me failing to give a proper analogy, my basic meaning is I have consumed a lot of stories with bad pacing to the point, and including a lot of characters and character-centric stories, to the point where I'm like, okay, I value pacing more because I also value a bit more of my time. I don't have as much time to be thinking upon these characters and their ideas and stuff like that if they aren't being properly communicated, because I've already given like more than 50 or maybe even 100 stories that chance, and them then failing to do so, or failing to get their point across and stuff like that, or just putting a lot of things to the back burner, or some questions, lore details, or whatever it may be. But I've just given so many stories so many chances to the point where I'm like, okay, now for a story to get some chances from me, you have to have at least a consistent pacing. Like, you'll have to have consistent pacing, and I can understand bad pacing even like at the start. So I'm like, yeah, I put more importance on the pacing because I've already had so many characters and so many ideas being explored. But the worst feeling if it's not paced well is just, well, the idea and the impact of the story doesn't land as well now, does it? if you want to maximize the impact for anything else, and you want me to connect to a character or muse on their themes or what they're accomplishing or what are their struggles and stuff like that, I've already given like more than a fucking 200 characters that chance. And the main problem that I identified was the story's pacing holding it back for it to be hitting harder. And by reading a lot of things like that, even though it may be like lower tier stuff, honestly, because that's just what it is. I'm just being honest. I'm not demeaning any work there, but it's just lower tier stuff. I'm like, I may as well go with better paced stories which have good themes and good characters and bring up relevant stuff when the story needs it. For me to experience the full impact, and if you want to communicate an idea to me, why wouldn't you communicate that idea with the best possible case, the best possible scenario, and with the best possible impact that idea could have had, so I can think on it, right? Like that's my thing, and this perspective has only changed after reading about, I'd say, roughly a lot of badly paced stories, let's just say. That's why. Personally, if a story has bad pacing, I can't just push through the slog of reading it. Yeah, that's also fair enough. Sure, most of the pages were stained and their contents were rather difficult to read. Even a little bit. That's when the pages suddenly began to flip rapidly until it came to a stop at a page with actually legible words. It couldn't have been the wind. There weren't any open windows. What is happening? Huh?
히스클리프. 그 애가 아무 말도 없이 나를 떠났어. 밖에는 천둥과 비바람이 치고 있지.
Oh hey, interesting. We're finally clicking through the a book. A terrible thunderstorm rages outside.
넬리의 말대로 장대비가 한바탕 쏟아지고 나면 그가 내 속을 더 이상 썩이지 않고 집으로 다시 돌아올까?
Like Nearly said.
그래,
On another day.
돌아오지 마. 나도 널 더 이상 보고 싶지 않아.
I don't want to see your face ever again either.
너에게는 이 저택과 나뿐이잖아.
So if you're all you have, you don't have anything
아니면
else.
너의 전부를 기어코 버리겠다는 거니?
어휴, 아주 이거 우리가 계속 봐도 될 만한
Should
내용인가?
we
히스클리프 씨가
alone so he can...
읽어보시는 게
아니, 좀 묘한 게 나온 것 같은데.
This entry seems off.
오랜만에 저택에 손님이 찾아왔어.
The first in a long time, a guest paid
새로운
me a
자와
visit.
이야기를 해보니까 정신이 맑아졌지 뭐야?
Really cleared my head.
그리고 문득 눈앞에 거울에 비친 내 모습을 봤어.
And I saw my shape in the mirror before me. Who's this guest?
이제야 내가 무엇을 해야 할지 알 것 같아.
I know what to do now.
지하실. 우리는 그곳으로 내려가야 해.
We must descend there.
가 누굴까요?
지하실.
넬리, 분명 내 기억으로는
맞아, 히스클리프. 여러분, 다음 장소는
Next
지하실로
destination lies at the basement of this manor.
왜 그렇게 추론하는 거지?
이 저택은 오래전 돌아가신 마님의 명령으로
Ordered
지하실로
us to seal the
막아놓았었어.
entrance to the basement. Oh.
즉, 저택의 개조와 함께 뚫어버린 공간이라는 거죠.
The basement was unsealed when the modifications were made to the manor.
왜 지하실로? 캐시는 어두운 걸 싫어했어.
Enough to keep
항상
a room
방에는
always lit with
랜턴을
several
열어두고
lanterns.
싶어 할 정도로.
I think what helped for me is that I knew some stuff about... I knew some spoilers, that's it. I knew some spoilers, so after the pacing, and I kind of liked it, because even with pacing it's weird, because I can read slow-paced... Because pacing isn't about, oh, if it's properly paced, or if it's fast-paced, slow-paced. No. I think pacing is more flexible than that. It depends on the... It's very slow-paced, I'll tell you that right up ahead. But it already had me hooked with the world building, so I was able to put it, and I was genuinely curious. I enjoyed the first few chapters of the game, which is a rare thing for an Arknights player to say. And that's coming from my thinking, where pacing is related to the story. Pacing is relative to the information and to the story structure. A slow-paced back burner pacing can also be very good. A fast pace, another type of story can also be very good. It depends on their execution. Enough to keep a room always lit with several lanterns.
덕분에 매일 장을 보러 갈 때마다 랜턴들을 한가득 사놓아야 했죠.
Purchased an entire set of lanterns whenever I left the manor to procure the groceries. Calling to put...
확실히 수상하긴 하군.
That is certainly
지하실 위치
suspicious.
예상하는 곳이 있어, 넬리 씨?
No, this is the basement.
집마다 거기서 거기죠. 부엌부터 한번 가봅시다.
Kitchen. Alright, let's go to the kitchen. I'm just hoping we can, at least for this stream.
나를 들뜨게 만드는 일은
Okay, how
많지
long do we
않지.
have?
이번엔 그
When does
귀중한
part
돈의
1
수에
end?
들어맞았군. 잘 놀다 간다. 회수하지 않은
Still
탐심.
24.
팁이다.
I actually really enjoyed the first two factors, which instantly killed me when I finished the Frost Nova section and shit slowed to a crawl with characters I didn't really care for taking the front. Not much. 21?
마지막까지 발버둥 칠 수밖에.
Wuthering Heights corridors. We had a rather spirited start to the investigation, but our journey to the kitchen was far from straightforward.
이상하네. 1층으로 내려가려면 여기서 오른쪽이었는데.
How many modifications have been made to this manor?
아니야. 부엌이 나오려면 이미 한참 전에 나왔어야 했어. 그리고 넬리, 네가 이 집에서 헤맨다는 것 자체가 말이 안 돼.
맞아. 난 눈을 감고도 어디가
Still know
어떤
where
방인지
everything
다
is in the
돌아다닐
south.
수 있었어.
익숙하군. 이건 맞지.
The corridor.
복도.
Not enjoying the sections after that. Oh, what do you mean after the Frost Nova section? Do you mean chapter 7 and 8? Or do you mean like the start of Acts 2 and Arknights? And how they just do storytelling via events? You don't like Arknight storytelling on how it's a lot more disconnected and you see more about the world, about characters where your main characters aren't really involved in anything. Maybe they won't even get a mention if it's a region-specific world. Let me make sure I'm thinking of the right person. I'm reading. Yeah, fair. Because chapter 7 is Patriot. Chapter 8 is Tallulah. As for the focus and who gets what, I hate that critical information about main characters dispensed in non-mandatory sections. I'll be fuck around with Chen again or something. Critical information about main characters dispensed in non-mandatory sections. Critical informations about main characters. Are you talking about Dagger's Inheritors? Because that's the only thing you kind of needed to read. I actually like the modular storytelling of Arknights, where events would take precedence if you want to learn about a specific city. Sort of suffers from the same issue as Girlfriend's Line. Great world building, but just dumps so much of a gameplay that it feels more like a visual novel than a game. If you're reading the story, yeah. It's a different method of storytelling, actually. Because... no, you could have exhausted, exciting, exiting. Alright, GSG. We'll see you in the next one. Thanks for sticking around. Good night. But it's a different method of storytelling that I don't mind. Because I would say I can see this as like a criticism of like chapter 8 onwards, very much in Arknights, but I haven't done anything. But still, I began skipping events around the time of Near Lie. Alright, fair enough. And it's about critical information about the main characters being dispensed in events. It's more so to give a proper context to the critical information without it just giving it another scenario. Like, it's one thing to be given that information in relation to the things happening in the main story, but there's another thing to that. You see the greater context of the world. You see the build-up to that information other characters discovering in real time, because it's a whole timeline, and it's not linear storytelling at all. I think that's one of the strengths I really like about Arknight storytelling, and because it's kept so separate from the gameplay, so to speak. You can skip the story entirely. You can not even touch one piece of lore, and you still enjoy Arknights for what it is in the gameplay. My main problem with Arknights is I get disinterested with the constant switching of POV. Like, I get interested in the story of the first group of people, then it switches to the other guys. Most likely just me. Now, that does come down to personal preferences. And I do think I can say that some stories doing a lot of POV switching can also be hard to keep track of. I'm just speaking even outside of Arknight. Act 2 has a lot of that. Well, unfortunately, I haven't gotten to Act 2. And the second out of that has a multi-POV war plot, and I kind of dug it. Yeah, even that, what are we talking about? We're talking about Arknight storytelling and how some people don't like it in chat, which is fair. Because it also comes down to personal preferences. Like, what's your preferred method of storytelling, right? Are you a very group-centric kind of guy who focuses on communication about characters, character developments, and things surrounding them? Or are you a world-building kind of guy where you're interested more so in the world, the characters just enhance the world that you're in, and you dig seeing multiple points of views in a storyline and how everything connects in the end and what it builds up to? Because I'm enjoying a lot of it, and the freedom, I would say... Yeah, exactly, even my point. I love how Arknights, I find that to be a strength. I love how Arknight side stories are not directly tied to the main cast most of the time, because there's a greater world out there. One of the greatest is making you out. You should know about all the laws and shit with the angel people without explaining the angel people and Arknights without explaining what that is. All I will say around that is all I'll say to that is it depends on how it's tackled. Because if it doesn't give you the explanation yet, you can make your theories on it, and of course it's the world. Everybody would act like it. Everybody assume you know this knowledge. If the story brings it up later, and there's a good reason for not bringing it up earlier, then I'd say that's a good storytelling. That's how you immerse yourself in a world. The combination of side story timings being unmarked and constantly having to spend sanity on events instead of progress is what finally tapped me out. Well, there is now a timeline, and it has there's now a timeline, and most of the best practices for reading Arknight story is, let's say you like a faction, or you know more about the world, you're curious about some other things, you can just follow that line of the branching story. Like, let's say a faction in Kazimierz, the sports knights, in a capitalistic environment. You can follow that line of events, or you can go another way, It becomes a bit of a, okay, I'm more so interested in this faction and then this faction. So it becomes more of a choose your own adventure kind of thing. Basically. So I just talked to my friends. Constantly spoilers and I got exhausted. Yeah, it really depends, because I won't deny. There are some people like that, especially for spoilers. Like, don't go on Twitter. Like, safe for say, don't go on Twitter. Try to keep yourself a bit away from YouTube, and that's about it. And don't take a look at CN. And be a little careful on Arknight's Discord and stuff like that, and you should be fine for the most part. Because, yeah, that's kind of something... since I have to do events for resources, get spoiled, and grumble about not going to progress. Because in like, for me, as my... I would say... I have a different way of looking at Arknight story, because here... I see progress. Oh, I did this side story. That's progress for me. Maybe it's not progress for the main story, but the main story is enhanced so much for me because there is a greater world out there that I love, that I adore, you know, stuff like that. So for me, it personally feels like awesome because I get to know a bit more. At every opportunity, I get to know more about the world and how everything comes together. So that's why. But I can definitely see it's a much higher barrier to entry if you're not used to this storytelling method. And as you pointed out, they have a timeline. Also, by the way, in the next update, was it the next 2 updates? I think it's the next update. Your sanity is, you're not going to lose sanity if you fail something, fail a stage, unlimited practice tickets, and a lot of quality of life that has been implemented. But I'm like, I could care less about the ice faction I never met, talking for longer than the Bible about shit that doesn't exist yet. I never met talking for long. My biggest gripe, workshop logs some recipes for far later chapters. Oh, that I would know. Oh my god. Tell me about it. Tell me about it, Lux and Cannon. Although usually events would come to give you a helping hand, but yeah. Hello, Heathcliff. Welcome to the stream. Interesting. How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day and continue to have a good time on stream. It's actually crazy how something big happens to you and you have to cut out your eyes to not get spoiled. Yeah, that's kind of it.
뒷문의 복도를 보았을 때 느꼈던 기시감이요.
It was really bad for how often events run because of how power-crept Arknights can be. What do you mean? Power-crept Arknights can be? I haven't really experienced much of that, to be fair. Having to deal with Invitation to Wine's boss. Okay, I've not played that event yet. New player. It depends on your levels. What were you? I think it could also be, like, it could very much be a case of a resource shortage instead of power creep. Because power creep would be character relevancy power creep, where a unit outpowers the other, so... but it's mostly doable without meta units, because, to be fair... Now, some people may not want to hear this, but it's a skill. The Arknights is built so. Yeah, it sounds like resource shortage, and it does say like a recommendation for a level. It's half the time it's bullshit, but half the time it's kind of accurate on some things like that. So if you're not able to play it like so. Because here's the thing, even 4 stars are... Look at W. Walter and look at Silver Ash and tell me you're being honest. I'm being honest, because that doesn't invalidate the previous characters you have, and you still have ways of playing the event if you use your brain enough, because unfortunately, Arknights is one of the strategic games where every event base power is centered around 4 stars, so you can clear even... Except for CC, which is Contingent Contract, RACC, and any time bosses, everything is clearable with 4 stars and below. That's why we have Niche Knights and stuff like that, where it's more so a flex. It's more so you have to give yourself time to understand the mechanics to be able to engage with it and refine your skill with the game. That is the thing that the game will reward you the most for. Instead of being like, oh, it's a more so case of power creep, when it's more so, in your case, it's a getting hit with the resource management. Yeah, Kirsten V. Kirsten V. Good shout out. Yeah, he's the biggest content creator we've got. Modern characters just delete mats, and I don't vibe with it it's technically completable, so it's fine. Oh, sure. You can think that, but it doesn't invalidate the previous units we have had. And to be fair, if you're using Walter, then people are going to assume that you're making things intentionally easier for yourself before you have made yourself learn skills, because that's, at the end of the day, that's just an accessibility feature. As much as it sounds weird, I really do think that. Because there's not a lot of units like that. That's the thing. If there was a ton of units like that, maybe it would be a problem. But each of those meta units have a different even though they can deal damage, there's some units that have the unique places that no other unit can really do. And even with Wishadel, she has her place. You can use her in farms. You can use her for other stuff where if you don't have a bunch of time. I put my meta units on my team and I'm like, okay, I don't have much of time. I can't fully strategize with it, and I can't use my brain power as much as I would like to. So let's just put Wishadel on and clear the stage. Like, we only have 8 pure DPS ops out of 300 operators. And the biggest strength of Arknights, in my opinion, how much choice you get? I both completely respect your opinion and 100% disagree with it. Meanwhile, I fully agree with it. Because that's the thing. Arknights gives you enough room to be like, okay, if you want to go completely wreck the stage with the meta units, go ahead. If you want to turn that stage into a puzzle game where you're solving it one at a time with really low power level units, like there's niches for fucking E1, not even being E2, the maximum power level that you would be recommended, E1 only units, and sometimes even further restrictions. Oh, we're not using 6 stars even in E1s. Because it provides you with so much strategic implementation and playing of the game. Unless you're tackling the extreme difficult content, you would be able to get through it. And that's the impressive part, because it focuses so much. And then there's the guy who plays at E0. Yes, there's a limit, because stats will matter when you're doing that at E0. They kind of need to rewind for practice, so it's actually useful for you to solve levels. I mean, why are you solving levels? I mean, yes, to progress forward, but the bigger questions would be, are you enjoying playing a puzzle-like strategy tile-based strategy RPG, right? That's the freedom. It gives you the freedom to play how you want. And that's definitely a feature I'm going to request for Arknights. Man, we really need a rewind. But if you're doing like practice reruns, because it was limited to practice tickets, it was limited to 30, right? Now you get infinite practice runs in the next update. It should drop in like about a few days, I think. Yeah, right about that. Your meta, the low power play, and people like me who are in the middle. Yeah, it would be harder to come from when... Today, actually. Yeah, thank you, Lux and Cannon. The thing about Arknights is, since a lot of other games have their own defined stat, and it's not... what's it called? It's not that level of freedom. It's very easy to go in with assumptions without being guided by experienced players. Because if you're going into this, I would personally even say this as a new player myself. It's easier for new players to fall into the trap of going with the assumptions and stuff like that. And play it like a standard gacha game where levels are required, where you have to manage your resources more effectively and stuff like that, without giving yourself enough time to develop some basic practical game skills that the game wants out of you to pass those harder walls, so you engage a little bit deeper and have the freedom of playing however you want. Like, that's one thing I can very much say. Because I, as a person, absolutely love the freedom Arknights provides to you as a player. Go and do whatever the shit you want to. If you're following the main gimmick and mechanic, you can very much... I was enjoying it when positioning, facing, and unit choice was more important than fuss around with exact placement timings that doesn't time only to get stack checked by a hard counter enemy appears. And that's the thing. It's also a time sink, so it does feel bad. I get where you're coming from, Masquerada, because it's the so-called freedom, I would say, that was like I'd say 5 or 6 months in. It's just a lot of the fuss around with exact timing placements, and that's your optimizing of the gameplay, because that's where you'll interact with the deeper gameplay mechanics. And there's different operators for different solutions, but the entire assumption here, it is that you are more... It takes a lot of time. Like, honestly, I think you did make the best decision for yourself, Masquerada, because it takes quite a bit of time to get to a point where you have the freedom of choosing whichever ops you want. You have enough resources to stuff like that. It's a lot of dedication you have, so if it doesn't hook you, yeah, fair enough. It isn't really for you. Because there's multiple layers to the system, considering the story, the gameplay itself, then the optimizing of your gameplay, about the tighter timings and stuff like that you mentioned. I actually like it way more looking at the outside from... Yeah, fair enough. If you aren't enjoying the process of playing it myself, yeah, sure. Don't. Exactly. That's how people should be, really. I'm happy that you found Limbus and you enjoy playing Limbus. You know, and you're still keeping up with the story, right? In my eyes, I see Arknights the same way a unit's value should not be defined by just their rarity. Yeah. I would possibly quit Limbus if I wasn't a day one player. Also fair enough. This conversation has been going on for way too fucking long.
네. 밖에서 보았던
Let's
저택의
continue.
외관으로 미루어 보아 논리적인 구조는
We're already
이미
over
한
6
상상을
hours.
벗어났습니다.
Considering the exterior of the manor and comparing it to its internal map, its shape and size is far from being even remotely reasonable. Nice. Masquerada. Oh, by the way, you're very much disincentivized to raise your operators to like elite 2 level 90. It's best to keep them at elite 2 level 60 because the stat gains you get for putting in the resources are not worth it as much. So it's better to hold off on that a little later on. Because Arknights, by its very nature, very much incentivizes you to build a lot of characters instead of just hyper-focusing on some specific ones. Oh my way, it was a vanity project. That's good, great to know. What's on your mind, Heathcliff?
느낌이 비슷해. 옛날에 수수께끼를 내던 개시같이.
Like it's one big riddle Kathy used to give me. Has the Golden Bough changed? I feel like it's been changed again.
내가 가끔 일찍 정답을
It's
맞출
actively
때도 있었는데
interfering with the manor now.
그때마다 심술을 내면서 이리저리 답을 꼬아버렸거든.
Getting down to more and more convoluted and annoyed that I actually managed to get it right.
지금도 꼭 일부러 심술 내는 것 같아. 지하실을 찾을 수
Even level 70 better.
계속 헤매게 만들면서.
This is exactly what that felt like. Like she's cross with me, hiding the basement from us, making us go in circles.
일기장 좀 줘봐. 지하실에 대해서 더 언급된 거 없는지 보게.
No, I don't know what happened.
여기 지금 3번째 맴도는 것 같거든. 슬슬
Walking
정신
through
나갈
this
것
hallway,
같다고.
okay? I'm starting to lose my cool.
저 액자 이제 정들어 버렸어.
I could recognize you from anywhere now.
일기장엔 뭐가 더 없던데?
잠깐만 볼게 히스. 네가 놓친 걸 수도 있잖아.
What if you missed something? What the fuck? Bro, I was so used to just normally going with the flow of things, and I had a good conversation with Chad about Arknights and why I love it. Man, that actually kind of jumped me. That actually kind of made me jump.
그렇게 소리 지를 정도는 아니지 않았나요?
방금 뭐였어?
What the heck was that?
유리창이 깨졌다. 어떠한 전조 증상도 없이.
A windows shattered quite literally out of nowhere.
아이고 미안 히스. 놀라서 일기장을 떨어뜨렸네.
It really got me.
됐어. 먼지만 털어내도. 어? 이 페이지 아까는 못 본 것 같은데.
This page wasn't here earlier.
그러게. 얼룩들로 다 덮여 있던 부분 같은데.
Ink-stained pages, wasn't it? Oh my god.
리아씨, 우리는 그곳으로 내려가야 해.
We must descend there.
언젠가 멀지 않는 날에 말이야. 나는 내 초상화를 지하실의 입구에 걸어놓고 싶어.
I'd like to hang my portrait at the entrance of the
가장
basement.
내가 아름답고 활기찬 지금 이 순간의 모습으로.
Most spirited, yet fleeting, present self.
가끔 조세핀이 저택에 안 보이는 날이면 나는 그곳을
Josephine
독차지하고
wasn't haunting
그와 함께 오랫동안
that area of the
수다를 떨곤
manor. I'd sit there for hours with him by my side, just chatting our day away.
이 날을 기억해?
Do you remember those days?
수수께끼? 그곳이 어디인데? 그래서
수수께끼.
Then the only one who can solve it has to be
지하실 입구 수다 떨던 곳.
Heathcliff. Briefly closed his could be referring to, then squinted them open. If any one of you are enjoying the stream, please be sure to like and subscribe. It helps out the channel a ton, and I really appreciate all the support I can get. Thank you very much.
식당의 벽난로.
The fireplace in the dining hall.
캐서린은 벽난로 앞에서 이야기하는 걸 좋아했어.
그랬군요. 정말 소중했었나 보네요. 그 순간들이 잊혀지지 않게 일기장에다
Write
기록해
about
놓을
them in their
정도로.
diary, so that she'll always remember them.
또 너네들이냐? 형님은 어디 계시는 거야?
말이 통하지 않는 상대인 게 분명하다.
Them appear futile. They clearly.
데드레비치들은
Heathcliff stopped himself, then scratched his head. He sighed deeply.
진짜 무슨 말을 해도 다 소용없겠지. 모르겠어. 아직도 모든 게 믿어지지 않아. 죽었다고 하는 캐시, 변해버린 데드레비치들, 뒤죽박죽되고 있는 이 망할 워더링 하이츠까지.
Welp. Unfortunate. Okay. Yep. What's the... Yeah, sure.
당신 짝패군요.
And the last node, come on. I need to finish this in the next 15 minutes, if I can.
총알값 아까울 놈은 아니군.
Wait, no. Okay. Use the skill 3.
내게 정확하게.
It'll be quick, just need to not get sidetracked. Yes, we will actually focus now. Don't worry, guys. We'll actually focus now.
차라리 아무것도 남지 마라.
Is it? That's not a clash, is it? If it's not a clash, yeah. If it's not a clash, why not do that? Man, I wish I could pull. Yeah, fuck it. You know what? I'll pull on my my parents' phone when I have time tomorrow. Why not? Sure. Yep. Totally promised us a 6 hours of Limbus, 3 hours a week. I never promised a 12-hour stream. No, this is misinformation you're spreading, my buddy. This is actual misinformation you're spreading. Also, if I want to improve my schedule in order to prepare for the things I'm gonna have, things I'm gonna be busy with starting January, I really need to get things under control and like at max 5.5 hour to 6 hour stream. Yes, we definitely do have a Discord. I just forgot to mention it at times, but it's linked in the description of this video, and be sure to join that for this Limbus company people shenanigans. Okay, I'm in my flavor of order. Yeah, sure. I can take it out of the Discord channel. Go ahead. Yeah, do that.
자세가 무너졌니? 자비에 감사하고.
우리는
My favorite dinner meal order soon. Have they shown you any memes? Oh, definitely. There's a Limbus memes channel. It's Ricardo memes, non-spoiler memes. So about stuff I haven't encountered yet, of course.
예전보다 많이 나아진 것 같다. 나도. 그러고 보니까
Okay, the
그
fireplace.
환상체,
Holy
이제
shit.
가호를 내려줄 나이가 없어졌지.
Yeah, sure.
정화하고
Go ahead.
깨끗한 세계를 세우라.
Anyways, there already was a group of people by the fireplace. Okay.
린튼 주인님.
결국 여기가 우연찮은 만남 따윈 아닐 테고 네 놈의 목적지도 지하실인 모양이야.
린튼님, 대체 지하실에 무엇을 숨겨놓으신 거예요?
먼저 들어갔으면서 결국 찾아야 할 건 저들이 찾은 모양이군.
죄송합니다, 린튼 주인님.
그 일기장을
그래야 할 이유가 있나?
남편이 사랑하는 아내의 유품을 돌려달라는 게 그리 불합리한 요청이었나?
자꾸 자극하지 마. 캐서린이 죽은 이유에 대해서나 말해. 계속 말했지만 시체를 보기 전까지는 네 말은 아무것도 믿지 않아. 결혼했다는 이야기부터.
애처롭군. 이건 어떤가? 그냥 이 저택에 벼락이 닫힐 때까지 가만히 숨어 지내면서 캐서린의 유언대로 황금가지나 챙긴 뒤 영영 떠나는 게
제일 잘해왔던 거잖아, 히스클리프. 우는 모습을 들키지 않으려고, 매질을 당하지 않으려고, 혹은 개에게 물릴까봐 두려워서 캐서린을 버리고 떠나버리는 것 말이야.
두 눈 뜨고 똑바로 봐, 에드가 도련님. 내가 아직도 그때 힘없는 꼬맹이 같아 보이는지.
글쎄, 내 눈엔 여전히 변한 게 없는 것 같다만, 여전히 네가 보낸 그 싸구려 편지들은 소각장에 태워질 뿐이지. 쓰레기들과
Ah, so it was you. Well then. Okay, so I'll give a bit of... It's 17 enemies. I'll give a bit of time for Moorsault before I wrap him up. Okay. It's skill 3. Use skill 1 actually. No, actually, use skill 3. What am I saying? 17 enemies. We're gonna be here for a bit. We're gonna be here for a bit. Right. Of course. Just don't get to use anything. There. Yeah, use skill 3. Why is that struggling? Fair. Use the counter then. I don't care. Even if you do run out of things to do.
당신 짝패군요.
Let's go.
전탄격발.
Okay, I should have waited. I should have waited for him to get staggered. Now that I think about it. I definitely should have waited and for him to get staggered first. That's me bad. Right, come on.
자세가 무너졌네.
그 오물을 떼어내주지.
Come on, Gregor. Brother, what are you doing? Brother, what are you doing? Oh, my lord. Gregor, what are you doing? By the way, do you like Matt? What, Matthew? It's gonna be interesting to see how that plays out.
당신 짝패군요.
바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
Veteran wrestlers are scary. I think he changed Moorsault a bit early. Yeah, I was thinking on it, but then I was like, eh. Okay, so Ishmael lost there. Oh, it actually does target 2 people. Interesting.
올인이었나요?
Okay. Right. Come and I'll see. Hello, Furleaf, welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day. Continue to have a good time on stream. I have no clue if I'm gonna hit the... Yeah, he's nearly staggered.
이것밖에 못하나.
지키기 위해서.
Come on, Cozen. Cozen! Flip up this enemy. 4 coins. That's 6 turns. Only 7 enemies down. Oh, bro. Oh, this is gonna take quite a bit, huh? I kind of want to use this. Might as well, you know what? Might as well. If you're trying to reach the EX stage clears. Like that. Gregor's almost dead.
다소 즐겁군.
Of course he got staggered. Should have saved the stagger, man. Should have really saved the stagger.
한눈 팔지 마세요. 메말은 당신에게 파도는 반드시 밀려올 테니.
Okay. That's some of them gone. Some of them are staggered. Come on. You don't want to lose your Gregory over here.
차라리
Right. Okay.
자비에 감사하다.
지키기 위해서.
Okay. Done. That long chain was done. 11. So that's 16 enemies. Come on now. Bro is staggered. Do you have any buffs? I do not. I guess you don't. Let me... Yeah, you don't, brother. Come on. Don't do this. Come on, brother. Don't do this. Right. And I activate the skill. Do I? Nah, I think it's fine.
빠르게 처리하지.
Right, come on. Come on, Sinclair. Thank you, Sinclair.
자세가 모르겠니? 자비에 감사.
Good, 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 good. Alright, good, good, good. We gained some there. We gained some there with this. Oh my god. Yeah, Gregor's gone. Gregor's gone.
도망친다고.
지키기 위해서.
아니었나?
Okay, we should be able to make this work. We should be able to make this work, to be fair. This is getting a little annoying.
일기당천.
Alright, tank cleaver.
전탄 격발.
A good tremor burst.
차라리 아무것도 남지 마라.
Let's go. Even to those who endure.
그렇게 서 있으니
Rodian's still doing it.
불 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라. 좋아.
Right. Because that will at least trigger another Kozen
나만의 항해 방식.
this turn. So we can optimize the heck out of it. 1, 2,
올인이었나요?
and that's everybody. Let's go.
이 저택을 어떻게 한 거지?
저택을
직접적으로 건든 건 내가 아니다. 평생 공방이나
Workshops and engineering in my life.
걸었던 에드가 가문 도련님이 무슨 지식으로 저택을 개조했다고 생각하나? 난 자금만 투자했을 뿐 개조를 도맡은 집단은 따로 있었네.
A separate organization that worked on the construction.
약지라는 조직에 속한 적이 있었다고 그렇게 소개하더군.
Called the Ring. Aight.
약지? 그러고 보니 데드 레비츠들이 약지에 포섭되었다고 하지 않았어?
그놈들을 데려와서 무슨 짓을 벌이고 있는 거야?
모른다. 난 저택이 정확히 어떻게 개조되어 가는지에 대해서 깊이 신경을 쓰진 않았어. 형이 알면
But I care
당장에
not.
날 죽이려 들었겠지만
That's part 1 done, finally.
그건 아무래도 좋았다.
So he brought the ring? Here? Okay.
황금 가지는 어떤 방법으로 입수한 건데요?
It's...
보통 사람이 황금 가지를
Yeah, because that
구하기란-
golden flowers, that's golden bough.
불가능하지. 하지만 우리 에드가 가문은 꽤 모아둔 돈이 많다.
Edgar family.
첫째 형이 가문을 나가고 나서 대부분의 재산은 내 몫이 되었다. 내가 가진 것 중 유일하게 마음에 드는 것이더군. 황금 가지를 구하느라 대부분
That I've spent most of it procuring the golden bough. Yeah, some people were missing. Modifications to this. Some people being kidnapped. Then... Linton was coughing harshly between every couple of words. It seemed as though he was pushing himself just to finish a sentence. It wasn't that the battles had been grueling, it was merely that he was someone of a frail constitution.
에드가라는 이름은 뭔가 그 해결사 잡지에서 본
Pix's
것만
monthly magazines, mayhaps?
너 같은 약골 자식한테 더 뭐라고 해줄 말도 없지. 캐서린은 어떻게 된 거야? 그것만 이야기해.
네가 우리 부부 사이 일에 끼어들 처지가 된다고 생각하나?
딴 식으로 말하지 마. 진짜. 그리고 그딴 단어도 사용하지 말라고 보란 듯이.
법적으로도 실질적으로도 우린 부부였어. 나는 캐서린의 남편이었고 우린 한 집에 살며 가정을 꾸려나갔다. 그래, 남편. 자네는 평생 갖지 못할 호칭이겠지. 안 그래? 그럴만도 하지. 한낱 뒷골목에서 주워온 거렁뱅이에게 어떤 이가 자신의 모든 걸 맡기겠는가?
Look at how much better I am when I name you. Man, some things are coming down to some very repeating themes, aren't it?
자극하지 말라고 분명히 진짜.
Heathcliff fell silent for a moment. What Lincoln said hurt him so much that he could not even come up with a rebuttal. Linton continued, somewhat emboldened by
그녀를
silence.
먼저 떠난 건 자네였지만 차라리 잘된 일이지. 그게 아니었다면 캐서린이 먼저 너를 떠났을 거야. 틀림없이 질렸을 테니까.
She would have grown tired of you. Well, you don't know what's in her... Because the stuff in her diary clearly contradicts on the assumption you have about your wife. And this level of attitude you don't get to know about this person.
나에게 질렸을 거라고?
Oh, that's the first lightning
일부러
strike.
말을 건 거지, 린튼?
Said that on purpose, didn't you?
뭘 말이야? 방금 일부러 히스클리프에게 시비를 걸었잖아. 그 애가 약을 내서 내게 시비를 걸지 않고서는 견딜 수 없게끔. 아니, 나는 말을 걸지 않았어. 그냥 힌들레에게만 중얼거린 것 뿐이라고. 그리고 솔직히 웃기잖아. 저 머리 꼬라지로 봐. 옷차림은 또 어떻고. 그 아이는 이제 네가 떠나면 매질을 당하게 될 거야. 어떡할 거야? 아니야. 울지 마, 린튼. 네가 그럴 때마다 내가 얼마나 속상한 줄 알아? 린튼은 일부러 히스클리프를 괴롭게 만들어. 오빠가 히스클리프를 욕할 때 뒤에서 들으라는 듯 웃거나 동조하는 듯이 혼잣말을 하지.
As if he wants Heathcliff to hear it.
그러면 히스클리프는 린튼에게 달려들어. 그 아이는 언제나 참을성이 부족하니까. 내가 사랑하는 사람들은 왜 서로를 사랑할 수 없는 걸까? 린튼, 당신은 나를 사랑하지?
당연하지, 캐서린.
그렇다면 어디까지 해줄 수 있어? 당신에게는 무엇이 사랑이야? 그렇다면 나를 사랑한다면 히스클리프를 다시 돌아오게 할 수도 있지 않을까?
Terry.
방금 내용이 보인 건가?
Linton looked downright pathetic. He was gasping for air with every breath, trying to read the open diary. It was a wretched sigh. The rapier in his hand clattered pitifully to the floor.
그래, 보다시피
이전에 내가 계속 넘겼을 땐 아무것도 보이지 않는 얼룩에 불과했지. 왜 내게는 안 보이고 네 놈에게만?
Well, maybe your rightful wife didn't think the same. Because he was making an assumption about interpersonal relationships which would rightfully be your wives, and it would not be as much of your business as you seem to think so when you go out of your way to manipulate the other person.
이게 나에 대한 대답인가? 더 이상 내게 막을 자격이 있는지도 모르겠군.
Linton closes his eyes for a moment and backs away from us. He activates a button somewhere within the fireplace and... Oh! The fireplace opens loud with the sound of moving mechanical parts before it appears a long staircase leading downstairs. He's watching us with a hollow, dejected look.
린튼님, 이 계단을 내려가면 지하실이 나오는 건가요? 대체 무엇을 하는?
새로운 손님을 위한 초대를 준비 중이라고만 해두지.
Preparing to invite a new guest? What? A Maestro of the Ring? Who the fuck are you trying to make this place a base for?
내려가게. 앞으로 무엇을 보던 무엇아 캐서린의 뜻일 테니.
Now that's a good place to leave the story off at, not gonna lie. Definitely a good place to leave the story off at. Because the next thing just continues
한 달은
with
일
that.
없이 놀아도 되겠는데요?
There we go, in the basement,
사무소
in the
노놨네.
fireplace. Anyways, thank you all for watching. If you did enjoy, please be sure to like and subscribe. It helps out the channel a ton. I'd really appreciate all the support I've been getting on these streams so far. Don't worry, the... what's it called? The thingy. Yes. Honglu announcer. Let's go. Anyways. Yeah. But the 500 sub special video is being edited and actively worked on. I will see you in the next one. Goodbye, guys. Good night.